誰かの声が聞こえてくるいつまでも広がる世界から誰かの祈り響いてゆくどこまでも溶け合う世界へとこの鎖が導くステージ遠く静かに幕開けを待つ出会いと別れが交わる時に紡がれる物語過去も今もいつも踏み込まれてく揺らぐ街に100の出会いを超えてたどり着く大地で100の別れの意味手上の解き放つ歌え踊れ救うのライトが闇を照らす世界は一つの舞台重く降りた車幕の陰目指す道はおぼろなままだから風にひとひら舞う花のように遥か空を越えて新世界の扉開こう100の出会いを超えてたどり着く大地で100の別れの意味手上の解き放つ歌え踊れヘッドステージの幕が開る世界は一つの舞台それは交差する世界
What's good, guys? How are we doing?
Hello. I'm good.
What
How are
up?
you?
Hey.
I am finally having a great time on Pokemon.
Oh
Finally.
shit! What happened? You turned the corner? What happened?
Do you know what? I was playing it just before we started, just
Mhm.
over here. And C4 helped me come up with a team that I think is really cooking. How do you do this one? Like
I
that?
don't know.
Yeah. I think it's really cooking. So I'll show you my team. C4 is going to be a couple of minutes because he had to go do something.
No worries.
So yeah, he helped me put a team together. I have Alakazama's what it revolves around. Unpopular pick, but hear me out.
Who's your boy?
I have him paired with Oranguru because Oranguru can learn psychic terrain.
Okay.
Psychic terrain basically makes it so moves like priority moves don't work. And it increases the damage of psychic moves by 50%.
Okay.
So I do protect, psychic terrain, expanding force, and then instruct so that he does expanding force again. And it's basically just been wiping teams.
Bro, look at this gimmick. It's fun like doubles. You got this gimmick and now you just bodying everyone because they can't handle it, bro. I got this one trick. I do this into this into this and no one can touch it. I see
There's
you,
a
bro.
small problem. No, it's
Okay,
actually
let's
a big problem.
All right, that's right.
Dark Pokemon dominate the meta, right?
Oh, okay,
and
that's
psychic
about
types
nice,
can't
Yeah.
deal with dark
And
types.
do nothing, yeah. So you need, that's why Sizzle's here, right?
That is why Caesar's there. He deals with fairy types.
Mm-hmm.
Ninetales is there to deal with weather, and Halucha is there to deal with things like King Gambit, who is a big problem right now.
Good shit. That's good, Tim. It's a good gimmick. I like
You
it.
hate
I like it.
Pokemon.
Oh, I love Pokemon. You hate it.
You say you hate Pokemon.
Say he
I
hates
hate
Pokemon.
Pokemon. That's
Hates
why, Mike,
fun.
let me ask you the real question here. When I was watching your intro, right? What's your favorite anime opening?
My favorite anime opening
Question.
is probably Stand Proud from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
It's a good
That
one.
is a great opening. I also like the first opening of Bastard, One Piece opening 4, Dan from GT.
You have to pick one. You have to pick one. It's JoJo's?
Stand Proud is my favorite.
Chad?
Well, it might be the one that comes to mind is Bombahid, Tonjo Tenji. It's a shit show, but that intro was godlike. That intro gets me. Like that puts me. It's one of the few intros where I could be in a bad mood and it starts, and I'm like, okay, for the next 3 minutes, I'm in a good mood. So yeah,
I only saw the beginning of that anime and it was really good, but I heard
it starts good, it goes bad. Yeah. But in terms of just raw intro, it's incredible. I love the intro.
Okay. Well, there's also what before C4 gets.
What
I
about
guess
Finn? What about Finn? What about Finn? You didn't ask the question if you didn't have an answer. What's top 10? What's one the top one? Go to intro.
My bad. Sorry, my bad.
Mine is between two from the same anime. It's from Full Metal Alchemist. Was it again? There's the first one from Yui and from Period from Chemistry. The fourth opening, I think. So it's because they are so fucking epic. They are so fucking epic. I can't.
They're not the great intros. They're good. There are some animes that have like the great animes would have like whack intros, and there are some that just like whack in reverse, basically. So but Full Metal Alchemist is a great pick. Yeah, that's some bangers. Fairy Tail was another one.
Fairy Tales are
don't shit about Funkist, but Funkist they don't miss. They never missed. Don't do this to me, bro.
You know what?
The flutes.
Fairy Tail is so bad that it spills over to everything.
Yeah, don't let it really. Don't really look up. Yeah, the anime itself is like whatever. It was C-tier shonen, but the intro, multiple of them.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I think what was I gonna? There was it was Cowboy Bebop. Tank.
Tank is great. Tank. Together. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Yeah, that's probably number 2 for me. I love that one.
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys before we get started. Did you guys ever watch WCW back in the day?
Briefly. I was a WWF whore. I ain't gonna lie. I briefly tapped into WCW. Why?
Ted Turner just died. They just announced it like an hour ago.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean,
let me make sure Ted Turner is the person I think he is. Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah. So I literally saw it as I came on here and I was like, damn, if it wasn't for Ted Turner, I don't think we would have gotten the Attitude Era. Because he really pushed Vince to do crazy shit.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting.
I have never watched wrestling. I think wrestling isn't that big in Germany. I think I could be really fucking wrong, but I've maybe watched an hour of wrestling when I was smaller, and it was I think Rey Mysterio or some shit, but I don't know.
Classic. Nah, if wrestling was big in Germany, you'd know, because it's like if it's big, then even if you like it or not, too many of your friends do.
Yeah,
wrestling is a weird one. Wrestling always was it's hard to describe it because it was always niche, but it was a recognized niche, especially among like boys of our era. Like every boy had an opinion on WWE.
Yeah, it's because it wove itself into the culture.
Yeah,
exactly. It knew how to move with the culture.
Yeah, sure. It touched music as well. Yeah, sure. But then it fell off around the 2000s. Like it had a peak, and then it kind of fell off in terms of mainstream popularity.
It like I'd say around 2006, they started to go a bit sideways because they went from being, I think, private traded to public, and
so I had to go PG. The PG era, basically.
PG era started to come in. I think like 2009 is the last time we had like no PG era. But the Attitude Era, that shit was crazy. Everyone was coming into school, and the teacher would say something to them, and they do the DX chop.
Suck it! I was literally suck it. Everyone, bro. That was a moment in time, bro.
Shaping culture for sure.
For good or ill.
Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $4.99. RIP Ted Turner. One of the reasons I became a wrestling fan was from watching WCW and the Monday Night Wars. Farewell, good sir. Thank you for all the memories. Do you know what else Ted Turner also did? He's the first person to pitch the idea of 24-hour news.
Wait, what? For real?
There was no 24-hour news before Ted Turner.
Damn, that's not a good thing. 24-hour news sucks. But
always having the news readily available is like, because imagine everyone goes to sleep and some shit kicks off and everyone's like, what the fuck's going on?
Nah, because I think the quality of the news goes down because you always have to fill it with something. Whereas like if you only have the 6 p.m. slot, it's like, all right, cool. We're going to like funnel down the most important shit and we're going to take time to analyze it. Whereas now, because it's 24 hours, like we have to have the first take, otherwise we'll lose to some random person on Twitter. So yeah, I think there's pros and cons basically. I can see the pros.
Now I can see how it's like everybody's gotten into it, but I guess back then it was because I think around then the Gulf War was going on, so they were able to like cover everything.
I see it. Yeah, no, I get it. I hear it.
All right, well, C4's not here.
One
yet,
thing,
but yeah, go on, Finn.
Yeah, I have one more random thing, Mike. I was watching like some random edit or whatever, and I looked at the comments and someone pitched in my opinion, greatest pitch that I've read for a Mortal Kombat guest character. I want to hear your take on it.
Okay.
And it is the Nazi from Hellboy, Karl Krönen, the guy with the swords. Isn't that just peak?
I wouldn't say it's the greatest, but that I wouldn't be mad at it. I
I don't know. I don't know the reference.
I think so. My peak pick for Mortal Kombat is Imhotep from the Brendan Fraser Mummy films.
That's
Imhotep. No, it's a good one. 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 It's a good one.
I never hear anyone bring him up, and I'm like, he's such a cool villain.
Yeah, he is. He is actually. He is.
He is. It's just so random. Like he would fit in. I get it. Like yes. Like it's great, but it's just like, really? Is it like 12 years too late? No.
No,
it's never too late, bro. I watched that movie like last year.
It's because they're bringing out a new Brendan Fraser Mummy film, so I'm like,
Really?
If not now, it's never.
Yeah, I guess so.
He would work. Like he's got the whole, mouth expands, sucks the flesh off of you, pause, has
could be a good
the army of the undeads. Like it's pretty. I think it's pretty cool.
True. He could have like a variation where he like summons these guards he has. Like really cool. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, you could have him go up against Onaga because Onaga's got the army of the undead as well. I think it'd be a cool concept. But again, I'm against guest characters. Don't want no more guest characters anywhere. They're just a hassle and a headache. And if they stop doing guest characters now, on my request, you'll thank me in 20 years when you want to buy a remastered collection and you can't get your favorite guest.
I want Rugal. I want Rugal in every franchise. It's too good for KOF. Give me Rugal. I want to genocide kata. Everyone. Doesn't matter the franchise. Street Fighter, genocide kata. Tekken, genocide kata.
No, it would be cool. I'm thinking of the long game. Like, how does this benefit the game in the long run? But in the short term, it would be really fun.
Yeah,
just the graphics engine, like the graphics style that Mortal Kombat runs with, like it would be perfect for Hellboy stuff. It would look great.
Yeah,
just
100%.
Like the graphics style that Mortal Kombat runs with, like it would be perfect for Hellboy stuff.
Yo, Fight the Rave said, Chad, you already have that with Claudio. Listen, Fight the Rave, listen. If you think that Claudio's hop kick and genocide kata, I know they look very similar animation, but if you can't sense the different energy of those moves, you can't chat, bro. Those moves are very, you know what the difference between that move, those two moves is the difference between an elbow drop and the people's elbow. Now, I mean, it's not the same. It's the same, but it's not the same. It's the same, but it's not the same.
No, I hear it. That's a very good comparison. Also, I want to flex my new Pokemon acquisition today. 1997 PSA 9 Japanese Venomoth.
Damn, Venomoth? Holy shit. I haven't heard someone mention Venomoth in 10 years.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I saw it, and I saw this kid eyeing it up in the store, and I was like,
nope.
That's mine, I'm taking that.
I can ask you a question?
Called the lady immediately, and I was like, come over here, please, open this cabinet. Go out for me straight away. Yeah, go on.
Just super interested. When you go up to your girlfriend, right? And you're like, babe, look at this shit, right? And you are presenting the PSA case, right? What is her reaction? Is she like, wow? Or is she like, wow, Mike?
No,
wow.
She's as much of a nerd as I am. She's literally.
Keep her. I was about to say, Mike, keep her. 100%.
Yeah, she's literally sitting in the other room playing Tomodachi right now.
That is the correct response. Right. We keep her.
Hey, babe.
We approve of Mrs. Hollow. We approve.
Babe, what do you think of my PSA 9 Venomoth? There you go.
That was such a great. That is an appropriate response. Whether she means it or not, irrelevant. We like that.
No, she comes with me to the shop. Like, she helps me pick out the cards and stuff. So.
Okay.
She's a female version of me. Like,
but are you building a? Cause obviously, I have a soft of Pokemon as well, but like Pokemon cards, whatever. I when I was in Taiwan, I bought a bunch of like Japanese, obviously Chinese cards, and then gave them to my little nephew. Are you trying to build a classic collection of cards, or you just pick them up when you see them? Like, how happy are you?
That's exactly what I'm doing. Like, I'm specifically right now buying the cards that came out in the 90s and like maybe early 2000s because I've got a Feraligatr as well. There's loads. I've got a couple that have new artwork. Like, I've got this Absol I showed these guys the other day, and I've got a Halucha over here. But most of my pickups are classic ones. Like, I picked up these two the other day. Picked up this Dark Weezing, and I picked up this Japanese Nidoking. So if it has the classic, if it's got the classic artwork, I'm looking for gym cards as well. So this is Giovanni's Nido King. So yeah, I'm looking for specific things.
I hear it. Yeah, it's weird. My relationship with Pokemon cards is so weird because I collected them, but I didn't know how to play. So they were just like cardboard.
Yeah, I don't know how to play. I just like looking at them.
Yeah, that's fair. We all gotta have our weird baubles. Finn, you collect anything dumb?
No.
No.
No,
actually
nothing. Not. No, I don't collect anything. No. No.
Yeah, for me it's Magic the Gathering cards. I collect way more than I play.
I'm new age, bro. I played only on Arena. So I'm like
okay. So so you're not new age. Yeah, no. I play once every maybe 3 months, and yeah, I buy cards if I play on a weekly basis. I'm like, that Final Fantasy set comes out, I'm like, well, I gotta have these cards. Are you gonna play them? No.
Wait, because Magic the Gathering is like the most overpriced shit I have ever in my life seen, right? In real life. When people told me, hey, why do you not play Magic in real life? I'm like, motherfucker, have you seen the prices on that shit? It's ridiculous. Did you actually buy those boxes?
I think not necessarily boxes. I will often pick up singles once I've made like my ideal deck. The only time I bought started by boxes and stuff was Final Fantasy, because a lot of that wasn't competitive. That was just like, I like this franchise and there hasn't been new 8 from Final Fantasy 9 in however many years. There hasn't been new art from Final Fantasy 8 in however many years. So in that case, I didn't care what I got in. But typically I just buy singles if I have a specific deck I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I still my top priority is Dragon Ball. I always go for Dragon Ball cards. My girl got me a Dragon Ball Fusion set for my birthday, and there were 2 really good cards in there. So there was a Shenron card, and I was like, holy shit, this needs to get. I need to send this off to PSA as soon as possible. And then Pokemon, and then One Piece. Like I was doing a lot of One Piece, but I don't know, like it's kind of fallen off for me a little bit. The only card that I really want right now is there's a manga of NL, and there's 2 mangas. There's 3 mangas coming out of the Admirals. I really, really want those. But outside of that, I'm more focused on Dragon Ball and One Piece. When I went to Japan, I picked up Kamen Rider cards. So I've got a stack of those. They're really, really cool. That's probably the best
cards
artwork
nowadays. Everyone has cards nowadays, right? Doesn't matter what it is.
Every franchise has tipped the toe in, and whether they're still in is a different question. I hear someone, I forget who it was, but I said someone mentioned that like apparently the Gundam card game is pretty solid. But I've never looked into it. And there's a Cyberpunk card game that's coming out now. Again, I don't know anything about it, but I do like Cyberpunk, so I'll check. I always have a casual relationship with at least one card game. Right now, it's like Magic the Gathering, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to not go overboard. It's easy to do that with cards. Like I saw a card and I was like, oh, that's only £11. That's only £10. I could buy a bunch, and I was like, no, let me just get one a day or one a week. And even then, it's gone down. I'm getting like maybe one every 2 weeks now. I'm trying. You can get carried away really easily. I shouldn't be irresponsible like that.
The one that gets me is because I've done a few jobs for Games Workshop, and they'll give me like a Warhammer model. I don't collect them, but like I get 1 or 2 or 3. I'm like, maybe I should start collecting them. And I'm like, oh, you want to talk about expensive hobbies, bro? You want to talk about expensive nerd hobbies, bro? Ugh. But the Tau do look cool. I'm like, Tau Crisis suits. Tau Crisis suits do look cool. You look at the price tag, I'm like, not that cool.
I can only justify this ever, like Magic as well, only ever playing this online. In Germany, people would look at you really weird if you tell them, yeah, I have this deck of 60, of like whatever, how many cards, a competitive deck for standard, and what do you pay for it? Well, $1,000. Like people would like, but it is like the recent years. I looked at Goldfish, MTG Goldfish and shit. Literally, if you want to play just normal comp Magic, like competitive Magic 101, you need a deck for between like $500 and $1,000. It's fucked up.
Modern standard is fucked. Yeah, modern standard is fucked. It's super because there's so many different formats. So it's like different people are buying things for different things. Like for me, when I play Magic, I only really play Commander, which is like the sort of like 4-player 100 deck, like card deck, like it's not the sweaty format at all.
Yeah. It's
and you only have to buy a single one of each card. But even then, it's like, okay, but a single one of these cards can run you up tons because the people playing Modern need like 4 of them. You know what I mean? Or like the people playing Standard need 3 of them. So it's like, oh god.
I mean, you can in the more casual formats. Fortunately, you can just proxy shit, right?
You can just proxy if you want to. Yeah, exactly.
But like, I'm the guy who got
If
really
I'm playing
intrigued
with them.
about the competitive and how the decks work and the meta of it and the crazy archetypes. And you can't justify it. Like I want to experiment. If I want to have more than one deck, like are you crazy?
Yeah,
Like you can't do it.
Yeah,
But
so
Magic Arena was expensive too. I remember because you have to buy a bunch of decks and then convert some of them to like the mythic cards that you can trade in. Like it's not online's not cheap either. Cheaper.
No, arena actually is pretty cheap because you can draft. And if you're a good
Oh, you can
drafter,
draft. Okay, yeah, okay.
this is where
Okay,
what I
okay,
only
yeah,
played.
yeah.
I only played draft too.
Okay.
But yeah, if you buy it, that's also like bro.
Yeah.
Like we talk about egregious microtransactions, right? In like 2xKO, for example, fighting game, they have $100 skin bundles and you get free skins, which is crazy, right? But in Magic, what I don't remember the price for like 4 mythic wild cards, like you can get any mythic you want. I think it's $20, which is obviously fucking insane.
Yeah.
But yeah.
My problem with no, go on, Mike.
I was gonna say there's a new Magma set. Well, I don't know if it's new, but I keep seeing it around. And Magma is one of my favorite Pokemon. And I keep seeing it. It's £160, and I'm like, I can't. Like these cards. The reason I'm collecting the old ones now is all the prices have dropped dramatically.
Why? I would have thought they'd only keep going up.
No, the scalpers have turned their attention to all the new sets. So all the brand new sets, they are. There's an Alakazam card that I really wanted. I should have got it when I saw it. It was only £50 when I saw it, which is still a lot.
I was say only £50 a piece of cardboard. It's a lot.
It's gone up to £360 now. So the scalpers have turned their attention to like the newer stuff. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna fight these guys. You ain't gonna win. I'll just go and buy the stuff they're not paying attention to. So I'm getting PSA 9, PSA 10 cards for £10.
Yeah.
This is gonna go back up.
That's fucking wild, man. That's fucking
They've
wild.
done it to Dragon Ball as well. Dragon Ball was peace for 10 years. There was no in the TCG space. It was peace. Now that the new series has been announced, they're all like, "Oh, let's go and try our hand at Dragon Ball." The Freezer card that I bought, that I've had sealed for a very long time, it was like maybe like an £80 card when I had acquired it, and this was long time ago. The card graded is worth $1,000 now because scalpers have gone and basically taken all of them.
But can you like is it speculation or if you were to want to sell it, someone would actually buy it?
No, they'll buy it. My boy sells One Piece cards all the time, and like he sold a Nico Robin card the other day for an insanely stupid amount of money, and he didn't purchase it for that. So they do buy it because they know that the more the scalpers buy up and take off the market, the more the collectors are going to be like, I really want that card. Someone's going to buy it. The
last time I was close to pulling the trigger on an irresponsible card purchase was again the Final Fantasy set, and there's a Squall. There are multiple Squall cards, right? You know, Squall from Final Fantasy 8, but one of them, the limited edition version, is like it's a new rendering of that classic scene where Renoa pulls him onto the dance floor and he's in Seed uniform. It's a classic scene, but it's only in like fucking how many bits that is in PS1 days. And seeing the full art of that, and I'm like, okay, well, how much are you doing? It's like £140. And I was like, it's not that expensive, is it? And I was there looking for my card, and I'm like, nah, get out of it, bro. This is dumb. This is dumb. It's not, the card's not even that good, but it's Squall and Renoa.
Yeah, bro, they get me all the time. Like, well, they used to get me. Like, I saw Machamp card, and I was like, oh man, I really want this. Like, I think it was a Team Rocket Machamp PSA 10. And I was like, oh, that looks so cool. And I'm there, like my hand's hovering over my wallet, and I'm like, I can't do this. I walked out of that shop so upset. I was like, I wish I was a millionaire. I'd buy it. This whole shop will be out of business in one day.
That whole shop, bro. This whole fucking shop, bro. No, I hear it.
C4, are you there?
Yeah, where is C4?
Oh, I think he's on his way. He said 5 minutes.
We got his Elgato, so he's somewhat set up.
Probably setting up. Tom, thank you for the $5. Pokemon cards, full arts, and certain Yu-Gi-Oh cards can make serious bank. There's way more money in that than the FGC will ever see. 100%. Playing the game and collecting cards. Like if I was one of those people that flips cards all the time, I could probably make a lot of money. But I don't want to part with my cards. Like I look at them and I'm like, nah, because I'm not a scalper. I'm not buying them to like resell them. I'm buying them because I like the artwork.
Yeah, I've started watching some like card investment channels, and I fucking hate them, but I'm fascinated by it because it's such an interesting hustle. I'm like, you ruined my hobby, but I get it because there is money to be made.
1 2 1 2.
Oh yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm in baby block sun, so I'm like half here. That's why my camera's still off. But,
that's all right. That's all good. Yeah, I mean, you turn on your camera whenever you're ready. There's no rush.
Cool.
I guess we'll get started with this debate. So I know that this originally started with Chad and Finn. So in the interest of like bringing people up to speed, do one of you want to explain the premise of this and where this all started and why we're here?
Sure. I mean, it's not that crazy. I remember, so basically this weekend, me, FinnT, and Buff Guy were having a catch up on season 3, discussing pretty much everything: the balance, future of the game, DLC, guest characters, all that shit. And Finn brought up a really good question actually, about, well, we all agreed that ranked was whack, but like his question was, what does the ideal rank system look like? And I hadn't really thought of it at all. So I attempted to answer and I struggled. And the moment, I forget what my first answer was, but the moment I gave my first answer, I was like, I don't really like it. So I tried again afterwards. And I said, I still don't really know what my ideal answer is, but I know for a fact that my ideal answer would be closer to Tekken 7, and it would allow it to have infinite rematches. And at that point, Finn pointed out, I was like, okay, but Tekken 7's ranked mode, allowing infinite rematches, is a low-key part of the problem. Because Tekken 7's ranked mode wasn't, I think the term you used specifically was, it was non-competitive. Because and I was like, I remember you saying it, and I was like, wait, what? It was like, what do you mean non-competitive? Because like, not to glaze Tekken 7, but like, I remember Tekken 7's ranked mode being hella competitive. But when I asked you to define what you meant by it, you were like, any ranked system that allows players to choose how long they engage with a single opponent is inherently non-competitive. So for example, the classic example is I boot into ranked and I fight against a Xiaoyu, and I'm like, oh, I hate Xiaoyu. I'm bad at this matchup, so I only one and done you. Then the next guy comes up and it's a Paul player, right? And I'm good in that matchup, so I play you 7 games in a row, right? The fact that I can pick and choose how long I play for you and get points based on that inherently renders the entire mode non-competitive. And I remember being like, I can see where you're coming from, but non-competitive seems way too harsh. It seems way too harsh. And I felt like he was defining, and I was like, so are you saying that the better system is the one that enforces the highest amount of competitive integrity, which is the term that that Finn used? And I was like, yes. And I was like, that seems really reductive. And I struggled and failed, I think, to really articulate why I took an issue with the idea that like optimizing for competitive integrity led to the best possible rank system. And I need to go away and think about it because I wasn't ready to discuss that question. But so then when Finn came to you and was like, I think we need to have a double click on this conversation and have a better one, I was like, okay, that's pretty good. So now I actually have a better idea of why I objected. But yeah, long story short, I guess it's important to make sure that we understand like what we're talking about. Like, because if the debate is, does competitive integrity matter in ranked, yes or no, then obviously the answer is yes. I don't think any of us disagree with that. But I think the better question is, if we're trying to design the best possible rank system, then is competitive integrity like the only thing that matters? Or indeed, are there other factors that are arguably even more important that competitive integrity needs to be balanced against? Mm-hmm. Okay. And I take the latter position and will argue that to the end. So yeah, I think that was a fair summation of what happened, unless I missed anything.
Yeah, Finn, was anything that you wanted to add to that?
No, yeah, that's pretty much correct. I mean, I just I personally come from the standpoint that, you know, fighting games are the genre that is praised by its players for its hardcore competitive nature, right? Like, all of you have heard this before. I have heard players from any fighting game say, oh, if you are crying like that in Counter-Strike or League, you couldn't handle fighting games. And yet our games, like, for the longest time, had no penalties even for quitting or disconnecting in the middle of a set. And especially, I think, bad it's when it's happening in the mode that the game itself advertises as, hey, that's our competitive mode. And sometimes it's still not the case. In Tekken, you can actually still, for example, disconnect on your opponent, and while you will get your points deducted, your opponent will not get any. So if you're actually already losing, you can still plug to fuck up the day of your opponent, right? That's still possible, while Invincible Versus, for example, has a penalty. So I want a standard. I want a fucking standard.
Yeah.
I think ranked in almost any fighting game until pretty much very recently is in a terrible spot, especially when we have so many other modes and recent, social modes adapted from anime games, like the arcade launch that you all know. Like we have those modes, but for someone who wants to play this game competitively at the like pre-tournament level, there is no real offer. There's just no real offer. That's like my broad standpoint.
Okay. I think, like, with relation to what Chad was saying with like ranked integrity and what matters the most and where we should be focusing our attention, I am of the belief that if, well, actually, let me ask, when you say ranked integrity, can you define that?
Me?
Oof.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, so the thing with this is every sport needs to have integrity that gets provided by, for example, the foundation of a fixed format. Like every form of sports, even a children's soccer league. Sorry, we are in Europe. I can use football. A children's football league doesn't allow you to just randomly pick your match. It needs to be an environment where both players need to abide to a fixed format to create the essential factor of legitimate comparability. Because if we don't have that, if we don't have an environment where everyone has to abide by the same rules, we have no comparability. And in every serious sport, like you wouldn't take someone serious if they are the best basketball player, but they decided to lower their hoop for like one game, i.e., not play the set against character X because they have like not lapped that character. It would be outrageous, right? You can't just refuse the second inning against the Yankees because their pitcher is a bad matchup for your batters. It would be obscene. And yet, in fighting games, which people tell me again and again is the hardcore competitive one-on-one, no excuses, or you are a scrub genre, this is completely normal. And not only that, you even have people defending it. No one here, I think, but you even have people defending it. And once again, drives me insane because we have modes for that, right? Quick match, lobby, arcade mode, like we have the modes.
Yeah. So I'll ask Chad then. Do you think ranked is as close to a tournament format or like a tournament outcome as possible?
Right. Yeah. This is the fundamental, I think, disagreement that goes deeper than it underpins the under argument. Like the idea that ranked needs to simulate youth tournament or get ready for tournament or needs to match the level of scrutiny that, say, a real world tournament has. That's the part where I'm like, I don't feel that it does, because this might just be me. Other people feel differently. I don't give a fuck about tournaments on a personal level. I'm not trying to prepare for tournaments. I'm not trying to get ready for tournaments. That's not really what I'm looking for. I'm not trying to have a ranked setup. Get me ready for the first of two tournament format. I think ultimately, I guess if you want to test this to its extremes, we all agree that the current rank system sucks, right? I think none of us are satisfied with the current Tekken 8 system. I know C4 doesn't play it, but we all agree it's pretty bad.
I'll just say that it does. I think this is like some weird ego hug box. Rank is irrelevant, and so is, especially for fighting games, so is tournaments.
Sure.
Mostly because of what Finn says. So I'm surprised Finn doesn't agree with me. But we'll probably go.
But that's a separate point, and we'll dig into that. But like for me, I guess it's my thought experiment. Let's say we reduced this number. Let's say we made everyone in rank now did a first to one. No one's advocating for that. But let's say we did that, right? This would eliminate the one and done problem, right? Because now everyone is one and done. That everyone is doing one and done. And we would have maximal, at least by the definition previously established, it would be maximal integrity because everyone's playing the exact same number of ranks. I guess my question to you and everyone else in chat is like, okay, is that version of the rank system, again, all else being equal, is that version better than the one we currently have?
I'll explain my position real quick. I don't care about the format. First to one or first to 10, it's a different skill set. That's what we're basing it on. We say we arbitrarily go, oh, first to two or first to three is the tournament standard, but it's arbitrary. What I care about in fighting games, the reason I don't think fighting game ranked is very good because compared to like Pokemon, which I do care about, is the reach. I can't play people on the other side of the world in a proper environment online. That's why I don't care about fighting games in terms of ranked, and that's why I never played it. But when I went offline and I went to America, it's like, oh, now I'm playing a part of the world that I could never play. And if they've got the best players, now it means something if I beat them. If I can only beat, it's like beating everyone down on my road. When I can beat people in Europe, I'm like, yeah, I can beat everyone. I'm the best of my street. I don't fucking care. And fighting games have that limitation. So I don't care about the format of ranked. I care about the reach of players that I can play on ranked.
I mean, even though me and C4 are on the same side, I don't necessarily know that I would dismiss the entire format. I think the questions that Finn is asking is correct. I think it's wise to have a discussion about what the best version of the structure is. For me, I don't think it's irrelevant, the structure. But I'm just trying to point out that, like I said, if we were all forced to a 1-to-1, if you agree that a 1-to-1 version of what we currently have is better than the current we virtually have, then you're kind of agreeing with Finn's position. There's like competitive integrity über alles. Like the more competitive integrity you have, the better. But if you're like me, who actually thinks, actually, that would be a worse version of the system we have, then you kind of also have to concede that there are clearly more, there are other factors that also go into deciding whether a rank system is good or bad or better or worse. Because like there are other, because that latter version I've just described is clearly better than the version we currently have in terms of ranked integrity.
Obviously,
like, I think it's a worse version,
right? Like
no, of course you don't. I said that at the beginning. You definitely don't. But also, if that feels unfair, let's perhaps go the other way, right? Let's say that we changed it so that now ranked was forced 1st to 10, right? You're not advocating for that either. But let's say we did that, right? Would that version of ranked be better than the current version? I like it. Even I would think like,
yes, it would.
Yeah.
I would like to have that even as an additional mode.
Right. So if it was 1st to 10, if everyone is forced into a 1st to 10 for rank, and if you want to play ranked, you have to be down to commit to a 1st to 10. Do you feel that would be a better version of the rank system that we have now?
It would, yes, it would be a better version, but I would like to see that as like literally a separate mode, like FT10Q.
No, but then let's say there wasn't one. Let's say we're deciding that, because obviously we can all option select, well, I have my mode, you have your mode. But if we had to be like, no, this is the ranked mode, because for multiple reasons in terms of queue and player base, you can't really afford to divide your player base into a bunch of different stuff. So my answer is like, okay, if we could change it to that 1st to 10, is that better than the version we have now? And if the answer is yes, then your point stands. Like competitive integrity über alles. But like, if the answer is no, it's like, oh, well, clearly there are other things we have to factor in, like the amount of time commitment. Do I really want to be locked into a bad connection with if someone has a bad connection, do I want to be locked in for 10 games rather than the 2? Like, and also, as superficial as it might sound, just like, is that an enjoyable format to have to play every time you want to sit down to play ranked?
Are we just talking about this in relation to Tekken or fighting games in general?
I guess we can do both. I think we start with Tekken, but we can. I imagine we could extrapolate this to all fighting games.
Yeah, because there's a couple of things. I think that I think that rank matters more than what C4 is saying, but I think it matters less than what other people make it out to be. Like some people think that rank is the be all and end all. I myself, and I know plenty of other players that use rank to fight as many good players as they can. They try to get to the top really quick, and then that's where the top players are. And I do that for like multiple fighting games. Now, it's not the be all and end all. I think that does matter. I've gotten better on each fighting game through playing rank, so it matters to some extent. It might not matter on the world tournament stage, but it definitely matters in like helping you progress and learn the game. I think the format is going to be dependent on the game. So Tekken, to me, should be a forced 1st to 3 at the bare minimum because of the scope of Tekken. You can't do a 1st to 1 in Tekken and say that you're better than somebody. You can argue that there's a type of player that has a certain type of skill that is really good at just like coming out of the gate and catching people off guard. And there's certain characters that are also like that. But if you're actually trying to find who is the best player here, who's going to sit at the top of the leaderboard, if we are enforcing a 1st to 3, enforcing matches, you can't do that with, especially with Tekken. Most fighting games you couldn't do that with anyway. Sure. So I think the current format with Tekken, I would agree. I guess Finn said it. I would agree. There's no integrity in Tekken 8's current system because I can play ranked right now and I can finish every single set. But everybody can one and done me, and the guy above me has cherry picked his opponents, and that automatically invalidates what they're setting out to do. Whether you think that rank itself, like for all fighting games or all shooting games or racing games, is invalid, the actual system is supposed to be finding who sits at the top of the leaderboard and why they're there.
Question, Mike, was ranked, so by that same logic, again, not a gotcha, so ranked Tekken 7 rank was also like integrity, right?
Yeah, Tekken 7's lacked integrity. Yeah, I think that Tekken 7.
What is there a fighting game? Is there a fighting game you've played that didn't?
Mortal Kombat 1.
So what happens in Mortal Kombat 1 because I didn't play it?
You're forced into the set, and if you don't finish it, you lose.
Mm-hmm. So this is the ideal version that you would have for what was the length of the set? First to 2?
It started off as first to 3, then they changed it to first to 2.
Okay.
It should have stayed as first to 3, but it's better than nothing.
Okay, cool. So for me personally, when I'm playing Tekken, my ideal system would probably be first to 5 in terms of like actual Tekken, because I've never really considered myself a tournament player, to be personally honest. Like or want to be. I kind of enjoy the sort of adapting. Like, what do you do when I put you in this situation? And if I get it wrong a few times, I'll lose that round because of the nature of Tekken and combos and blah blah blah. But to have a sense of tendencies, for me, it would be 5. For some people, it would be 2. For you, it'd be 3. I think Finn said 3 earlier. Was willing to concede the 2, if I remember last time, the 3. Different people have different numbers, and for me, the real value of ranked. For me, the real value of ranked is I feel like you're ultimately going to have to be more flexible than most people might want you to. Because even though I prefer 5, I totally understand that I can't necessarily force you to play a first to 5. I think there's a the weird compromise I came to is I think everyone should be forced to at least play the first to 3. Oh, sorry, the first to 2. I think that was I think putting a floor on it makes sense. But I think the thing that frustrates me, and this is where I start to venture more into anecdote, is that like the best matches I've ever had in a ranked mode ever were in Tekken 7, and they were typically over a longer period of time.
I agree.
The best ever in any fighting game I've ever had have been when I played you the first couple. I'm playing Leo. No one plays Leo, so I beat you the first 4, or I beat you the first 3, and then you kind of get a sense of what I'm doing, my shitty habits, when I like the hell sweeps, and you beat me the other 3. Now we got a match on our hands, and I'm really starting to get to know not just your character, but you and the way you play the character. And we're going back and forth. And we might not even necessarily commit to the death match. It might just be like, we'll play until we're bored. But that number is higher than 3, higher than 5, higher than 8, right? And the ability to play that and for there to be points on the line is like a really powerful experience and a really great experience. And part of the reason why I'm so passionate about Tekken, despite everything that's happened, like those experiences are great. But hearing you tell it, or hearing your side of the argument, it's like that, while that's nice, it's fine to sacrifice that on the altar of competitive integrity. Competitive integrity matters more than the experience I've just described. Even though everyone in their grandma who played Tekken 7 probably has an anecdote like the one I'm describing, in the hierarchy of importance, it's not as important as the sacredness of the Tekken King rank and the Tekken God rank and the Tekken whatever rank. And for me, I feel like that ordering of things is incorrect. Like there are things more important.
The thing is, if like what you described is obviously my opinion, because even though we probably have people in the chat that will never fucking admit it, but bro, a bunch of people did it. Even though they will not admit it, they did it. You know, they just want to dance and find the one guy they can milk, and they milked him off some points, got the rank, and it's like it's making a joke out of a rank system, right?
But
my only point is that the experience that you want to seek, the game can still offer you when you add that guy to the lobby, when you add that guy to the quick match. But the experience that I want from the ranked mode, and what the intention of any ranked mode in any other part of life is an environment that has integrity and secures comparability between the player base. I don't even get that. But you can get that experience. No, I don't.
There are two elements I disagree with. One, I'll go one by the other in order of what you said. One, you can get that experience in the lobby, or you can get that experience in quick match. No, because what we're talking about is skill-based matchmaking, right? And I don't get skill-based matchmaking in quick match. I get matched up with someone at random. In order to have any semblance of skill-based matchmaking, I actually have to play ranked first. And to go back, I have to play ranked first, right? I have to do that. And then secondly, in terms of your actual point about the purpose of ranked, I agree with you. The purpose of ranked is so that if I see the label that says you are Tekken King, that tells me something about your level of skill, right? And it means something more concrete than if you are a Tekken God or whatever. And the example you gave is that, well, if people can just cherry pick or can one and done, you'll milk someone up to the next rank. But this isn't how it worked, right? Because, and we know this, we actually ran this experiment for 8 years. Because if that were true, then everyone in Tekken 8 would have been the highest possible rank. And we know that wasn't how it worked.
No, that's because they had the gap.
Right, okay.
No, that's not. I told you there was.
Let me finish my point and then you can rebut it, right? Let's say I'm a green rank and C4 is a green rank. And I actually could lose to most of the people in green ranks. But C4 happens to be the one person in green rank who I can beat consistently. So I play him and I milk him for points and I go up to yellow ranks. Okay, that is true. I was able to do that. What happens then though, right? Even if we say that, well, actually you go up the second rank. Okay, eventually what inevitably happens is I reach a point where I actually can't do that. And if the system is correct the way I think it is, which I think the real issue is point distribution and how generous it is with point distribution, that I think is the real crux of Tekken 8's problem. What will inevitably happen is I will get, one of two things will happen. Either I will get demoted back to where I actually belong, in which case, who gives a fuck that I milked him to temporarily get up there, or I'll stay up here because I'm able to maintain a 50% win rate against this higher rank, at which point, who cares that I milk people up here? I belong here anyway. So the system corrects itself all the time.
I'll let you milk me.
It doesn't. The system. It doesn't. The system is flawed if that is possible, because I have seen people in Tekken 7 that have done that just systematically dodge, I don't know, 30% of the roster. Every Lei player, every Link player, every Gigas player, every Marduk player. Every time they want to done that character and they play someone they are comfortable with. That's a joke, right? Like, that is not a ranked system. That doesn't provide a environment where we can compare each other on a fair level.
So again, I think. Oh, Mike, you gonna say something?
No, I was just gonna. I'll just quickly react these super chats just so we don't keep on interrupting the conversation.
Sure.
Carnage, thank you for the 17 DKK. I'm not sure what currency that is. I love your content, but we need Dante in this debate.
Dante would be good, actually.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to him in a while, but yeah, we can get him in here later.
Who's Dante? A Tekken player?
Yeah. I think he's one of King Jay's friends.
Yeah, one of King Jay's, true.
Yeah.
Oh, from Birmingham, I think.
Yeah, Birmingham,
Yeah. I think I know. Yeah.
Draco, thank you for the $5. Does the ability to block certain players undermine the competitive integrity of ranked play? Seems like a necessary evil.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, of
it
course.
does, and
100%. Like, why would you block a player? Why would you block a player?
If you know they're cheating.
By that question, with that question, do you guys think seeding is ruining competitive tournaments? Because seeding is picking the best player to go up against the worst players.
Yeah, I've always been against seeding.
Okay, cool.
Always been against. I think Richard or Mark Denton could tell you this. I think they seeded me for a Street Fighter tournament that I eventually ended up winning, and I didn't know. And I told them afterwards, please don't seed me again, because it's the point of the tournament goes out the window. It shouldn't be, oh, we know that you're good at Street Fighter 5. We want to see you in the grand finals or whatever. It should be, this was the luck of the draw. You got Daigo in the first match. You're better than everybody else, but you ain't better than Daigo, so you're gonna have to hold that shit. It's not fair on some new player having to suffer through that, and then I get a scapegoat. So yeah, I'm completely against seeding.
I agree. I prefer RNG seeding.
I agree. Finn, I do too.
You don't like seeding, right?
Not particularly. No, I don't think it should be seeded. No.
So literally 99% of offline Tekken tournaments you think are not competitive because they're seeded, right?
No, they are less competitive. They would be more competitive if they are not seeded.
But what are they less competitive then?
Because you don't give them.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, you just don't give them in like distributional advantage or whatever you would call it.
Mm-hmm.
But what are they less competitive then? If that's the peak, I would say like the Tekken World Tour is peak tournament for Tekken, right? What is it less than?
What do you mean the Tekken World? I mean, they're not seeding the Tekken World Tour, do they? They're just randoming out the groups.
Yeah, I don't think the Tekken World Tour is seeded.
Is it not a double limb? Was it round robin?
They put you into groups that I believe they're randomly generated, and then you, from those groups that you, I guess 2 of you get out of it, you then go through. So some groups, I remember there's been a thing of like having death groups where it's like Nobi's in here, JDTR's in here, Knee's in here, like everybody's in this group.
Sorry, do we even in Tekken, like what tournaments in Tekken are actually in the Tekken World Tour or whatever are actually seeded?
Yeah, I didn't bring up seeded. I don't think we do see.
I mean, every offline tournament seeded.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if we have. I don't know Street Fighter well enough. I don't know Mortal Kombat or other games. I might just be ignorant of this because I don't look into it. I don't know that Tekken scene does seed our tournaments. We might.
I'll put money on it. I'll put money on it.
You might.
Even if they don't do it on purpose, Start GG does it.
Oh, yeah, maybe. But to be fair, for me, that's almost beyond the scope of the discussion, because I'm trying to work out, like, imagine the four of us are tasked with designing the best rank system, right? What does the best rank system mean? That's, for me, is like the real crux of it. And like I said at the beginning, for me, the idea is that, like, I think competitive integrity matters, but I think that there are other factors that matter more. And that those other factors and like the ratio at which we should consider them is the thing that I'm really interested in discussing. So whether they seed in tournament or not, for me personally, I'm like, whatever. I'm trying to work out, as someone who's played a bunch of different fighting games and a bunch of different rank modes, the best ranked mode experience I've ever had was Tekken 7. Tekken 7 was not a perfect game. Loading screens, character bounces, all kinds of fucked up. It was the best experience that I've had. The most fighting game players I've made friends that I've made, not through YouTube or anything like that, just through the sorting algorithm of the game, has happened through Tekken because of the structure of the game that happens. And for me, I think that ideal ranking system isn't. Finn describes a ranking system as exclusively a sorting system. Its job is to decide who is the best, who is the worst, right? That is his exclusive job. And I think he's defining the purpose of the rank system too narrowly. I think to assert like that is the purpose of it. I'm like, no, that is the purpose that you can design for it.
Yeah.
But the developers can decide the purpose of their rank system. And we as a community can just say, we want this system or we want this other system.
No, the developers can't do that. Then they should not. No, the developers cannot do that. No, they can't. They then should not call it ranked like they do with quick match, casual match. That is where that should be. A ranked mode has to abide by a fixed format. Otherwise, you are literally disqualifying it as a ranked mode. And I don't really like chat. We have wait a minute. We have the lobby now we literally have more social interaction points in this game.
Are there points on the line in the lobby?
Sorry. No, but that is not the... Okay, look. What you are kind of pitching to me is like kind of playing Counter-Strike in a server, like I did, making friends, shit-talking with people, playing 24/7 gun game, KZ or Death Run, and then you're entering 5v5 comp queue, and you're being outraged that the game does not allow me to voice with the enemy team. Like, of course you're not allowed to do that. It's not a casual mode. It's a ranked mode. It's a competitive mode.
Yes. And what I'm saying is that even in the Tekken 7 system, I could pretty much make sure that if your highest rank that you achieved was Tekken God Prime, and the highest rank I achieved was Tekken God Emperor, was Fujin, you were a better Tekken player than me, even with its quote-unquote non-competitive nature.
I have seen Tekken God Primes lose to Fujins because they literally did what I just described and ignored the character, one and done the character, had no idea about the character, and they lost to Fujin Link players, Fujin Marduk players, Fujin whatever. And the point of a proper ranked system is to make sure that can't be actually the case, because you have to prove yourself against the entire environment, which is the cast, which is the entire cast.
I've watched Oz and Ash lose to nobodies. Like I've seen upsets before. Yes, I agree. But at the same time, you are right to say that, like...
But the guys against Arsenal, they were not some random Fujins. They were random in the sense that you don't know them, but they were like, I don't know, God Freeze or some shit. Or God Force or God Fives. But they were not some... You didn't see... you know what I mean? Like, you didn't see Arsenal lose against a fucking Fujin. That is categorically impossible, because Arsenal actually practices against the entire cast. So
no, Arsenal is better. We all agree that Arsenal is better than whoever the fuck he lost to. But the point I'm trying to make is that a certain amount of imperfection, even in the tournaments which we're holding up as the Supreme, is going to happen. And my point is, you're like, the fact... I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're like, the ranked system must be perfectly competitive integrity, have perfect competitive integrity, or it has no value. Or that competitive integrity is the highest virtue. Maybe that's the thing, right? And so,
it needs to have at least. We have a bit of a priority list. For example, the things we right now have that are disgusting in a competitive environment are 10 dead ranks in the beginning, because you can't demote from them. That doesn't make any sense. We have win streak bonuses.
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense. We have the negative part of the block list instead of a proper and reliable anti-cheat, and then the game, for example, with the the instances where the game determines that the connection is not viable and lets you abort the match, right? That's already enough. You don't need to block players for that. But because we don't have an anti-cheat, we have blocked list, which obviously at the higher you go in ranked, the less players there are, so you can actually have an advantage by putting Joker on a fucking block list.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
You block the pros, yeah.
So that's free. Then we have, as the fourth point, one-time bonus point injections, only because you reached an up rank, but not the reverse. Like, you don't have a penalty for losing said rank. Bad. So that's 4 points. And still, people are able to plug on you at least and prevent you from getting any points.
There's another point, Finn, that I think is even bigger than the ones you mentioned, which is the fact that it should not be. This is where I actually do become ruthless in the rank system. You should not win more points for winning than you lose for losing.
Exactly. Yeah, you're completely right. It depends.
Everyone talks about rank inflation and all this stuff. That the second Tekken 7 introduced this concept, mathematically it became inflationary.
In our system, yes. If you had a proper ELO system, that would be part of the course, right? If you lose against a player like way more low skilled than you, way less ELO points, you lose a shit ton. But if you win against them, you don't get as much, right? But then it doesn't break your rule, right? Because it doesn't. It doesn't break your rule actually, because you don't get more for winning than for losing. So your rule is obviously correct.
Yes.
So these are 5 things, right? These are 5 things I take huge issue with.
Agreed.
But the biggest of all is that the very first point, the foundation of the ranked system, the proper fixed format that every player needs to abide by is not established. And that to me is crazy. And again, I actually played Tag 2 ranked. First to 1 is obviously not enjoyable. Obviously not. We don't obviously first to 1 is not fucking enjoyable. And I think we can all agree that first to 2 should be the least, right? First to 2 should probably be the least if we are doing this. So to me, this needs to, and if you, it's not that I don't understand your sentiment, because I had those matches as well. In Tekken 7, right? I made kind of friends that I know to this day, right? Through the Tekken 7 ranked system. I don't agree, I don't disagree with you. But the thing is, these are things that the ranked system actually shouldn't offer. It shouldn't offer them. They turned it into that, but it's not what a ranked system should actually be.
And that's the crux of our debate, right? Because you're being like, no, that is not the point. The purpose of rank is exclusively to simulate a sort of like hermetically 100% competitive integrity, almost tournament-esque, right? Tournament-esque environment where we are playing an agreed upon set. And again, just like you can understand the virtue of where I come from, I can understand where you're coming from. But, and this is the core philosophical disagreement between us, I think that the standards of an online ranked mode are to be more than just what you are describing. And you're being like, no, they can't be that, because if you want that, then you go play this casual environment. No. You have the lobby, you have quick match. And I'm like, yeah, but you can't do that for a variety of reasons.
Why? When you say it should be more than that, can you specify what you're alluding to?
Right. Like I've already said, the best online ranked experiences I've had, like I said, have happened because you've been having long sets. Now, you can play long sets in a quick match, but the thing is, having there be points on the line, having us decide which band of skill we are in is a factor in the quality of that. So that's why I find it is not, one cannot simply say, well, if you want that, go play quick match or go play this other non-competitive mode. This is especially true in our Tekken community because we know for a fact that various people, including me and Finn, will often be like, if we're trying to get a sense of, okay, well, where are you in the skill distribution of this game? We'll just ask what your rank is, right? So we use rank communally, the single mode, to determine just how good you are. And my point is, assessing everyone on a limited first to 2 format is for me, it is insufficient. It is insufficient.
My only pushback to what you said is that, like, you keep saying that it was the best experiences that you had, but objectively speaking, do you really think that going down the deathmatch route, especially with the kind of player base that we have now, would breed the best results? I'm not saying that what we have now does, but going to the other extreme, I do believe, because it's become such a thing to have the shiny PNG rather than the way the culture used to be, where it was like, this is just an earned thing. It's not that big of a deal, but it's cool to have it. I am of the mindset that if we do bring back death matches, and I understand the merit in having death matches, especially in Tekken,
especially in Tekken,
especially as like a fun factor, death matches were the best times I had on ranked. Games that allowed me to do long sets with people in a ranked mode were the best times. But objectively speaking, I don't know if that breeds the best competitive environment, because there were times where I would come against a player, and because I'm stubborn, I'm not leaving this match. And I've lost 20 times. And he's like, he's not leaving. I'm just going to take his shit.
No, I've done that. I've had situations where I am the hammer and where I'm the nail. I've had situations where I'm like, I don't know this is a FinnT matchup. I will absolutely lose 20 and I'll get demoted, but at least I'll learn the matchup. Or vice versa. I'm like, I'm just going to beat this guy up. I'm having a great time. I'm having fun. Here's the thing though. Like I said, if the point distribution is done correctly, it will self-correct. Because if I then get promoted to a rank where I'm not good enough, all of a sudden I'm not winning anymore.
Well, should you have even been allowed to get to that rank? Why are we allowing you to get there?
I think that because you can never pinpoint the quality of skill a player can have perfectly with any point distribution system, so long as it corrects over time, I'm happy. For example, there are plenty of people who have made
but it didn't correct.
But it did.
You shouldn't. No, it didn't. You shouldn't even be allowed to get to that ranked. To get to that rank, that is not a correction.
But hold on. Even as someone who I personally have only ever done like first to twos, there have been times where I've gotten up to a rank, let's say Tekken King, only to get demoted again. Like my point is, there is always going to be fluctuations for all players. There isn't a hard set point. Like you should never be able to.
But the system shouldn't
correct, even if you play correctly.
Okay, but the system, the ground, the foundation shouldn't give you the means to do that. Like, okay, the problem here is as well, you two motherfuckers are honorable. But let's be honest, there are so many people that did this, that are constantly just I mean, they do it even in Tekken 8, even though you only have to play a first to two.
I hear it.
It's insane, and you already lose me. You can't call your mode ranked. You cannot call it ranked or like the competitive mode if we don't even have a fixed format. And I know it's hard. It's not hard to admit, but it's hard if you don't have the perspective. Chad probably has the perspective. Mike should actually have them as well because he played Marduk. Now I played almost every character in Tekken 7, and I can tell you when I played Kazuya or Jin. Time of my life, no problem. Everyone rematches me. I can play a deathmatch against any motherfucker. But I played Lei. I went to Lei and said I want to pick this guy up. You're not gonna have that experience. You're not gonna have it. People are even plugging on you in Tekken 7. People are. This is besides the point. It doesn't have to do with the system, right? But it's about the social environment as well. We have players that play characters and they are part of the community, and I value them. That have a really fucking negative experience. That had a pretty negative experience compared to other characters in Tekken 7. And I know that because I did it. I first-hand experience.
No, Finn's right. As someone that played 3 characters in Tekken 7, Feng Wei and Negan, no problem. People were happy to run the set. Marduk, I don't remember getting a set with anybody with Marduk. Marduk is, you have characters in fighting games that will make people want to pull their hair out. Like I have been sent messages on the like get ready for the next battle screen. You know how long it took in Tekken 7 to get started. By the time the match has actually started, the guy has already told me to go fuck myself. I'm a scrub because he's seen Marduk. And I deal with this in Bleach right now. When I play Aizen or when I play Kaien, I get a rematch. Always get a rematch. When I play Renji, there's no rematch to be had. Even if they win, but they win by a slither, and they know he's going to get me next game. I won't get a rematch. So
I hear you. Both of you have made a very compelling argument, and I actually think it's the best argument against my case. But again, on a philosophical level, the issue I have with it is this: that the experience of, how do I put this? The experience of honorable players, let's say, should be made worse as to ensure that dishonorable players don't get to abuse the system.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right, that's a trade. So it's a punitive trade. It's more about punishing the wicked.
I mean, punishing is a bit of a weird.
I'm trying to find the ideal word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's more about suppressing the will of the wicked than allowing the virtuous to have the best possible time.
Yes, but on top of it, again, I don't want it to be I don't want to have that ignored. even in my ranked system, right? Even in my, like, okay, let's say first to free. Okay, even in my first to free hardcore ranked system, you are forced to play it. Otherwise, you're getting deducted the entire points you would have lost, right? Or won. Even in that ranked system, you are obviously still free after you played that ranked set and you said, this was such a nice set I had against this, whatever, to add them to your friends list and go in a lobby and continue the set and do a first to 10, right? That is, I know what you mean if there are like no points on the line. Like, I get you. But I do. But the thing is, we need at least one mode in a fighting game that is a serious ranked mode, a competitive environment that you can take somewhat seriously. And guys, I know at the end of that road, at the end of the competitive pyramid is like, I don't know, the first to 10 against Daigo or some shit, right? Or the tournament, right? That's the end of the pyramid. But I'm tired. I'm so tired of having in my favorite game, because Street Fighter, guess what? It essentially has a better ranked system, but not in the sense that, not in the format sense, right? You can still first to done. So this is not better, but I like the Elo system more, right? Even Guilty Gear has that. So they have a little bit upside, but I'm so tired. I'm so tired of every fucking fighting game that I played having an essentially a piss poor ranked format. And let's be honest,
Then would you agree, again, not trying to get you, I think we might actually come to agreement here. Would you then agree that the ideal system, if we could pull one out of our ass, would actually be a system where you could play anyone for as long or short as you want, but you had a rigid ELO system?
That's a lot of maths in the background.
Well, that's the thing.
Would that be the ideal? I know we started by saying that if we take for granted that ELO isn't on the table.
Yeah, because
exactly. We all agree on that. But my point is, because I'm trying to work out what is more important in our ideal system. Is the ideal system the one where, Chad, you get your long sets, but because you can't manipulate it because of the way ELO works, right? If I'm significantly better than you, it's keeping track of the win-loss secretly in the background or whatever. Would that be our ideal system? Or are you like, no, I still want us to be locked into the first set?
I still have the fundamental problem with it that a super high ELO player could farm a lower ranked ELO player. He would get only like 1 point per match or something, or half a point, but he could still do it. And
that level of richness, my thinking was like the closest we could get to an agreement would be that. But even if that isn't enough, because a hypothetical true bastard could like skim the system and thus...
we even had that in Tekken 8.
Of course, we have always, and we'll always... Yeah, I remember fuck season 1. I remember there were Tekken God Omegas who were just clearly boosted. Like that has always been the case. But that didn't change the fact that when I reached Fujin for the first time, or I take them for the first time, it was fucking awesome. Or when like my favorite shooter did it.
Exactly, right? but that's my point, right? You and me and Mike, and even C4 when he occasionally, I don't know, plays ranked, which is probably never, but our journeys through the Tekken 7 ranked system, because we are not fucking bitches, was legitimate. In the biggest, or in the sense it can be in that ranked system, right? But the thing is, the ranked system has to make sure that every fucking player's journey is legitimate. If it's to the bottom or to the top, bitch.
And that's the disagreement between us. And again, I'm not going to convince you otherwise, because I think, ironically, this is actually bigger than Tekken. I realize as people, you are you as a person are more motivated by the punishing of the wicked than the thriving of the good. But like I'm perfectly high. Sorry, you see, you've been so quiet. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably go quiet again after this because the conversation isn't where I'm at. So I wanted to ask Finn, would you class it as what was the word you was using before? Like the integrity of
competitive integrity
in ranked. If I come back from work at like 10 o'clock and all the scrubs are playing from 10 to 12 and all the pros who are, unemployed are playing during work hours, am I not cheating the system, but using an easy way to rank up because I can't play when all the top players are playing?
Or playing at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of things you can do even within the ideal system.
I mean, because you're talking about the system of Tekken making it so everyone has to grind at the peak.
I mean, actually, I don't even. I know what you mean, but I don't even know if the ranked system is like cutthroat enough that would even reasonably give you an advantage.
I remember this might not be the best example, but I remember I was a big fan of watching what's his name? Hopper. Hopper played through ranked, and he was talking about, because he plays through all kinds of hours, and he's like, yeah, the level of competition after 4 o'clock is way less. So it's just like if you wanted to scum your way up, you would just play at 4 o'clock. He didn't do that. He played at all hours, including the 4 o'clock hours. But he's like, yeah, I told you, you could just totally do this.
And after 7, you're going to get all the jobbers, all the casual players, because the casual players are going to come on after work. So that's
so if we're trying to optimize again for perfect, then we'd be like, okay, everyone must play ranked between these hours. And again, I know no one's.
This is mentally ill. Like,
I know you're not putting for that. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I know you know that. But what I'm trying to say is like the amount of things we're willing to sacrifice for this idealized version of the perfect competition. We're just disagreeing on. We're disagreeing on how much else of the experience is worth sacrificing on that altar.
Could I just say 2 things? Firstly, C4, if you want to throw a spanner in the works and move the conversation at any point, feel free. I just didn't know if you were still on baby duties or not. The other thing is, let's say that fighting games have peak hours and off peak, the same way some gyms do memberships or the zone 1 to 3, there's off peak hours or whatever. What if there was a system where it's like, okay, you can't really figure it out when the game comes out, but as they're updating the rank system, if it's that, okay, our peak activity is from lunchtime until 4 o'clock, and then at 4 o'clock, our most, I guess, our best players jump on at this time. Couldn't you create a system where it's like, okay, well, activity dies down here. There's a bunch of like casuals and whatever, and people before bedtime playing. Couldn't you decrease the amount of points you get in certain hours? Isn't that a thing that you in theory could code?
If you wanted to, I don't see why you couldn't. But it's even deeper than that. Have you guys heard of Tekken Sniper?
No.
There's a website. A website called Tekken Sniper. You can literally just type in right now. I probably shouldn't be telling you this because dishonorable people. But like, you can go on Tekken Sniper right now and just see who's playing what character in your area within your range bracket. So you could literally go on Tekken Sniper and be like, too many shies, not playing rank today. A bunch of casuals doing that. Like, yeah, if you're a bad actor, you absolutely will always be able to find a way to game the system. Which is why, for me, when designing a system, I'm not designing it with a primary goal of like fucking over the bad actors. My number one aim is making sure that good actors have the best possible fucking time.
But you can be a bad actor. Oh, sorry, you cannot be a bad actor. That's fucking horrible sentence. You cannot be being a bad actor and cheat the system with the time zone thing that I was talking about. You could be someone who's got a 9 to 5, and then by the time you jumped on, all the other 9 to 5 players were on, and you just farm them. And it's not your fault that you're avoiding the fucking AO Richies and Arson Ashes. It's just that's the only time you can play. So, and I'm trying to go to the logical end of what Finn is saying, where it's like, well, if ranked is meant to be this, holy bastion of skill, then some people are just automatically excluded from that because of the times they play.
First, look, that is something that we actually would even have to prove, that the level of play is so much lower. Because, I mean, wouldn't you assume that the people who play at fucking 4 a.m. Europe time are fucking playing this game all day? Like, and are the truly live, the true no-lifers? Wouldn't you actually assume that naturally? Like, you would first have to prove to me. I know that people say that. Oh, if you play rank Q, 3 a.m., you only find like brain dead fucking whatever, but I don't really know. I don't really have
3 a.m. thing though. I didn't make that. I said after work. I said 7 till like 10. You're gonna have worse players.
Yeah, but the no-lifers are always there. Like the no-lifers play at every day. Like, and these are the best people that play the game. They are playing at every hour in the day because that's almost their job.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's more casual players
it's
at that time.
Yeah.
I shouldn't even need to prove this.
Look, okay, even like, let's say I give it to you, like, okay, like that's just like a natural barrier. That's just a natural, not even problem. It's just a natural circumstance. Like you can't address that. I mean, you could, but you would be fucking insane. Like, that's unreasonable.
So, okay, there you go then. So it's unreasonable. That's what I wanted to get to. Like, because I'm trying to, if I'm going with what you're saying, and I understand, well, I think I understand when you're talking about the integrity being like all else fair, everything being fair, the better player should always get more of a reward or be higher ranked. But there's so many variables that can make the journey there easier or harder that you don't have to be a bad actor to benefit from. That's my point.
Yeah, but the amount you're benefiting is, that's up for. I mean, I would argue the amount you're benefiting in a system that where you can decide what character you want to rematch how long is far greater than just the natural distribution of skill throughout the day that might or might not be 10% less at whatever the rush hours. I don't know.
There. Before I'll jump back and look, I've got one more question for Finn. In this kind of like list of what is good and bad, where would me like playing on a hitbox fall under? Say you got someone on a hitbox versus on a pad. It doesn't matter. So peripherals don't matter. Okay, cool.
I do actually want to talk about that a little bit, what C4 is getting at. I'll just quickly read out these super chats. Kingsley, thank you for the £10. To back up Chad's argument, a certain dev perspective is that the main goal for a rank system is engagement, not just competitive integrity. The COD devs have released some white papers arguing for that.
Yes, that is the problem, right? That is I mean, you're not really backing up his argument. You're describing the unfortunate reality that we all know why this is in the game. Because the devs know that most humans are scrubs. Naturally, we are humans. We are scrubs, and they know that. Sorry, they know that. Basically, they want to feel good about themselves when they are doing well, pretty much anything, and that is why the ranked environment is designed to push you into ranks that are called fancy names, previously reserved for at least halfway competent players. See the recent K-Wiz video for a prime example of this. If you doubt my words, so. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case, yes.
Again,
which is part of the problem. Sorry.
Sure, no, I hear it. Again, you're asserting as fact that which is preference. Like, because the thing is, what people want from ranked is different. And what you are saying is like, no, what I want from ranked is the same thing that people want from Evo or from locals. I want my rank system to be an ungameable, perfect one-to-one mapping of where I am in the rank distribution. After all, that is what the word rank means. And whereas for me, right, and then for me, what I want is I want the rank system to issue bands of skill and then act as a skill-based matchmaking thing to give me people close to my approximate level of skill. That's what I want the rank system to do. So long as it's not matching me up against Blunt Smoker 66, who is super casual, right? But also isn't matching me up against, say, Arson Ash, who is way above my level. Then I'm like, then it's serving its purpose. So long as it's giving me good games against people within my skill bracket, my bracket, one above, one below, or two above, two below, it is serving its function.
Yeah, and it's not doing that right now, right?
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
It's not at all. The problem is it's not at all doing that right now. Because
okay, so then that's a separate issue. Yeah, if you want to say that actually current rank system is failing in that, then we can have discussions about how
it did also not do that in Tekken 7. Because when it's just two examples. Right now, K-Wiz, for sure as shit, didn't have a competitive viable experience because his opponent was complete fucking insanely ass to the point where it was laughable. And in Tekken 7, I had the same things happening when I played certain characters, which is not only due to their lack of popularity. Marduk was pretty popular. It's because you had people there one and dunning the shit out of that character, and actually they should have gotten basically they should have been blocked from a certain progression through the ranked system because hey, you don't know your shit yet. Like you are not as good as you think in our environment, which is against the entire cast. I mean, it is like if we want to be truly casual, then I don't have a problem when people want to play quick match and, for example, they want to filter what characters they are able to play against quick match. Let's say you could do that. I have no problem with that. Absolutely none. But if you have all I demand is one truly competitive mode. And again, I think it's actually unfair that modern fighting games, or especially Tekken 8, is so fucking soy that I don't even have one truly competitive mode in this game, but I have a fucking arcade lobby where I can go around with Mike and play fucking Tekken Ball and dance around and, whatever, do an emote. I can do all that shit, right? All that shit I can do, but I have not one cutthroat competitive mode. It's obscene to me. It's actually insane.
I totally get that. And the K-Wiz example is actually a really good example, right? Because what the K-Wiz example shows is that we have this, due to the nature of inflation, how easy it is to rank up, we're creating a situation where very often there's a fail rate in giving KOS players of his caliber. And what I'm trying to explain to you is that I don't think the fail rate is ever going to be 0. And if you wanted to make it 0, the things you would do would actually go so far as to ruin the experience for everyone involved. So there's a certain
at least for KOS, because you couldn't find matches.
Well, sure. But the point is, I'm willing to accept a certain amount of fail rate so long as the overall experience is good. And I think, let's say I'm willing to accept a 2% fail rate. Every once in a while, the game's going to match me up against someone who just scummed their way up here. Okay, fine. I can live with that so long as the overall experience is good. Whereas you're like, no. If a single person, or even let's say I don't know what the percentage number is, but let's say it's 2%, then the system has failed its job. And I'm like, no, I think you're going too far. It's similar to how one might say, like, I know it's it's an extreme example, but it's the biggest example that comes to mind. Let's say you wanted, like, say, the murder rate in the UK to be 0. I'm like, okay, cool. Then we'll just make sure that everyone has to stay in their house the whole time.
Wait,
right?
Let me understand this.
There are things you could do, but we accept that actually a certain amount of fail rate is useful for the freedom that it otherwise permits.
But you are but you are not saying when I say I want a first to free, for example, fixed, and that is what you need to abide by or you get penalized. You're not saying that is going too far, right? Because that's basically all at the ground level I'm asking.
No, at the ground level, we agreed on this last time. If you want to say everyone is flocked to a minimum of a blank, 32, 33, I'm with you. The issue is that for me, the ideal ranked version would be like, I actually have met a fellow warrior who's actually at my level. And there's probably no one I've encountered the past week that I would have more fun fighting against, again, 4 points, than this other person. And if that other person agrees, I will want the system to fulfill that. But what you are doing is coming in as a referee and be like, no. Because if we allow you to do this, Chair, we know you're honorable and your motives are just. But if we allow you to do this, the integrity of the whole rank system comes into disrepute. Therefore, I know it would be the most fun for you to do this, but we must forbode this. And I'm like, yes, but respectfully, this is the best aspect of fighting it. That's a poor trade. And you're like, no, it's what we have to do.
But respectfully, how do I say this without sounding like an asshole? Like, respectfully, I just put that in the beginning of the sentence.
Yeah, I didn't say that thing. Yeah.
Right? That's how it works. Yeah. So it's the ranked system is not there. Like a ranked system, a ranked environment, a competitive environment is not there to care about your feelings and what you find is fun. It's just not there to do that. Again, it's like going 5v5 comp in Counter-Strike and being outraged that I can't do voice chat with the enemy team. Yeah, bro, it's not designed to be the social environment. And again, I just want to highlight, you can still have that set in a lobby just without points.
Without the points.
Still have it. Like,
that matters though. But that matters. No, we agree. No one disagrees. You can absolutely do that without points in a non-ranked system. Of course you can do anything. My point is,
can I just
matter.
I do want to say though that video games, the primary function of a video game is to be fun.
Thank you.
So this is where I think I deviate from Finn a little bit.
It doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you feel. It's work. Ranked mode is work.
The mode is literally you can call the mode in my game. The mode would be called no fun mode. No fun allowed. Foxy Grandpa, no fun allowed.
No, we're onto something. We need a new mode that's not called ranked. It's called work mode. Now we're talking, Finn. Now we're cooking. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me make my point. Let me make my point.
Sorry, go on.
Tekken 8 ranked is not a fun place to be for multiple reasons, and one of them is unfortunately the point in which calls the integrity of the mode into question as well, which is death matches. Death matches, they are also a problem. I don't know if they're a bigger problem than what we're facing right now, but we also faced one and dones in Tekken 7 as well. But the culture sort of steered towards doing longer sets. And for me, when I play a video game, when I'm playing a fighting game, I want to play ranked. I don't want to play casual. I don't want to play quick match. I want to play ranked. So I'm looking at it as like, how do I derive the most fun possible from this whilst also maintaining the integrity of the mode? And I think Tekken 7 and Tekken 8 both failed in that regard. I think there's a middle ground where this can actually work and benefit everyone. I've said it before. I know this is probably an outlandish idea. It doesn't seem outlandish to me, but I've always said, do the first two in Tekken enforced. You have to enforce the first two. You cannot allow people to leave after one game.
Agreed.
Otherwise, it defeats the purpose of a ladder. You get rid of, if you get rid of the ladder, I don't care anymore. But if the ladder's there and people are climbing it, you cannot let people leave. But what I would do at least in Tekken's case, I don't know if like maybe C4 could chime in on this with anime games, but I would then allow for not a second ranked mode, but a portion of it where it's like you can do a rematch in a deathmatch scenario. And if you win the deathmatch scenario, you're also ranked within rank. So like you have medals to say, I've won 1 deathmatch or 2 deathmatches or 3 deathmatches. That way the point system doesn't get all mumbled up with like one and doners. And it shows that not only is this guy good at like finishing his sets, he also cooks people in death matches. That way everybody wins, because you can't do points with ranked and death matches. It just doesn't end up working, because even if you diminish it to 50 points, which is what a lot of the death matches end up being in Tekken 7, you can, in theory, farm the shit out of that person, and it just defeats the whole purpose.
I agree with. Oh, sorry. Again, Sifa, go ahead.
I was saying, I guess you can say Strive's got that, but it's not on purpose. They had the celestial grinds where it's just levels. You qualify for different levels, and you get to the penthouse, and then you're the best. And they only added ranked like less than a year ago.
August
now.
last year.
Yeah, less than a year ago. They added rank, and everyone wanted ranked.
And it's good. It's a good rank mode.
Yeah. I was gonna say I don't know. I disagree with Mike.
But can you not to interrupt you? I actually want to hear you explain C4. Can you? I don't know the Guilty Gear rank system, just so I'm part of the speed.
Yeah,
How does it actually work?
Yeah, sorry, I need to take that back. It's not actually that good because you can't sorry, yeah, you can. Sorry, because I did, bro. Johnny players are fucking bitches. You get one and done. You get one and done. No, sure. you do, but you have the Street Fighter rank mode where you go from Bronx to Vanquisher, and then you have an elo system.
Okay,
That's it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's their rank. The Celestial is. I don't even. What would you say? It's kind of like it is ranked, but instead of like matchmaking, it's like you're invited to a cool club, and every level you go up, you're in another cool club. So you get to the top, and then it's like all the best players.
That's what I want.
That's what I want. Do you remember?
Yeah, but the towers didn't work out that way. The towers didn't really work out that way, did they?
Can I tell you? Yeah. Can I tell you what?
Sorry, Chad, just before you go, C4 was going to say that he disagrees with me. I was just curious.
Sorry, yeah.
I think the greatest lie that people told themselves is that games are designed to be fun. They're not. Games are designed to make money, and if they could make a game that was just addictive and people were like try hard, like you see people play League of Legends, or you can see Blackheart when he was playing Tekken and he was raging. If they knew the formula for that and they could put in every game to get people to play it, they'll do that, and they wouldn't care about fun. So this has to be fun. No, it needs to be addictive. That's what games are for. And tryhard mode in a game could be addictive. If you put tryhard mode in a game and people were playing it, they'll go like, "Fuck it, there we go. Then we'll keep doing it."
Isn't that fun? Like, in order to get people addicted to something, or at least in the video game context, it would need to be some level of fun.
No, I think
I'm pretty addicted to Pokemon right now. Like now you show me that tech with Alakazam. Now I'm tweaking stuff. Now I'm like, right now I kind of want to play, but we're doing the debate. But it has to be fun on some level, and then you can draw me in with other things, and then I stick around.
I disagree. I think you can be addicted to something that is very bad for you.
Yeah, I don't know why you're disagreeing. You're both actually agreeing. What Mike is saying is how it should be, and how we as consumers should be asking for it to be, and he's right.
Yeah.
But C4 is right to be like, no, people can be compelled by toxic things. And the skills, that's how the skills blocks works. Like you can absolutely be locked in psychologically to a thing that you aren't enjoying. Like that is, and in devs, while they might position, we want this to be fun, and that's certainly how they'll market it. I think C4 is right to be like, a lot of executives are like, if there's this thing that can keep you locked in, but it's less fun, they will side for the locked in thing, engagement over everything. So they would absolutely do that. So you're actually both right. But the thing is, Mike slowly but surely is moving up to my position. He won't admit it. But the thing is, because again, it's the weird dismissal where me and Finn I get passionate about this. Like, it's sort of, ranked isn't about fun. It's about finding out who's the best. And I'm like, no. There's a fun component in the ideal ranked mode. Right? Like, and this is subjective. Like, it's one thing to say, no, ranked shouldn't be about fun. It should just be about sorting. I'm like, okay, if that's your opinion and you make a fighting game, you can have that. But for a lot of fighting game players, including me, fun is an element. like in a healthy rank mode. And not only is it an element, it's an element that I'm willing to sacrifice some, not all, maybe not even much, but some competitive integrity in order to have. And that's the core disagreement, because it seems like, no, you should sacrifice nothing on the altar of competitive integrity. And I'm like, no, there are things one ought to.
But Chad, isn't the only difference if I'm trying to understand your perspective, the only difference is that when you're in ranked, you're playing for something. But that something is superficial because it's just nothing. It's because at the end, casual. No, because going back to what you said, I don't know the Guilty Gear system, but my ideal rank system perhaps will help you understand what I want from a rank system, right? Okay. Yeah.
What I want is we all start in room 1. Imagine a large skyscraper that goes all the way up, and we all start in room 1. Right. And room 2 is better. It's nicer, it's smaller, but it's better. In order to get to room 2, I must be able to beat the majority of people here in room 1. I must be able to maintain a positive win rate. None of this fucking promoting on 40% wins. None of this. In order to get to room 2, I must be able to beat 50%, 51%, let's say, then of the people in this room. Once I do that, I got to room 2. Congratulations, you're in room 2. But in order to go to room 3, I must now be able to beat 50% of the people in this room. So there is a relationship between me and everyone in my current room. I'm trying to beat you. We're rivals, right? I'm trying to beat you. All right. And slowly but surely, I want to reach a point where I can I can no longer progress, because I can no longer maintain a positive win rate against people in my room. If my win rate goes too low, I go down. If my win rate goes high enough, I go up. And if I'm 50-50, I'm here. That's my ideal rank system. And anything that gets in the way of that, I'm against, right?
You described the tower system like literally to a T.
And that's why right. Okay. So then what was wrong with the tower system? Let me hear it. Like, because I don't know. That's why I asked you to explain. I've never seen it before.
Finn can tell you, I engaged with it when I first started playing. That was the only thing. So if I wanted to play good players, I had to get to the top of the tower system to play like Leffen / Verix, blah blah blah.
Sure.
I did it then, but I didn't play it because it was fun or for the the love of the game. I played this because if I'm gonna commentate this game, I need to know what the top players are doing. And I want to experience what they're doing, so I have to get up there where they are. That was the try-hard nature of it. I didn't do it for fun.
No, but that's a separate thing, though. Like,
that's a separate thing.
That's what I'm saying. Ask Finn.
No, but in C4's case, I think your perception of it is skewed because you're a commentator. Like, your goal was to get there for information purposes. Yes. When I look at a rank system, if I'm trying to get up there to fight, when I'm looking to get up there and fight the Leffens or whatever, I'm thinking, okay, is this game fun? Yes. Okay. The most fun that I can have is fighting people that are super strong. I don't want to fight scrubs. So in order for me to get out of this unfun part where the scrubs are, I need to get out of there. So that's how I look at it. You're looking at it as I need information for my job.
That's for Strive though. But before, and this is why I think I'm waiting later on in the convo, because I'm going to do the Tekken thing where I'm going to pull rank, because I'm the only one who's played a tournament offline outside of their country. So when I did that,
that's not true. I have.
Where have you been?
I've played in Greece. I've played in Amsterdam.
I'm going to be like Guernsey.
Okay. All right. So you know what? Maybe Mike's a little bit on my level. So when I did that,
I'm going to pull rank.
Let's hear it.
I went really far.
Let's hear the actual argument. All right.
He is judge. The argument is I'm the best of my street. I'm the best in my town. I'm the best in my county. Yes, now that I've played in another country, I see how insignificant rank is. Like I said, because of fighting games and the nature of fighting games, I can't play Verix properly. I can only play Verix offline. So if I'm playing Strive and I'm trying to be the best and I can't play half the player base, I'm like, it doesn't prove anything. Yes, I'm the best in my area, in my small little pond.
Right.
But that's why Impossible is different.
But the thing is
different.
But for me, when I'm playing ranked, what I want to, first of all, the real competition is myself, not to get a Buddhist monk about it, but my real competition is me, right? And I'm trying to get better and better and better. And it's the truth, though. You'll realize it as you become wise. You'll realize it, right? Like the thing is, though, I'm trying to get to like the best I can be, right? Yeah. So it's like, okay, I'm fucking green rank. Fuck, I want to be a yellow rank player. Sure, one day I want to be Arsenal Nash, but in order to be Arsenal Nash, I first have to be fucking Blunt Smoker 669, right? Yeah, so like, I'm trying to beat everyone at my level, and I want these level bands to be an accurate depiction of skill, right? That's what I want. That's where I agree. But the thing is, they are somewhat, but they are not perfect, and that's the argument. Like, no, I want the rank system to be perfect. I'm like, but no. I can live with a certain level of imperfection because some people game their way up here. Some people scum their way up, and the system will depend down. That's the arguable point. It depends on other factors. For example, in a Tekken 8 system where you can win more points than you can lose, the percentage goes up because there's way more inflation, right? And also, in my ideal system, when you get demoted, you shouldn't be demoted to the top of your last rank. You should be demoted to the middle of your last rank because you have to work your way all the way up. You were invited to the yellow room, you weren't good enough, now you're back down and you have to work your way back up, right? The devs deemed that too harsh. I'm like, no, you weren't good enough, right? And that's okay. That happens to many of us. The first time we get up there, we're not good enough. So now you're going to build your level up, right? Mm-hmm. I want that, right? So there's lots of things you can do outside of the structure of the actual game that will do more to ensure the accuracy. But my point is the best system, right? The best system that combines all the factors that make a good rank system, fun being one of them, as well as competitive integrity, right? And engagement and making sure that you're not gumming up the queues too much, that there is a good circulation of players. Like there's a lot of things that go into making the ideal rank mode, right? It will have that element of it. So it's funny because I want it to be not necessarily deflationary because that's not good either, but I don't want it to be inflationary. I don't want it to be like to help you get up. I want it to be somewhat rigid, whereas like you must be 50% of this population to go to the next level. And then once you have that level, you must be able to be 50% of this population. No negotiations. Don't talk to me about we'll give you 100 more points for winning than you lose. Don't talk to me about 10 win streak, blah, blah. Don't talk to me about that. I want a certain amount of ruthlessness, right? And I think once you've done that, 90%, if not, at least for me, and again, different opinions of what I need from a rank system works. And people being like, but what about Fari Boss? Who's going to cheat and get up there? I'm like, there are going to be bad actors. I don't necessarily want our experience to suffer because of those bad actors. That's a bad trade. And when other people are like, it's a worthy trade. It is important that bad actors can't exist in our game. I'm like, that to me is a bad trade. And that's the real crux of the fight. I think what happened.
I'll be real quick, Finn. I think all of that is all well and good. I still think it's below 50%. And I'm sure as a Tekken player, you know, if someone said that I'm the best in the world, but they've never played anyone from Pakistan, you'd be like, are you though? That's how I feel about ranked. You can go, I'm God ranked. And it's like, but yeah, can you play all these people in NA or other country? And it's like, well, no, I can't because the connection. I'm like, so what does it mean?
No, you're right about
you're
the
the big fish and you're small goldfish. Like
you're right about that, but the ranked mode is.
I'll let Finn go next. No, as a matter of fact, do you know what? Finn, finish your point.
You sure?
Yeah, finish your point. I just didn't want the super chats to build up, but finish your point. I'll read the super chats and then
first thing, someone asked why the towers are shit?
Yes.
Very quickly, the towers were mega shit because this is like obviously not specific to the tower system, but you could go in the tower and you would manually challenge people and you could see the character they play. Which is ridiculous. But over even then, you had a dumb problem where you would change tower levels mid-set, and the set would interrupt. You couldn't play the guy anymore, and you would immediately it would break sets. Right, was a very unpleasant experience. And the last point is it wasn't enough. They didn't have enough room, meaning that at Celestial you had literally top players like Leffen and shit, right, and your Fujin. Like, let's say, envision Street Fighter 6 Season 1. That was how it was. It wasn't enough room, which means you had Justin Wong speedrunning to Master, yes. And then
Blunt 66 is also a Master.
Yeah, and Blunt 66 is also Master, and they have to play. So that was one of the big...
Not enough degrees of separation.
Yeah. So but again, so then that mode fails to do what I'm saying, which is like, for me, the ideal mode it's going to be a percentage fail rate, but will match me up against people at my level. 1 + 1 or -1. That's what it needs to do. And it sounds like, the tower system failed to do that for a variety of reasons, which, that sucks.
I'll just quickly read out these super chats and then I want to respond to what C4 said about rank not mattering on the global scale. So Apex Prime, thank you for the 45 DKK. Hot take, if we ignore the earlier gaslighting from the devs, isn't Tekken actually cooking being only 2 years in with no arcade phase versus older games? No. No, I'm sorry. No, absolutely not. You don't tout the game for a global release and then hold it to the same standards of arcade releases from back in the day. Not only have we moved on, not only has technology progressed, but you set the game up to go global, knowing what Tekken is like. If the game needed to sit in the oven for longer, or it needed more testers, it should have done that. So they absolutely did not cook.
It depends what he means with cooking. Does he mean in terms of gameplay quality and balance and quality of, for example, added new animations? Then absolutely not. does he mean in terms of player retention? There could be an argument, but like these are two different cookings, right?
I think he's talking about the way the game's been developed and shipped, because usually Tekken games will come out horribly broken, but they sit in the arcades for 2 years. So by the time we get them, they're only kind of broken. But Tekken 8 came out, and we were all like, what the fuck? Because a lot of us didn't get to go to Korea or I guess wherever else they had them. We would have to wait until they came out over here for the home releases. It was very rare. I think maybe Chocodero might have had maybe a random arcade here and there back in the day, but for the most part, we didn't get to experience that stuff. Now we are. Tekken 8 when it launched was something. It was a unique, special experience that the global Tekken community wasn't quite ready for. But we all knew, because we used to watch Green Tekken, right? You remember Green Arcade?
Yeah.
We knew. We used to see that shit and be like, fucking hell, man, Dragunov is a real problem. Then they brought him down. So I don't think they cooked. I think the game's gotten better. Like I haven't played it since I last streamed it on this channel, but I think it's gotten better. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $5. Finn is wrong on its face. YouTube is showing 1 to 2 people that are rank inflated. Doesn't mean that it's some widespread problem, not how stats work.
Okay, then how about that? Tekken King is now the most common rank in the entire game. In season 1, it was like, Chat, correct me if it was wrong. Was it even Fujin? So there's your rank inflation.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was
season 2. It's season 2 even. In season 2, not even season 1.
No, season it was since Tekken 8 has come back, there has been a weird. The most populous rank has been suspiciously high. I think in season 1, it was Fujin. And then now it's going up Tekken King, and in both cases that's incorrect.
So sorry, I just need to make a very correction here, because season 1 is kind of irrelevant because we didn't have the 8 god ranks or 7 god ranks. So fuck season 1. But season 2, the most common rank was Fujin. Now it is Tekken King. That's literally 101 rank. I would not even necessarily use rank inflation. I think it's technically correct. I would say the worthless making of rank. I don't know, a different word.
I know what you mean. It can inflate. The point of rank, again, we keep debating what the point of rank is, and even though we're both certain that we know the definition. But I think one of the core functions of ranked, that I don't think either of us disagree, is it needs to be skill-based matchmaking. And when it says get ready for the next battle, the person the algorithm gets me should be at my level, right? And like it should be able to beat the same percentage of the player base that I can have. Ideally, we'll have the same level of skill, knowledge, blah blah blah. What's it called? What's his name? Who rank player? We were just talking about him.
Okay.
Lemon Tea. Sorry, I need to quick. Sorry.
No, go on. I was just gonna say what K-Wiz ultimately demonstrated is like, okay, that was an example of the matchmaking failing, of the rank system as a whole failing. That is, we all agree on that. The question is, why? How? What do we do to fix it? Wow, maintaining. But yeah, go on.
You just admitted there are 7 more ranks, Lemao. Sometimes I get the feeling, Lemon Tea, I love you, my bro. I love you, but sometimes I get the feeling you don't even play Tekken. I just told you, season 2 to season 3. Season 2 had the same number of ranks than season 3. You would know that if you played Tekken. So, like, it's undeniable. Season 2, even the end of it, or you go to the, we have the patch history in EWGF. You can go to the beginning of season 2 and check out the rank distribution. And I'm pretty sure the most common rank was at beginning of season 2, probably Battle Ruler or what it's called. Now, in its first or second month, it's Tekken King. Yeah. That's one-on-one. Like, I'm sorry.
But regardless of what rank it is, it shouldn't be. The arc is also fucked up. But again, we knew, even if you didn't show me the graphs, if you explained the system to me, I would have told you this would happen, because it's inherently inflationary. If you win more points for winning than losing, you will get this. Where the hub will be might change, but like, it's inherently inflationary. That is the issue. So we've already killed the possible. Yeah, exactly. Already worse. So any rank system that allows you to gain more for winning than losing is inherent. That is where me and Finn are like lock sync. I'm like, you've already gone too far. That's what breaks ranked for me, right? I'm like, you've already gone too far, right? Like, it's crazy. So no, I think I do see where Finn is coming from on this. Like, he's right to be like, why is everyone in Tekken game? It makes no sense. And also on a more emotional level, but also still factual, And I remember you actually meant this. This conversation this weekend actually started with this, Finn. You actually said this, and I kind of agreed with you, which was the sense of there's also just an emotional thing about calling someone at that point in the progression Tekken King. To call someone a king of Tekken when they are only in the top whatever percentage is extra triggering. To call someone a god of Tekken who is only really in the top 20th percentile is extra triggering, right? On an emotional level. And it lends to the sense of like, this sucks. And it has all kinds of downwind effects of people who are frankly perhaps intermediate Tekken thinking they're really good. Why do they think that? Because Tekken has called me a god at this game, right? So there's all kinds of downwind effects of a poorly designed rank system. We actually agreed on more than we disagree on. We're just focusing on
that we were both in agreement that this is what Tekken 8 does is really fucking bad for like even the societal climate of the community, like pushing Dunning-Kruger even on a community level by the developers' intention. But sorry, Mike, you wanted to go into C4's point of the ranked environment.
I'll just read out Lemon T's other super chat. Thank you for the $10, bro. Tekken players have been saying for decades that your first Tekken is your worst Tekken. Sure. You can't comprehend the idea that more players will be higher ranked this time around.
Okay, now you're making me. You're making me really angry because.
Relax.
Maybe you go. Okay, you do it. You do it.
Breathe. Lemon Tea. I'm not. Hey, this is good cop chat here. Okay? Listen, there is a mathematical failing in what you just said, right? Even if we take for granted that there are more players now in the Tekken pool, right? You would still expect a overall smoothing of the graph, right? Because what it meant to be in the top 10% would be harder now because there are more people, right? So like the distribution should stay the same, even if there are more people who jumped in at 7. The actual broad definition, like the broad distribution should stay the same, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. So Lemon Tea, you paid £9, so I'll be nice. That is what you have said is factually incorrect, but I like the cut of your jib.
What Chad is saying about the way the points are distributed is a huge problem, and I'm currently dealing with that problem in Bleach because Bleach went one step further. People were bitching and complaining about how much points you used to lose in Bleach because it was quite substantial. So do you know what the developers did? Does anyone want to hedge a guess what Bleach developers decided to do?
You tell me.
Now, when you play ranked, you just don't lose points.
What?
Yeah, that was their solution. Bleach had a pretty good rank system other than the one and done in, where you lost a pretty substantial amount of points. And if you beat somebody that was a very high rank and you were a low rank, you got an upset victory, which was you get a decent amount of points for that. But if you beat someone lower than you, you got a pretty shit amount of points. If you beat someone the same level as you, it was like decent amount of points. But if you lost, you felt it. You really felt it. So it was incentivizing people to one and done. And you know what anime players are like. If they're using Aizen and you beat them with Renji, they're like, well, Renji can't beat Aizen in the anime, so why is he beating me? Fuck this, I'm out. And that's what was happening. A lot of people weren't finishing games or finishing sets, so the developers were like,
how do we motivate people to stay in game?
And now you go look at the Bleach leaderboards, bro. Fucking Jimmy 56 top of the leaderboard just because he's been playing non-stop because he doesn't lose points. And I was on streaming the game, and I came up against players in the top 10, washing them. I'm chatting to the stream. I'm not even paying attention fully to the match, washing them. And these guys are in the top 10. It wasn't like that before. The top 10 actually had the baddest players in the world. I would know because I was at the top of it. Small little toot in my home, but it is what it is. That's what it was. And now you've got regular Joe Schmoes up there. It makes me sick.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like as fighting games as a whole, because I don't exclude whatever some people call it, derogatory anime arena fighter or something. I don't they're fighting games. It's a problem. It's a fucking problem. The very last sentence. Sorry, Mike, I don't want to hold you up. The very last sentence I'm going to say is Lemon Taxi, please also Lemon Tea. Sorry, not Lemon Taxi. Excuse me. The point I want to really highlight about what you said about people just achieved higher ranks because it's their next Tekken. May I highlight the fact, my brother, that we have 10 less ranks? Because the first 10 ranks in this environment you cannot demote from, and you could in Tekken 7. May I highlight that?
The decoration ranks.
May I really highlight that?
we gotta kill decoration ranks. This is the thing. There is so much about this rank system that really leads to the problems we're talking about. And like I said, we agree on 90% of it. And like, if again, one of the things I'm glad is that even last weekend, you moved from saying non-competitive to not competitive enough. It's gradation, right? Because there can be a competitive element, but because there are people that can cheese it, it gets bad. But
because
for
what
me,
Mike just described is
exactly, it's a whole other level, right? Exactly, so it's a whole other level. So compared to that, exactly. But the thing is, all we're disagreeing on is the optimal point on that sort of security versus like quality of game metric, right? And for me, I'm willing to forego a certain amount of competitive integrity in favor of a more fruitful experience, knowing full well that this means that bad actors can manipulate. And you're like, no, I want a hermetically sealed, perfectly locked in system. And for me, I'm like, and you're like, that's what rank should be. And I'm like, that last part of the sentence, that's what rank should be. I'm like, no, that's what you would like rank to be. And I get that. I also would not like rank to be like that, right? But I also want you to be able to go to locals and have your own thing, right? I want people to be able to do that. But like I said, it's hard for me to vote in favor of removing the aspects of ranked that were the most enjoyable to me in ranked.
To you.
And what you're saying, yeah, to me, right? And to a lot of other people, but I guess not you. And what you're saying is like, for the greater good of ranked integrity, we must. And I'm like, I'm just not willing to make that trade.
Well, right
and you're
now,
like,
the greater, right now, the great. I shouldn't read chat. Lemon tea, please. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. I'm getting the feeling. Sorry, let me handle this. I'm very gentle. You said I'm on my best behavior today, and I really am, because it says 10 less ranks. Then why you all whined when nobody hit max rank? So you should never, please never do this. Don't just say things. Did you ever hear me complain that someone in season 2 didn't get Tekken God of Destruction Infinite? No, because I didn't complain about it, because I thought it was sick as fuck that shit is so fucking hard to get. So please don't lie. Please don't lie.
It's even deeper. It's even deeper than that. I remember season 1, again, not to talk. This game is so cooked that we're actually talking about season 1 in positive terms. But I remember getting to like Tekken God Supreme, and then just being like, hey, you don't get to Tekken to God unless you can also occasionally beat K-Wiz or Starbreaker. And I was like, fuck, man. I remember being like, this is brutal, but I didn't want it to be changed. But I remember being like, this is brutal, because Tekken God was such a stacked rank, the game will just serve you up the best players in the region. It's like, look, unless you can maintain a positive win rate against a mix of your caliber of player and Starbreaker, you don't get to come up here. And I was like, God damn, but it makes GOD mean something. And like that, I ain't gonna lie. So yeah, no one in this chat was whining. No one in this chat has been whining about it being too hard. Some people were, don't get me wrong. No one here. You can't level that at any of us.
I remember in season, like Chad's right, in season 1, I remember I was going for God, and it wasn't my promotion match, it was the match before. I was on a roll. Then it matched up with Big Nose, and I was like,
come on, man.
Now I ended up winning.
Hey!
I couldn't believe it. But when I saw his name, I was like, he's gonna fucking kill me. Like he's gonna be quick. And maybe he underestimated me, but that after that, I got matched up with what's his name? He was a Miguel player.
Sephi.
I think
no. Was it Sephi? Yeah, Sephi Black. Yeah, the Miguel player.
It was Sephi Black.
Yeah, Sephi Black. Yeah.
Never saw God.
100%.
He beat me from pillar to post. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Dew Glider, Sephi Black. I had who's the big Asuka player? Not Fergus. Although I didn't run into Fergus. Not Fergus, but I did run into Fergus. He's playing Jun at the time.
Kazama Black.
Mate, no, I don't know.
Kazama?
I'm not sure, but I remember running into a series of pros, and first of all, being like, "It's an honor to play you, sir," and also being like, "I guess I ain't seen GOD." Like it was, but again, I love that, and I like the fact that there is a ceiling on the game. But here's the thing, and again, this is where we get it to. I would have loved the opportunity to play Sephi Black 6 games in a row and get demoted to Tekken God.
Yeah.
I would have loved that opportunity.
That would have been fun. And
even if it would have been bad for the rank, quote unquote, ranked experience, I get it. but I would have sold my soul for the chance to play Sephi Black 10 times in a row, get absolutely bodied, and be like, I got demoted, but I learned so much, and to see where we go. And like that again, that is what we're saying that we should get rid of. And I'm like, it's hard. Oh, they were saying there isn't enough value to it. I'm like, bro, there's so much value to that. Like,
No, it's not that I'm saying, like, I'm saying it. I had the same things, right? Like I had a deathmatch against fucking Mainman Sui, all this blah blah blah, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it can't be in this mode. It can't be. It can't be in the ranked mode. It can't be. It invalidates the goal that the ranked mode should serve. I'm thinking,
what's the movie one thing? But why not? Why not, you son of a bitch? Is it American Psycho? But why not? Why not, you son of a... That's how I get where you're coming from. But come on, why not? We heard it in 7. I know it wasn't perfect. Come on. First attack against Sephi Black.
Yeah, but you know the thing. Do you know what we also had in 7? Again, we didn't have it in 7 because the developers thought that would serve the best ranked environment. We had it in 7 because the developers were fucking dumb. Because if you remember, season 1, the game comes out. Do you guys, Mike? You remember? In season 1 launch day for like I think a month, you could see
only 2 games.
Opponent's character.
Oh
before you accepted the match. And do you know why they did it? Chat, they did it because they are like, hey, this should be fun. We should give the player authority about their experience in the ranked mode. This is bad. And it resulted in, predictably, half the player base having a really fucking shitty time because they never got matches. But sorry, Mike, now you go on with the global...
No, I saw C4 shaking his head. Before I respond to what he was saying earlier, I wanted to give him the floor.
It's going to sound horrible, but when Chad was saying about how he felt proud about playing someone and losing, I went to Cannes Winter Clash when that was on, and shout out to BB Tank. He played Fabs in Guilty Gear. Anyone knows Fabs is like the god Potemkin. And he lost, and he had a smile in his face. I was just there in disgust, and he was like, bro, I got to play Fabs. I was like, you are a casual. You're lucky lucky he was my friend beforehand. And Chad just went, Chad reminded me like, yeah, I'm amongst casuals. Casuals.
That's not fair. The issue is
real warrior.
Is he just calling you a casual? Did he just?
He just called me a casual. That's 2 people in 2 weeks.
He did.
You're not at a casual level, but you're a casual player because a tryhard player is not okay with losing.
Okay, let me tell you why that's wild. Right?
Okay, tell me.
I would like to respond after Chad as well.
Yeah.
I think what C4 said was mad just now.
I think it's mad.
Warrior spirit, bruv. I don't know. I'm sick of Grand Finals of Evo. My bad.
That's crazy. Listen, I know my level, right? And I have very little experience against tournament caliber players, like practically none. So when me playing against the best players in the world and being like, okay, how do I do it? Oh, hey, I won a round. I lost here. That is a rare opportunity. It's incredible. It's an incredible opportunity because I don't have that. If I played against these caliber players all the time, then I'd be like, yeah, I wouldn't feel that way. But like that's how it's meant to be. I think so. Hold on, that's so wild.
Chad, can I just jump in?
Can you repeat the?
Oh my god, it's Foxy Grandpa! I just fucking. I get
better.
That's it, bro. Wow.
Can you repeat the C word though? What was it you said?
Yes.
Casual.
It's a casual mindset. Casual mindset. His skills high, so it's a casual mindset.
Can I please jump in and respond to this because this is mad.
This is madness.
This is not a casual mindset, okay? And this is coming from somebody that's been in the grand finals with Problem X, that's been in the grand finals with Foxy, that has been in top play of Kayane and Kiev. I've played against top players in the games that I play. I was in grand finals against Ryan Hart and Injustice. I've played against these. I was in I think like a top 16 of King J and all them, man. On Tekken.
Was you happy that you lost? Was you smiling when you lost?
No. So I'll get on to why people smile, or like when I come up against somebody really good. When Foxy beat me really bad on Mortal Kombat, I realized that there was a whole other level that I wasn't privy to. And prior to Foxy beating me, I was beating everybody on MK9. At least in London and surrounding areas, I was not being beaten by anybody. Foxy's the first one that came along and beat me. So that smile was there's another level. It's kind of like when
It's a
Goku's
fire under you. It lets a fire under you. Like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's kind of like when Goku fights someone, he's like, oh shit. Now I know, because I'm a good player, that level exists and I can get there. So that's what
that's different from what Chad said. That's different from what Chad said. I agree with that.
But that's what I meant.
No. It's the honor to play you. That's very different.
No,
very
okay.
different.
Then I articulated my situation poorly then. What I really mean is like I'm playing against this guy and like, he is moving way better than me. He's calling out all my he's thinking on a faster level. And I'm like, holy shit. I knew in theory, because I've watched tournament play, that the game could be played like this. But actually experiencing, I'm like, oh fuck, I can see the level. And I'm more motivated to play the game than I was post losing to him than I was before playing him. That's what I'm talking about. That fire getting lit. I'm like, that's incredible. And I don't have that if I lose some randomer. And I also don't have that if I beat someone who I know I'm better than. But like getting beat by someone at the highest level and being like, wow, I can actually see the gap. It's no longer a theoretical gap between us. I actually want to close it. Like, have you never had that? Have you never lost to someone and been like, I am more motivated now after the loss?
Yes, but like, I didn't praise them after. I've had that. I lost the Kaisertron in finals and everyone celebrated him. And I was like, why is everyone happy? This guy's just had a kid. He's not been practicing. Are you not embarrassed that he beat us all? I got mad and I got better. I do both. I do both. I'm like, but one of them is a casual mindset. That's all I'm saying.
No, but the thing is I do both. I go like, wow, I am super motivated to play and like, you are awesome. Like I can do both. Like I can recognize that someone is better than me. Like I don't know why that's wild. Like
no, you're dialing it back now. You're dialing it back. That's not what we said. That's not what you said the first time. That's cool though.
I hear it, but I'm describing a raw emotion. So perhaps if it wasn't the most eloquent way you can describe it. But the thing is, you're like, I don't understand how you can lose and be content. I'm like, or be happy. I'm like,
sorry,
no, because like
maybe that's my fault. I can understand, and I'm saying it's a casual mindset. That's why I don't relate. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking. So I'm like saying, so who? I don't know what games you play, but like, who is the best person at the game you play? At the game you care about?
Let's say when I was playing, in the world or that I played.
At your most competitive peak or whatever. Pick a point on your progression.
When I played Strive, the best player was probably that I came into contact was Fab that time.
Okay, when at that point, are you a pro or are you a step below pro? Because it's different if you're on the same level.
Do you mean like in terms of performance or my mindset? I
am talking about when you objectively appreciate your skills. Am I at world level or am I at local level?
Oh, I'm the best in Europe, and I'm trying to show people outside of Europe that we can play the game. So right. I was sweating.
So at this point, see, that's different. So you actually believe you're at this player's level?
I don't know.
Okay, but even that's different. Because if you don't know, then that's different. I would feel differently if I'm like, no, I think I have a shot here and I lose. Then I'd be pissed. But it's another thing to be like, I'll give you a good example from my youth, right? I remember when I was, I think I was probably about 17, and I had the chance, I was playing basketball at the time, and I got to play Luel Deng. I don't know if you know, there's a UK player, came back to the UK to do summer camp. And I played against Luel Deng, and there was like basically like a one-on-one drill that we were trying to do. And I ended up getting matched against Luel Deng. I'm like, I'm a score on Luel Deng. I'm a fucking score on Luel Deng. Guess what? I never fucking scored on Luel Deng. But the experience of playing an NBA caliber player was fucking incredible, right? Because I'm under no illusion that I'm on his level, but I can see where his level is from now. I'm no longer watching it on TV. And I'm like, that was dope. I scored no points, but I still was able to experience that being better and motivated to get better. That's what I'm describing. But to hear you tell us like, no, at 16 years old, you should not have been happy to lose this player who's at a higher level than him. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, even I think it's kind of cringe, bro. I don't put people on the pedestal, especially fighting game players. We're all just button mashers, bro. I don't put people on the pedestal like that. I can acknowledge that Fab was playing people that are better than me, and I was the underdog in the matchup. I'm like, you don't know me.
You genuinely thought you were at that level.
Cringe. It's casual cringe mentality. That's what. There's nothing wrong with it. I want those people in my bracket.
So based on what I said, do you still think that my mindset is casual?
No, when you described the Foxy thing, where you was happy that you understood that there was a higher level because no one showed you that before. That's fine.
But he was happy though. He was happy.
He wasn't happy that he lost to Foxy.
No,
you
but no one's happy when they lose. They're happy about the overall experience. Like, this is dope. This was dope. This me losing skill was dope.
Because that's why I disagree with Chad.
Go on.
The experience of getting battered by somebody was not I didn't like that. I told you guys I sat at the bus stop with my friend, quite annoyed that Foxy did.
Yeah.
But I was excited at the idea that there was a whole other realm for me to explore. So the losing portion, And
Mhm.
just, I guess, like seeing somebody and being like, oh, this
You gotta get
person
there.
is like a god at fighting games. I'm on
Mhm.
C4 side. They're just a player pressing buttons like me. But
Mhm.
the idea that I could get there is what made me excited. Not the actual losing in grand finals to Foxy was not fun. I didn't like that. I didn't like it at all.
I know people. I know.
Seeing Goku go
Sure.
a new Super Saiyan, he's mad that he lost the Goku, but he's happy that there's a new level of Super Saiyan.
But think about Goku. But think about Goku realizing that there's someone stronger than him and being like, "I am more motivated than I have been in months. I am so dope." Like, the thing is,
I don't like Goku. That's why I get
okay. Fine. Then I can live with that. If Goku's a casual, I'll take the criticism.
Cool. Yeah,
I'll take that. If Goku's a casual, sure, I'll live with this.
He's also the pro tag. He doesn't know what losing is.
Goku's got casual mentality. I'll take it. If that's
he is. He's the pro tag. He doesn't know what he is to lose. He has no label for Vegeta.
Goku's casual.
And he's like, fuck, Goku beat me. He's a lower level Saiyan. That's power I want.
Goku is casual. The sting has been removed. I'll take it. Go ahead.
You're betting in the deflection. All right, no, we'll move on.
It's important to point out that Goku has lost so many fights. Goku, as the protagonist, absolutely knows what losing is, and Goku absolutely understands. If anything, the mindset that I have towards him,
shout Mike. He's a scrub. He's a casual.
Goku loses. He gets excited at the idea that he doesn't like the losing, because you can see it on Goku's face. He's not happy about it, but he's excited at the notion that there's somebody out there and he's smart enough at what he does to be like, I can get there.
And I can see the ladder.
One different Dragon Ball thing, because he's always excited that someone's stronger than him. That's what Chad said. Goku's excited when someone's stronger than him.
One thing, because I agree with C4, because he said like casual cringe mindset, and I also think Goku has that. I will prove to you why. When they are doing the tournament, right, with the announcer in the town, right, like blah blah blah, they're doing the tournament, another tournament, right, and he has to face off against Mr. Satan, right, or Hercule in grand finals, right, and they are staging the fight. Like Mr. Satan or Hercule is like, yo, Goku, like, you know, like I'm a good guy, like can't you let me win, because you know my daughter and blah blah and shit like that, right? And Goku is like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's the good thing to do. If he could never pull that shit on Vegeta, like never. They have to talk Vegeta into that shit and like threaten him. Vegeta would fucking kill him immediately, you know, and that's what makes that and that Vegeta would never do the deal with Hercule. He would fucking kill him instantly in the ring.
Vegeta Q's in ranked, Goku Q's in casual.
No, Vegeta would make the deal. Vegeta would not be interested in fighting some scrub.
I know I'm stronger
because he's in rank. Because he Q's ranked.
No, because he knows he's stronger than Hercule. I'll take the money.
Let me ask you a question. If Hercule asked Akuma to let him take the money and go, what do you think Akuma would say?
Akuma would fucking kill him.
No, he wouldn't.
Oh, he wouldn't.
Akuma does not fight people that he perceives to be weak. He'll literally let them walk.
But that goes to the rank integrity. He doesn't want to level up over a bad player. He wants to play the strong players. So yeah, he's also not a casual. Got Akuma. Akuma wants to fight strong opponents. But that's opposed to the rank integrity.
Yeah, he only wants to fight.
He doesn't want to gain the system. Yeah.
He doesn't want to gain the system.
Goku's still a pussy, bro. Like you can bring Akuma and summon him. Goku's a pussy, bro.
Goku's a pussy. Hey yo,
you're
crazy.
I mean, Akuma would only fight strong people, but he also despises people that kind of like act like they have power, but they're like fake, or they acquire it through like ill means, like Bison and shit. And when Hercule is acting tough, you know, like he's the world champ, even though he like actually really fucking wouldn't. He might Akuma would be like, maybe I should fucking dive kick you. So I don't know.
No, that's not the Akuma that I know. In any comic I've read about Akuma or any game, if Akuma even perceives you to be like when he went up against Gen.
Yeah, I was like
because Gen could no longer continue to fight. He knew that he was going to die. If Akuma comes up against somebody that is weaker than them, he's not interested. You could throw a rock at his head. He's just got to look at it. You're like,
I concede. You're right. Akuma wouldn't even enter the tournament because he doesn't care about it. Right? He wouldn't enter the tournament. But if Vegeta would enter the tournament, you would need really heavy convincing to make him enter the deal with Hercule. He wouldn't do it out of like.
All we're talking about is two different emotional reactions to the exact same stimuli, right? You come up against a competitor in your field, and you realize that this person is really fucking good and is a tier above you, right? One person goes like, let's say the Vegeta reaction is like, "Ugh, I'm angry," and they go sulk and they train. Another person smiles and goes train. Right? And you're like, well, one is scrubby and the other one is pro. And I'm like, okay, fine. But like, that's two different. No, but it's not though. It's two different emotional reactions to the same thing. No, because super casual would be like, oh, I'm not going to try and improve then. I'm like, oh, whatever.
That's not what casual do.
This is my place. Bro, I'm a casual
No, I said a mindset. See, I know you're emotional, and you didn't hear what I said. I said mindset, not a player. I said it multiple times. You can go check the tapes. I said your level is not of a casual. Did I not say that?
Yes.
I said your mindset. It's got nothing to do with skills.
No, so you've not questioned my skill. That's fine.
What's the point of having the mindset of a bad man if you can't perform?
That's my point. Like the issue is I have accurate assessment of my place on the ladder. That's the issue. It's like, oh, I can't. Like, if you fight against a pro, you should be disappointed that you lost to the pro. And I'm like,
Vegeta also knows when he's outmatched. When
he doesn't.
Bro, what do you mean? He cried like a bitch when he saw Broly. He also knows he's placed in a bigger picture.
That's not canon.
That's a bad man, is it? That's a pro.
We can only go on the canon. We can't go on that film was written by somebody else. Vegeta wouldn't have been crying in the canon.
I'm a realist. Even when it's my guy, I'm honest. I've seen him be a pussy. He has also been a pussy. But he knows he's placed in a bigger picture.
I do want to circle back. I want to circle back to what C4 said about rank not mattering, because when he was gonna pull rank because he's traveled around, but I've also traveled around. I haven't been to America.
Oh wait, you can't do that to me because I top trumped you because I'm EVA finalist, so I still pulled rank.
Yeah, but EVA finalist in what?
In Marvel Infinite, a game that's got dedicated players. Probably like 10 players that have only played that game for like 8 years.
But okay, so it's only got the 10 players that played it. I'm assuming those 10 players will play each other multiple times.
Yeah, I couldn't though because I'm in EU. So it was like the first time I ever played them.
So there were only 10 people playing. There were 10 people here and 10 people there, basically.
Well, no, there was 10 people that I probably played against because it was 2v2, and I played 5 different teams. Yeah, but I've never played them before because, like I said, I'm from the EU. I can't get a connection with them because they're NA.
No, so you don't know. So you don't know the level. So as far as you're concerned, you're on their level.
No. I could see their level, but I couldn't test their level because I couldn't play.
Right.
But I was
Here's
good enough.
If you had beaten them, would you have been surprised?
Well, you kind of did. It was just one guy that beat you, right?
Well, it was 2v2, so I got slightly carried. But everyone plays some people play a top tier and they get carried by the character.
Well, what I was gonna say to your point is I absolutely think that rank matters even for tournament players, but I think it matters on the kind of player. Like, I don't want to speak for you, but you strike me as a kind of person just like doing the Pokemon channel with you as a very analytical player. Like you strike me as a lab kind of person. Like even when we were playing Invincible the other day, a lot of us were like we were vibing and you were trying to learn. And when you were talking to Masachi, like you're just mashing. I'm trying to figure this out.
Yep,
but I'm like that as well. I'm not a lab player. I'm not an analytical player. I'm very much. I'll jump in ranked. I'll just see what happens. So I do things that analytical players that it drives them mad. Like for example, if I've played Finn multiple times, and last time we played, he'd be like, I can't believe he just did
we
that.
we call it the swallow sidestep 4, for example. The swallow sidestep 4. Yeah, Defi came up with that. Don't ask me. Name. Don't at me. Defi came up with that in regards to the meme of the swallow the hollow OnlyFans shit, and they're calling it the swallow sidestep 4 with Feng, which you don't do anymore, to be fair. But it's like it's a play that Mike does because he kind of wants to finish the round, and it's kind of a field play, but you don't expect it, and it kind of fucks you up. Like it's, you know what I mean?
I get it. Mike wants to make you feel bad when he plays. That's good. I get it. That's why
all my favorite fighting players have
Masats, I wasn't throwing you under the bus. I was just saying that's what C4 was saying about me, right? You were saying I was mashing when we were playing Invincible. I was. I was mashing.
Yeah, I'm playing to be better in the long term. But I understand that. I don't mind losing in the first couple of weeks. I don't mind that. But because I'll be winning for the rest of my life.
When I'm playing a fighting game, I purposefully do wacky shit against good players to see where their mind is. Because I know a very analytical player is thinking this is -10, this is -13. They're not thinking, why would you do something that's -15? That's out of their head. And I learned that from watching Punko. Because Punko understood how to play at a super high level, but do the scrubbiest shit at the most random times.
Yep.
And I watched him play, and I was like, that's such a smart way to play. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, but it's such an intelligent way to play. So for me, playing ranked is super important because if I'm a vibes-based player, I'm picking up on. I'm very good at like picking up what people are putting down. And I think I have one of my closest friends. His name's Ricardo. He's a Chun-Li player, and he will sit in the lab. He knows everything about how this character twitches. But then I'll jump in with Bison and be like, why the fuck are you jumping there? And I'm like, I'm jumping there because you're thinking of the numbers and you're thinking Bison don't jump here, but you're forgetting the player element. So when I say ranked matters, it matters because I used it to go to tournaments. I used it to go to France. I used it to win tournaments against that King of Hyrule, who was the best in the UK at that time. And I didn't lab. There was no training mode arc for me in Soul Calibur 5. I got to top rank purely by just playing ranked.
And this is a safe space, right? We're all friends here.
Depends.
Yeah, I guess.
I would say the way you learn games long term won't work. I think of an example like Street Fighter 4, where a lot of the strongest players, PR Rog, Ricky, and all them lot, they would say there's ranked goods and there's offline goods.
Sure,
it's a bit different now because online's a bit better, but there'll be things that you can't learn. There's things that don't translate from online to offline, especially when it comes to like whiff punishing and stuff. You can be the best online, but you've got a buffer because of lag. So you've got like an advantage. And it doesn't turn offline. Now, with your play style, sure, in maybe like a first to two, this is why I don't care about the format. Because in the first to two, Mike might have bare odds of beating me. But if I said to Mike, put a grand on the line in the first to 10, if he knows what's good for him, he would be like, nah, I can't scrub him out in 10 matches.
Wait, what game are we talking about here?
Any game.
The way you're very, very careful, C4. You don't.
I was talking about an actual game.
No. He's gonna say like Soul Calibur or MK.
No. I'm not gonna say a game. I'm not gonna say a game, Finn. I'm not that silly. I'm Vegeta, remember? I know my place. Okay. But if a new game came out and Mike learns the way he does, where he's better than me at the beginning, and he can get 2 games off of me early, and I'm like, okay, give it a week when I learn how to play the game, and I want to play you in a long set. I think Mike would be like, nah. In a bracket, in a first to two, I could get him. But if he's got time to learn my patterns, I don't stand a chance.
I'll take that bet. There's a new Smash Brothers game on the horizon. We'll both go in fresh. I don't go into training mode in Smash either, and I did pretty well in tournaments.
I can't play on a hitbox. It's Smash. I play on a hitbox.
You can play on a hitbox.
Wait, how can you not play on a?
You can.
Smash. You've got the fucking diagonals and shit, don't you? You have to use the analog stick.
Hacks created the box because Smash players were having difficulty doing that stuff. You can literally play on a hitbox.
Yeah, but that's not a hitbox. That's the Smash box. That's different. A Smash box has got more buttons than a hitbox.
Yeah.
They're kind of similar. It's like me going from a PlayStation to a fight pad. You adjust.
Bro, you're basically telling me, go into this game and not hit diagonals.
Sure. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, forget Smash. Let's say there's no new Smash game. What game can I convince you that we both go in with no prior knowledge to it, and I'll take the £1,000 bet. I would play purely ranked. I'll just do what I've always done. I'll play purely ranked. You do your analytical stuff. I bet you I win.
I mean, Token's the only one, but I don't know if that's going to be fair because I played the beta.
Yeah, no. Obviously, like Tekken, Virtuafied, Tokon, Invincible. Those are difficult. That's why I thought maybe Smash was.
Both scrubs are Virtuafied. Just want to point that out. You're both scrubs are Virtuafied.
Okay, hold on, Chad.
That's great. That's crazy.
Now hold on a second. First of all, my glory days on Virtuafied were back in 4. So on 5,
so you don't play 5.
But I'm not a scrub because do you know we could do the bet of Chad.
Okay.
I'll take the bet against Chad.
What?
I'll take the bet against Chad.
Hey, listen, that's a side bet. We can have that. We can play Virtuafied or whatever. I don't care. I'm trying to say that both of you would have equivalent levels of skills in Virtuafied.
No way. He plays 3D fighters and he played
Virtuafied. Look at these chance.
I played Final Showdown from start to end. Like until they brought Ultimate Showdown, I lived with a dude called Surgeon. I can literally pull him up here. We were very good at Virtuafied.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you had a Virtuafied. I didn't know you were like that in Virtuafied. Never mind. I was trying to be useful.
Ultimate Showdown.
I'm trying.
Ultimate
No,
Showdown
if you have five, it doesn't count. Yeah, because obviously we can't do Soul Calibur, we can't do Tekken, we can't do VF.
What about the Avatar fighting game? It comes out in like 2 months.
Yeah, it's
The Avatar fighting game.
Yeah, the Avatar fighting game.
I'll play the Avatar fighting game. I'll load it for a grand.
You're not playing?
I'm not going to play Avatar. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Okay.
I want to find something that we both want to play, because if that sort of game, it looks like it's more. Huh?
City of Wolves. How much experience do you have in City of Wolves or KOF in general? KOF 15.
Not much.
Is that not a decent even playing field?
Do you really want to put a grand on that? Like, are you both insane?
I'm petty. I'll learn. I'm very petty.
This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that it should be a game that like we both want to play. I'm not going to sit and play City of the Wolves for money.
Sure. I'm just offering a suggestion. If you don't care about the game, you don't care about it.
If there's a game,
for the most part, because the motivation for me is the pettiness. I don't need to like the game. If it's to get a grand and make Mike look silly, I'll learn it. I just want it to be fair. I want it to be a fair like thing we play.
Okay, sorry. What even? Sorry. Describe Describe like what even would go on then. Like, let's say Tokon releases. What even is the format here? Describe it to me.
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Yeah, for the bet, like what exactly is the what exactly is the pitch? What exactly is the format?
It would have to be a first to 10. Basically, what C4 is saying is that like Mike's attitude of like I just want to play organically and learn through experience, trial and error. That's a poor short-term solution. And then he said like, well, if he played a first to 10, if he knows what's good for him, he wouldn't play me because he knows that strategy will fall apart.
So you'll get me in bracket. You'll get me in bracket.
Yeah,
so it would be like you both get like a month. And Mike is only playing ranked, basically, and C4 is doing.
I will not touch ranked. Depending on the game.
Wait, you don't want it?
It depends on the game. If I can't get matches through Discord, and I would have to go in ranked, but I guess that rank would be dead in that game as well. So yeah, fuck it.
I thought Mike. Well, I don't even. I thought it was solely on Mike is just not going to lap and prove that he can.
Yeah.
Well, in the best case, beat you, but like at least not be like it's not going to be a wash. But
I mean, yeah, it depends what you mean by wash.
Yeah, but okay, I just wanted to understand like what.
Yeah, I wouldn't play ranked. I would like lab and like play lobbies, and Mike would just play ranked. And we'd see. I'm saying with those two like ways of learning the game, Mike will be better in brackets in tournaments, and I'm saying I'll be better in long sets.
What about if, because you're doing two things there, like you're labbing and playing in lobbies against good players. What if I play ranked but don't lab, but also play in lobbies against good players?
I mean,
yeah, it's hard to control this like in a laboratory in an ecologically valid way. It is tough.
Yeah,
I think once you do that, then it ruins we're not two different parallel. Well, we're not two different directions anymore. If we're both playing top level players in a lobby, we're both kind of learning the same thing. Because you're learning habits and I'm learning patterns that I can write down. We're both learning the same things, just we're holding the information differently, I would say.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that forget just saying ranked. I'm saying that like I'm confident enough that I can, and I already proved it with Soul Calibur because I ended up beating people up until the game's end. But I'm confident that I can go into ranked or just like do shambolic showdowns and play with people and not lab stuff and still beat good players, which I've already done on Tekken as well. So like, let's say hypothetically a game comes out that we're both like, I really want to play this game. I reckon that I can just play without going into the lab a single time and beat you at that game.
I think I agree with Mike in the long term, but in the actual bit of this experiment, I think C4 would win just because he'd know the character and lab your character.
Yeah, I'll definitely lab against your character.
You'll just lab against your character, whereas you would be playing organically against a bunch of other people. So you would learn well, and you probably would attain a decent level of skill in a surprisingly quick amount of time.
I would not underestimate the Mike Swallow factor here because I know Feng, right? Like I know Feng, but he plays in a way where like he's
random,
bro. You can't even get a read on this motherfucker. Like you should try. I would not underestimate what he's saying. Like honestly, for real. Because what happens is C4 labs like, this pattern and that punish if he does this and this the optimal way to play Bison, which is my pattern. And then Mike comes in and completely splits on that pattern and just fucking -9 does fucking backstream blow again.
Finn, that's 10 years of organic play with a character. But if they're both playing a game for after a month, of this, I think the lab.
Bro,
would
I
win.
wouldn't be. If I
Nice.
was
Don't worry.
C4,
I
I
know.
wouldn't say. I respect your confidence. I respect your confidence. But I think you're not that guy.
I know I'm that guy. The reason I know I'm that guy is because tag games are full of people doing random shit. I acknowledge that being random is literally what every top player strives for because you want to be unpredictable. I know that. The thing with Mike is he can't help but be random. So I'll just play patient. He says he plays
No,
patient.
that's the crazy part. No, see, you underestimate him already.
Okay, cool. I mean, we can side bet, bruv.
You are trapped. You are okay. I'm trying to. I did try to protect you. I did try to protect you. You're walking in the trap.
Let me speak for myself here. I can help it. I understand who I'm playing against. Like if I'm playing against somebody like G6, I played it. G6 was my first Tekken experience, so I was like, okay, I have to abandon what I'm doing and change up what I'm doing. I acknowledge that I do crazy shit. And that I think that's what gets a lot of players like C4, because C4 is an analytical mind. He's read the papers, he knows the dossier, he's seen the manifesto, he knows it all. But
and I give you credit. Mike wouldn't do something random like that. He wouldn't do this -10 move, and then I get hit, and I'm like.
And I've seen how you react to players that do stupid or things that you deem stupid.
I get tilted very easily.
Yeah, I've seen you get tilted. I don't get tilted. Not in a serious set. I've sat there with not pork chop, but someone like him doing that in my face. And I'm like, no, you're still gonna lose. And so I feel like I can play on those feelings. But that day will come. There will come a day when a fighting game comes out. We're both like, we really want to invest time into this, and then we'll run the bet.
Yeah, just get the checks ready.
Lol.
Because when I'm Marvel coded, like I don't. This kind of goes back to the whole rank thing. I saw someone say, "Oh, you was really high in rank." I was like, I don't care, because when it comes down to me versus another player, I'm ready to put silly amounts of money to prove a point. So I get that from Marvel. So I don't care if you won a tournament. Would you put $1,000 on a first attempt? To me,
I've got the perfect game. I got the perfect game because you were in my Mortal Kombat group chat, so I'm assuming you probably play MK. The next MK game that comes out is probably going to be completely different to MK1 because all the MKs tend to be very different. Why don't we do it on Mortal Kombat?
As long as we can do it in token as well, then. There's never been a 4v4 game. It's different, right?
I mean, you can do 2 games if you want. Would be even more crazy for like nice content and shit, actually.
If you think MK, you have an NRS background from the first one, isn't an advantage in MK2, I think you're crazy. But then, yeah, I'm going to say, yeah, this Marvel game that has never been a token before, it's brand new, evil playing field. We'll do it on that as well then.
No, okay, wait, hold on. Let me rephrase it. Because
Okay.
Topcon is clearly not going to be even playing field. And you even told me that you're coming into a minefield here.
I was chatting shit.
I'll give you an olive branch here, C4. Let's say the next Mortal Kombat game comes out and we both look at it and we both go, we've never seen anything like this. They've reinvented the formula again. Like NRS has thrown out the rule book, and this new version of MK is unlike anything we've ever seen in the fighting game space. Then would you agree to it?
Sure, but that's not going to happen because the way MK plays is always going to be unique. Ducking throws in a 2D game, that's basically only MK. I don't play a game where you duck throws.
Let's play Mario
Dick jab Jalen. But it's cool.
Mario Kart, come on, Mario Kart, you can't Mario Kart. I think you should take the 2 games. Like, why not? Like Marvel, which are like Token, which is like kind of and the new Mortal Kombat, which is like kind of Mike's. Like, I don't know. You don't think it's...
What will be Injustice?
Yeah, that would be great, actually, Injustice.
Okay, yeah, I'll play Injustice. I play Injustice way more than I played MK.
So if Injustice 3 comes out,
one second.
Injustice.
Are we doing Justice 2? Or is that
3.
not? Oh, you mean if a new one comes out?
Chad, don't do that to him. Don't do that.
Don't do that to him, you know. Don't do that to him, he said. Don't do that.
When I was on it, my Black Adam.
Don't do that. Man said, don't do that to him. Crazy.
Listen, Injustice 3, that works perfectly for me, actually. I'll let my girl know we'll be going on holiday soon.
One thing I wrote one chat down. Not because it tilted me. Don't be worried again. But it was like, maybe it's different in other fighting games. But I played like in Street Fighter they do it, in Tekken they do it, in Guilty Gear they've done it to me. So because Ice Phoenix said, do people actually quit the match depending on the character they are facing? Like, to me, I don't know about your global fighting game experience. To me, it's a resounding and disgusted yes, they do.
In
Strive, 100% that happens.
In Tekken, yeah, it definitely happens. In Tekken, it happens. Soul Calibur, it happens. Virtua Fighter, not less, but there's only 6 of us, so we just play whatever we get. But yeah, I think it's a pretty universal experience. That, like, there are just matchups that people like, matchups that people don't, and then they leave the ones they don't like if they have the opportunity to.
Yeah, do you know, in Pokemon, Finn, I've just recently, because I've finally got a team together that is working for me. I'm experiencing a lot of forfeits, but in Pokemon, it's not that big of a deal. Like, forfeit in Pokemon is actually perfectly acceptable, because there comes times where you're like, it's not like a fighting game where you can have a pixel and also a 9-1 matchup and you can make something work. Yeah. In Pokemon, you can get to a point in the match where you're like, there's nothing I can do here. I'm out. So forfeiting is okay in Pokemon, but in fighting games, yeah, it's unacceptable.
With Pokemon as well, Finn, I don't know if this could apply to any fighting game, but I don't know if anyone's that nerdy about it. But in Pokemon, in offline tournaments, a lot of people forfeit to not give information about their team. So they might only show like 2 moves, and instead of trying to make the comeback and showing that one of their moves, they'll go, fuck it, I'll forfeit and go next.
No, this happens in card games.
This happens in card games, yeah, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And it happens.
I guess in fighting games, technically, you could do that.
Yeah.
Where I mean, I've done it. I've done it in a tournament once where I was so far behind, or I got hit by something so crazy, I got triggered and went, fuck it, just take this round. I'm more focused on the next round, and instead of me using my burst, trying to think that I can make this comeback, just take the first round.
I guess it depends on the mindset.
Isn't that like save the meter, or is it literally just like, I'm too pissed off, I'm not doing it? Like, because if you're saving resources, then it's a valid choice, right? So, if you're just being salty, you're being salty.
Your meter for like moves that resets every round, but your burst gradually restores.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that's valid.
There's an emotional attachment to doing a burst, and I was like, I don't want to engage and try to hold myself back from pressing burst. I just lift my hands up and say, just take it, and I'll just go next round here. But that's not normally a thing that fighting game players do. They try to fight out, and they're just in one moment to make the comeback.
Well, I think the part of making the comeback is like, if you're able to come back off of a 1 HP deficit, you've probably mentally broken the guy for the next round. So it's like, because if you're about to win and someone beats you, which happens in Tekken 8 a lot because of the length of combos and damage, the next round is a wrap. They're sitting there already stewing in anger. So that's for me why I'm like, okay, let me not give up, because if I can come back here, the next round is a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, that's always been my thing, even in like games I don't even take that seriously, but especially in the ones that I do. Like, yeah, I'm always, even if I'm fairly confident that this is going to go down, I'm like, okay, but like, data is useful. So
you would be surprised. I promise you, try it once. You would be surprised how triggering it is for someone to be like, I'll just take this round. That was crazy random. I just want to go next. I've had friends DM me and say, I don't want to play you anymore. I used to do it in NBC all the time. They would do something risky, like an unsafe move. And I'm like, you really did that when you know I could TOD your character? And he was like, yeah. I was like, okay, cool. We'll just go next round. And we play like
C4,
first to 50
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand why. I understand why you do it, but I understand why they are mega pissed. Because that's one of the things why, for example, why Yaya was pissed. Not only because in Invincible, right? You're pissed not only because it was the beta and he could have gotten into the top 20. Maybe he did. I don't know. To get the but you are pissed because you are pissed because even in Invincible, where you get the points and they lose the points, you are still pissed because like, I'm playing this game for the experience of beating you to the fucking death, you cunt. You should hold that shit.
Yeah, 100%.
So, and when someone robs you of that experience, right? It's not fine. It's not fine.
Do you think I'm as bad as doing? Is that as bad as doing a one and done? If I say I'll just take this round.
No, it's not as bad. But it's on the spectrum though. It's a little bitch made. It's not fully bitch made, but it's a little bitch made. It's a little.
Wait,
no, I think it's strategic. I think it's strategic on C4's part, because if he's like, if you're saving resources, I ask a question.
If you're saving resources, it's a different thing. But you're just like, no, I'm just too emotionally damaged to continue the round.
If I do,
I'm like, it's like the equivalent of people in Tekken who are just like, oh, I'm just gonna walk forward. You know what I mean? And Tekken, I'm like, okay, that's a little bit.
Bro, I get so fucking mad when people do this, because this is where I get C4's. I get C4's mentality, because I'm like, But funny enough, I get the same feeling that C4 had of like disgusting casual. Are you not embarrassed?
Yeah,
Are you not embarrassed? Are your ancestors not fucking embarrassed that you are holding forward?
You're gonna fight to the end. Come on, you're gonna fight. You could win this. I'm like, I'm just not done. I just don't have it in me. No, that reaction. Yeah, I agree. It is triggering for me to, because again, all I want is like combat information. Ultimately,
I just wanted to read these 2 super chats, and then I wanted to ask you guys a question. C4 kind of brought it up, but still impact. Thank you for the 50 DKK. What is DKK? I've got a couple of super chats from
Danish Krones.
Oh, okay. Oh, sick. Based on Mike Collar experience, tournament is mixed with both. It sucks when he lost to Voxy, but was exciting for the next level it can be. Yeah, my grand finals matches against Foxy and Problem X were pretty. Well, actually, no, Foxy's one was just funny to watch me getting fucking carried across the stage, but the Problem X one was really intense. And Problem lost to a lot of knowledge checks, I think, because he was just so confused what was happening. But he was telling in the mid tournament, Problem was going to me, "What is that plus?" And I was looking, I ain't telling you. I'll tell you off.
Not for the time, bro. You gotta figure that out on your own time.
He always brings up. I saw him at Evo Japan in 2024. He came up to me and I was like, I said, "Did you ever we played? I beat the Evo champion in grand finals." It was like, "Yeah, if you told me what Scorpion's teleport was, I would have beaten you." I was like, "Oh, Joe, thank you for the $5. I can concur. Do not play Chad in Virtua 5. I played his Vanessa. He's an animal with her. My Lei Fei still wants that rematch, Chad."
I'm getting it, bro.
Chad got coached by actually the best players on the planet.
I love that game. And you know what? Whenever I lost to Tricky, one of the best players in the West, I smiled. I'm like, I'm losing.
Disgusting.
When I played against Gentleman Thief, I took a single game in FS10. And
I can't wait.
I was very proud.
I can't wait till Virtua 6 comes out, Chad. You're the first target.
Come, I'll murder you and then everyone behind you. I don't give a fuck. I can't wait.
The assumption is that Virtua 6 is going to continue.
That's a hope. Yeah, of course, that's a hope.
And I'm assuming
Tricky is a beast, and she's a lab one. She's a fucking scientist in that game. There's nothing about that game she doesn't know. And you will think that you are. I'm sure many fighting games are like this at the highest level, but like you will spend months, if not years, learning stuff, and then you play against a caliber player and be like. It's like Neo when he's first encountered with agents. Like, I didn't know you could move like that. He just unlocks a whole new level of like, oh, there's another dimension to this game. And GT is the guy. He was at the World Tour Finals, and I beat him. We just play. I think it was like first 10, and I beat him once. I'm like, I'm feel pretty proud of this.
Yeah, but just you wait until VF6 when inevitably it will be the great reset like Tekken 8, and you will get bullshit.
Yeah, meter, fanatics. We'll see. Until it happens, it won't happen.
I think I've watched some of Tricky's stuff, and I don't know if I watched you being coached by Tricky, or you were talking about it. But the way Tricky coaches, it wouldn't work for me. I have a hard time sitting there.
Tricky's numbers. Yeah, she's a science teacher. Yeah,
numbers and like the science of it, and I'll just sit there going, "This is going in one ear and out the other. Just give me the controller. Let's fight. I'm gonna lose 1,000 times, but on 1,001. I'll pick something up."
Yeah,
that's the best way for me to learn.
No, 100%. No, I totally get that. No, Tricky. Yeah, Tricky is a scientist. But then that's how to bridge the gap between the two of you. It's funny listening to you and C4 go back and forth. So I'm like, I am closer to C4 in terms of my analytics, but at the same time, I suspect I'm probably a little bit more hard as well, because I'm using my analytics to try and figure out what kind of asshole are you, no matter what kind of game. Which is probably why I'm enjoying, for example, playing Xiaoyu as much. I'm like, okay, I have this risky option. Do I think you're the kind of person who this will work on? Yes or no? And I kind of enjoy using my knowledge of the risk reward profile on everything. I'm being like, okay, are you going to play by the numbers or not? So when you talk about beating people like C4 who are numbers obsessed, I know what you mean. Because I'm like, oh, you think you're Korean. You're going to play this super tight. So I'm going to do this super risky thing against you. But I wouldn't do a super risky thing against Mike because there's a chance he might hit me with a swallow C4. The swallow fucking...
What?
Oh. Swallow C4. The swallow size 4. Like, so I'm like, So like, that's the thing. So I'm like, yeah, I enjoy trying to customize my game based on who I'm dealing with. And that's my favorite. And solving other people is the reason why I play fighting games. Like trying to figure out who are you is infinitely more interesting to me than just
we all agree with that. We'll agree on that. I just get, well, I don't know if I get salty. I'm not very nice because I'm very direct. Like if I play, I think I was even after I played Mike and Misats, I went into like Biscuits chat. I was like, oh yeah, you guys are only winning because I don't have to do Obama. And it sounds like a arsehole thing to say, but it's true. But it's true. I'm so confident.
That is a scrub quote, though. That is a definition of a scrub quote.
But the reason I don't think it is just because
I don't know how to box DP, bro. That's whack.
You can. I can look at it and go, oh yeah, you guys think I'm just being salty, but I'll be like, yeah, give me a week and I learn how to punish Battle Beast, and when we put some money on it.
That part, I'm with you. That part, I'm like, oh yeah, you got me, but give me a week, I'll come back.
Yeah,
that bit makes sense. But they go in someone's chat like, you only beat me because I didn't know. I'm like, bro, you can't say GG. You can't say GG.
I don't say GG, by the way. You know what I say instead of GGs? I say thanks for the games. If I don't think it was GGs, I say thanks for the games.
Damn.
All games are GGs, bro.
Damn.
Why lie?
Yeah.
Damn. I mean, I hear
that's true. Look, I'm going through the same thing on Pokemon right now. I'm getting beaten by people that I know are copying like Cybertron and Wolfie. I'm seeing people use Sableye and Arcaladon now, and I'm like, I saw someone doing this. Everyone's just copying them now. And I'm getting knowledge checks, and I'm saying to them, you just fucking wait until I figure this out.
Sure, but the issue is that you're not good enough yet, right? Like that's the issue. Oh, I'm getting knowledge. That's my attitude to all kinds of things. I'm like, yeah, I'm not good enough yet. That's the correct attitude to have. Like,
I can't say GG to you.
You suck because you're knowledge checking me. Nah, like I'm not good enough yet.
No, I didn't say they suck. I said I agree with C4. You're not getting the GGs because I am not having good games right now. You're having good games at my expense. But when I get good enough and you already know your shit, then we can say good games. Not when I'm learning. You don't get no good games from me. You get I'll see you soon, buddy.
I used to be so worse. I used to be hella toxic. I remember I think the most toxic thing I ever did was like, okay, I think I played a set with someone who was like new to Guilty Gear. They played like Eno and I was playing Leo. And I think that's a bad matchup anyway. But I was like, cool. And they did their thing. I think they beat me like 3-2. They celebrated in front of their friends. And I thought, I'm going to say something afterwards. So I don't want to take it away from them. And then afterwards, I said to them, look, I've been playing the game for a year, but do you think you're better than me at this game? And they were like, well, yeah, at the moment, yeah. And I was like, okay, I'll give you two options. Either tell me why you beat me, like tell me like what read did you make to beat me, or we run it back in a week for whatever the prize pot is times 2.
You are the worst, bro.
From then on, I stopped being
that is.
I'm not a nice person. I'm not a nice person.
That is. It's funny. I've dealt with people like you because I work with children and teenagers, and it's like that mentality is not it. That is so wild. That is not it. That is not it.
To be the best. It's not a nice mindset, but it's a. I think it's a very good mindset to be the best.
I've met too many mediocre people with that mindset to agree with that.
Masats was trying to say GGs to C4 the other day. C4 was laughing, and Masats was like, "No, I know you'll be better than me, but like GGs." And C4 was like,
"I wasn't that bad. I mean." Bro, maybe I
was that bad. Pretty bad. It was pretty
bro,
bad.
please do the talk shit, Mike. If you beat him, like,
yeah,
please, bro. Like,
in my defense, though, I played Finn at Cross Tekken, and I said GGs, and he beat me more than I think he should have beat me, considering how much I played the game. But I could see that Finn was playing the game. He was playing to be good, not just to win. And I said, GG.
Listen to this. He's playing good.
I know what he means, bro. I know what we vibe. C4 and me. I know what he means. I know what he means.
Bro.
Some people play to win. Some people play to get good. I play to get good, and I see that in other people. If someone plays to win,
at a tournament,
one game, I'm like, okay, cool.
What are you meant to do at a tournament?
In the first week, if I beat someone and I'm like doing some scrubby thing, even in the tournament, so you would be happy winning the tournament even though you played shit.
My goal is to win. If the scrubby option is going to win you, I'm of course
mindset. Okay, your mindset. Yeah.
Hang on. Wait. Here's my question.
Do you notice the trend here? Do you notice the trend?
This is the whole chat. And chat, everyone, I want to hear it. Snake Edge is a scrubby tactic. Yes, we can all agree at Tekken.
It's a bad tactic.
Intermediate level up is scrubby. If I know my opponent, most people at my caliber can block Slay Cage. But I know C4 can't.
He's changing. No, you're changing the hypothetical. You're cheating,
It's a
chat.
probably tactic, though.
No. I never said don't do what wins. I never said that. I said, would you be proud winning a tournament when you played shit? That's different.
Yeah, he described something. You know what? He
Okay, no, you're right. Because I don't want to try and do a get you. Okay, fair enough. No, would I be proud of winning a tournament if I played shit? No, I feel a lot less proud. I'd want to play well.
Hold on, explain that. What does that mean? How do you win a tournament by playing shit?
Because you want to be. Again, my internal philosophy is I want to be the best I can be. In a weird way, you are just an obstacle to my self-actualization. As weird as that sounds, very pretty smug, right? So it's like if I play poorly, and I know I play poorly, I know I made a bunch of mistakes, but I only won not because I played well, but because you happen to play worse than me.
Exactly.
There's a limit to how happy I would feel. I'm still happy because I won a tournament, but I would also know, yeah, but I didn't win that. C4 lost it.
This guy gets it.
When you frame it that way, no, I totally get you. I am the same in that regard.
I'll take back the casual comment. That was rash.
Whoa. Before you take it back,
I do get that.
Before you take that back, Chet, I just want to highlight the cosmical funniness in the sense that we have the talk, and at a certain point, not really because I said like, "Ooh, you're a casual," and now and we had a bit of a drama, right? But it's all sick. But now we have C4 in here, and we are like more alike than I thought, because he also at a certain point is like, "Oh, you're a casual." It's for like it's just funny to me. You know what I mean?
I guess I'm a casual.
No, it's just funny to me. It's no. You're not. It's just no. You're not a casual mindset, bro.
That's important. I think that's very important.
But I guess I don't know what that means, because my mindset in fighting game, like I said multiple times, is like, okay, I'm trying to be the best I can be in this game. I recognize that there are people who are better than me, and so if I think you're better than me, then I'm trying to measure myself up against you. If I think I'm better than you, however, then I'm trying to prove that I'm better than you. That's my mindset, the way I'm going at it. And ultimately, like you said in this last example, my performance is the thing I care most about. So like you said, if I play poorly and I win, I don't feel happy, right? Because ultimately the thing I'm just testing is me.
Holy shit.
That's the thing. So but then if someone then says like, oh, okay, but you played against this master, right, in your field, and then you lost to them and you smiled afterwards, that's really casual scrub. I'm like, I don't really choose my emotional response to what happens. Like, all I choose is what I do, right? So it's like what I do when I have that is I go and I study and I work on it. That to me, when I'm defining someone's mindset, I'm not defining their emotional reaction. That's involuntary, right? I'm defining what you do after the fact. And if what I do after the fact is study, learn, improve, then to me, again, I'm not going to tell you how to define things, but to me, I'm like, that's what you're meant to do. And you're like, well, if you're happy after the fact, that's great. I'm like, well, then I guess I can't argue with that. I'm like, if that's the definition, then that's who I am. Like, I can't argue with that. I just don't agree.
Do I understand? Sorry, Mike, I didn't want to.
No, I just wanted to say that I totally disagree with C4 and Chad. I think that what you're both proclaiming is actually scrub mindset. You're making up all these excuses around the situation, like whether it's winning or losing. When it comes to tournaments, when it comes to beating people, money matches, I live by what Kazuya said in Heihachi's final moments in Tekken 7.
All that matters is who wins.
All that matters is who's left standing, or
who's left standing. Yeah.
That is what matters. This whole, I did a -10 when I shouldn't have. This whole, I didn't play as well. I don't care. You're dead. I
understand what you're saying. I understand.
That's what I say as well, by the way.
Hey, look, I understand. I understand why you feel that way. And there was once upon a time, love the racist. There was once upon a time I felt that way too. But I think in the grand scheme of things, none of these video games matter. Like literally none of these video games matter.
No, they do matter. They 100% matter.
Trophies don't matter.
No, they do.
I'm taking them with me to heaven. Yours don't, mine do. Like no. Ultimately, the whole point of fighting games for me is that ladder of improvement. Being bad at a thing, getting better at the thing, testing myself against other humans who are also walking the same path with me. That is what I come to. That's
a personal thing, and I respect that. But not only do I think ranked matters and all of this does matter, I'm not a nihilistic person. I think if we're doing stuff and we're partaking in stuff and something has been built for a specific reason, then it does matter. If it doesn't matter to you, that's fine. But a lot of people come up to me and they say, rank doesn't matter, Mike. And I'm like, to you. It don't matter to you. It matters to me. And if I'm saying it matters to me, then it matters. Because I don't. What you're saying doesn't matter.
Oh,
to me.
that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, none of us can tell other people what they shouldn't matter. But again, at the same time, I don't think you can really judge someone's emotional response to things. So I don't think they're voluntary. For me, the reason why, to go back to C4's point, let's say this is the ultimate tournament for Tekken 8 or whatever, and we're trying to determine who's best, right? And let's say Arson Ash is there, but Ni, Ulsan, like all the killers aren't there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
And Ni wins. I think that's whack. But by your logic, it's like, well, but I won the grand tour. I'm like, yeah, but
no, that's
value.
Mike.
No, sorry, Mike. Sorry, my fault. The point of the tournament, or the tournament, or the trophy is what it represents, and what it represents is being the best. But
No,
if something
you're moving goalposts now. You're saying because you're saying no, but you're adding extremities to it now. If no one shows up to a tournament that I win, obviously there's a problem there. But if all the good players show up to the tournament and I play the best of the worst, as in like Ni and everyone plays really badly, and I play badly as well, but my badly is good enough to get me over the finish line, my victory still matters.
So if you know for a fact that Ni played just significantly worse than you, and on any other day he would have beaten you, but today you happen to win, you're like, a win's a win, baby. Like that doesn't affect your I'm not judging you. That doesn't affect. Yeah, okay, you are. That doesn't affect your like the weight you place on that trophy at all. Like no, whatever. The trophy's the trophy.
Yeah, but I think that like you guys are being absolutist about it. I think I would probably look at it on like more of like a pie chart thing where okay, it does matter that I didn't play that well and Ni could have beaten me if he was a little bit better, but I did rise to the occasion here when it mattered. And in a tournament setting, there's more going on than just your skill set. Right, we can all agree that when you're playing in a high octane situation, there's multiple factors that led to you particularly to winning. I remember going to my first tournament. My first tournament was like a Street Fighter 4 tournament, like my first proper tournament in 2008. And you're nervous. Like I'm there, like it's my turn to play up on stage. Like I know what to do here, but then you get up there and you should have done a heavy kick and you throw a light punch and you're like, what am I doing? And that comes with experience. So you guys are already factoring in. It feels what it sounds like to me is you're factoring one section of a fighting game, but in a tournament, there's a lot of variables going on. And on that day, I got my shit together and Ni didn't. So even though we both could have played better, there's still things that went on here that makes me go, okay, well, I was the better player today, but I do need to work on things later down the line.
I hear it. I think for me, I've just been reading too many like stoicism books, but it's like I can't actually control my opponent or my outward like anything outside of me, right? I'm just trying to control myself. So for me, the thing that I am assessing is my own performance. So for me, again, I'm not saying you're wrong, you feel how you feel, but in my heart of hearts, if I'm competing against the best and I know that the people around me played subpar, and I played subpar too, but just less subpar than them, it would affect the sweetness of that trophy for me. And that's just how I would feel. I would still celebrate. I think significantly, I mean, obviously, if I get paid and I got a lot of money, the money's useful. I'm going to buy food and pay rent, blah, blah. So there's a different thing. I'm not saying I would be sad, but like it would absolutely, I have to impress myself. I don't care what other people say. You know what I'm saying? I have to impress myself. And so if I'm like, hey, I play poorly. I won, but I play poorly. Then I'm not impressed. So I have to impress. It doesn't matter that other people are impressed. I got to impress me, right? That's just my approach to things. And also, just going to say, Daigo's approach to things. Just going to say, go read his book. It's a good book.
You say Daigo?
Daigo, yeah. Go read his book. Because like winning is a side effect of excellence. Focus on the excellence. The rest is secondary. That's just listen.
I'll respond to that because I have some pushback for that. Lemonsy, thank you for the $5. This is like arguing you didn't really win a Super Bowl if the other team's quarterback is playing bad.
I didn't say that. You won. Just how proud should you be? How happy should you be? Or how happy? How happy would you be? That's your choice.
Zero pride, bro.
So can
I ask?
Can you only derive pride or some sort of like fulfillment from it if the other person was absolutely on their A game? Because in order to beat somebody, they have to be making a significant amount of mistakes for you to even get to that point. If you're both on 100, theoretically, it's going to come down to a lot of like draws or one hit, and that's not really how fighting games go. So most of the time, when you're going through a bracket, people are making a fuck ton of mistakes.
Vegeta wanted Cell to be at full power before he fought him. That's the pride.
I'm not on Team Vegeta, but all I'm saying is that I know my level of skill. It's not a single thing; it's a range, right? There's a range at the top and there's a range at the bottom. My worst day is this level. My best day is this level. If I play a tournament and it's like significantly worse than my average, and I win, and I know that the players or the players I beat on a better day could have taken this level of me, but they just happened to be, we all just happened to be bad. I was the least bad. And I feel that. Again, no one else can judge it, just me. Yeah, it would affect my mood. Again, that's just me. My reaction isn't correct. It's just how I feel.
How do you even measure that though? Like, it feels like you would have to hear from them on Twitter. Like, Arsenal got beaten by the John this week and knocked out top 8.
You're right. I'd have to have played you before. You're right. If I've never played you before, then I don't know.
You would have to really sit there and be like, one of us just beat Arsenal Ash. He had to have been playing badly. Like, but that's going to be the case for most people that beat Arsenal Ash because he's the top dog, right?
I don't think you can. No, that's not true. You can look at someone that you've never played before and said they play shit. You don't know if they always play shit, but you can. You can look at someone and say, "Oh, they play badly."
All of us who play Tekken, we can play against someone and be like, "This person's bad at Tekken," and this person's really bad at Tekken, and I should have killed this person 3-0, and instead it came down to the wire every single time. I didn't break a single throw. I got hit by multiple snake edges, and I just about scraped it through. I'm like, what the fuck happened? I played like shit. I won, but I played like shit. You can do that. Even if, you're right, C4, right, even against someone I've never played before.
You know what I just realized? It's with what C4 says, right? Tekken 8 is a prideless game. Like, very, very prideless.
Agreed.
That's it. Like, I don't know if C4, if you mean this in the way that I feel about it, but I feel about it when you describe this pride thing. I'm like, yeah, I just did this super uninteresting sequence where I'm pretty heavily favored, like a heat sequence, and my opponent just has to make the right guess here, or he is just fucking dead. And it worked out in my favor. Like, I didn't do anything impressive. Like, I'm like not even proud at myself.
Soulless.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel with Leo. Season 2 Leo, my win rate is even higher than it was season 1. I can win more with Leo, but it's shit. It's shit, and I stop playing the character. I play a character who I'm worse with because it's better to. I got to impress myself. I don't feel impressed when I make my opponent guess between the mid and the low, and they guess wrong, and I win. And I take 35% of the health, and I do it again. And this time you crouch, and I get you with the mid hop kicking. Like, it's that I win, yes, but like, I'm not here for that. I'm here for more. So I play a character who I think I'm worse at, and I'm learning, and I'm getting the fun back. That's just me.
The irony is, Chad, it's the same thing with me, and it's with the same character, Leo. I remember talking to Finn saying, I find Leo not interesting because his mix-up's too strong. It's just not interesting to me anymore. I like winning without the mix. I wanted to feel like I outsmarted my opponent. And when they kept gradually buffing mix, I was just like,
Bro, this is what I mean. I play against a guy in my Discord, right? He's the Brian player who went against Shimblade, right? And Shimblade was like, who is this? Like, this guy's impressive. And he has like mad defense, right? And against this motherfucker, when I have to resort to like, and it's fine, right? Because I have ultimately the mindset of, like Mike, like anything goes, like it doesn't matter. It doesn't degrade the quality of your win. But in my mind, I'm like, I have to resort to just coin flipping this guy because I can't poke this guy down because he has too good of a defense, and I'm like, it's not. I wouldn't put this in my playlist.
Why is that? Have any of you watched Baki?
I don't know.
no,
I'm not
right, in Baki, anyone that's watched Baki knows that anything goes. Get your shit together. I don't want to hear your excuses. Yeah. It's street rules in Baki, right? And like one thing Yujiro is always preaching is that in a fight, there's no excuses.
Life mentor Yujiro, yes.
There's none of this talk. Who won the fight? That's all he wants to hear. And if you're a loser, you can't talk.
With that logic, when someone won and done you, don't get mad. Don't show no emotions.
Shut the fuck up. Exactly. Shut the fuck up. I got the win. I'm climbing the rank. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk about honor. I got the win. Don't be a bitch. If you had won the match, you wouldn't be bitching, would you? Suck a dick. You go. This is bitch mentality masquerading as alpha. I'm telling you.
Here's my pushback to that. We're talking about ranked integrity in terms of climbing a ladder, right? If someone beats me and they won and done me, I don't message them like, well, the game's letting them one and done. I'll make a video talking about why the system is bad. But ultimately, if I lose, I lose. I don't message people after they won and done me.
I don't want to hear no videos then about the one and done because they're doing the Yujiro thing to the max. I'm doing whatever it takes to win, baby. I'm doing whatever it takes to get to the highest level. I'm like, if that's how you feel, if the only thing that matters are the results, there's nothing else, then you're spiritually
plug away.
Dead,
everyone plug.
Spiritually whacked.
I think you should call them out. But Mike's saying anything to get the W. Now, why risk losing your points in another match? Just win the one, know that it was too close, and go
hold that.
But my call outs in my videos are are directed at the developers because I think they've built a poor system. But if the developers allow people to do something, then there's nothing I can do about it.
Don't option select. I've been on panels with you where we together have called out one and doneers as being the bitches they are. Don't do that. But like you ain't been here with me.
I didn't say that one and dunning is not bitch. It's not
It's
bitch
bitch made.
No, you guys are moving the goalposts here.
Just like Ujira.
Doing what I need to do in the match to win, like snake edges or resorting to 50-50s, is not the same as leaving a fight. Because typically we do first to twos. You guys are moving the goalposts. You're going from talking about the actual fight and the activity in the fight to what happens after the fight and how we govern the systems in Tekken. Those are two.
Okay, what about lag switching?
Nah, come on, you can't go outside the
nothing
what you do like outside the round. You can't C4. You know what you do. You know what you do.
I know it's weird in C4, but that's C4.
No, I didn't mean arbitrary lines. It's all about winning and let's bar these things. It's cool. That's fine.
You can't. I mean,
but to be fair, C4 does have a point. Not as much as the point as you think, but what C4 is pointing out is the fact that when we compete, we are drawing an arbitrary line. Always, we're always drawing an arbitrary line. Yeah. Right? We're agreeing that you can't do lag switching. We're agreeing that you can't do this. We can't do this. And if you're like, well, fuck these arbitrary lines, all that matters is the win. I'm like, well, then we don't even really have a competition. But like being able to, no, you shouldn't have won and done. That's wrong. That's what you're doing there is appealing to honor. And what you're saying is that fuck honor. Honor doesn't exist. I'm like, no.
Fight, it doesn't. In the actual fight, it doesn't exist. I get this with anime players all the time. It's like you didn't play with honor. They literally came into the chat the other day because I was keeping them out of Renji. In the fight, as long as you're not literally stepping outside the fight to lag switch or literally cheat, what the developers give you, you work with that. There's no, I did this move 6 times, so I'm not going to do it 7 times. That sort of rhetoric is ridiculous.
So what about not lag switching as in a fucking like actual new mechanic? There's some games, I think Street Fighter used to have this, where you would mash buttons to cause lag in the game. A couple of Capcom games have had that.
I mean, that is like, I mean, come on, like that is, I mean, you can't, that's unethical behavior, like straight up.
Yeah, it's dishonorable. That's what I'm saying. And Mike's saying, the honor code that you play the set out.
Yeah, but he's in the round. Like Mike is in the round, in the game, like in the move list, like not in.
Yeah, me mashing buttons to fucking overload fucking inputs into the game to make it lag.
But C4, that's an unintended glitch in the game. You can.
Everything in a fighting game is unintended. What do you mean? Fighting game players break games. That's what we do.
No, but obviously not everything in a fighting game is unintended. It's intentional for Feng's sidestep forward to react in the way it does. If they did sidestep forward, but the glitch was instead of tail spinning, they wall splat halfway across the screen. I could exploit that until the developers fix it, but that is an unintended consequence of them not coding the game properly.
Yeah. I don't like the difference between people talking about glitches and stuff, but most OSs weren't intentional when they leave them in.
I hear it. For me personally, I'll give you the example, and this is the best example of my scrub mentality. Right? There's a lot of people who can't break throws with any consistency, and I have a character who has a launching throw. Right? So there's a lot of people in my way who I could just be like, I'm just going to throw you to death, and we're not even going to play again. I'm just going to throw you to death. I choose not to, mostly when I'm playing ranked, because for me personally, what I want out of ranked is like trying to figure out your character, learn stuff. That's a choice, though, right? That's a choice. There's nothing wrong with that. So if a player called me like, "You're dishonorable for throwing me," I'd be like, "No, that's bullshit. That's a choice that I'm making," right? And like, but if it's a tournament, that's a very different thing. I'm like, I will do whatever it takes. So depending on the environment I'm in, there's different levels of ruthlessness that I will apply personally. Yeah. And I think that's valid. Different people have different things that they want. So I get where you're coming from. I do get
the one and done thing is not in the same realms of what I'm talking about. That's a separate conversation because I'm talking about what happens in the fight. You're talking about the integrity of ranked and how people govern it. So in the fight, I think someone super chatted in actually. This is a good thing to bring up. Dale, thanks for the $2. Did any of you man go to Chestnut Grove?
I'm guessing it's a place with an arcade.
What is that?
It sounds very familiar. Maybe you could give us more context. But Soapy Balls super chat this in said, "My pride is only hurt when I win by coward tactics."
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah, that is.
I'll tell you what it means. I'll tell you what it means because I play arena fights. I know exactly what this means. Arena fighter players.
It's Renji.
Yeah, it's Renji.
Arena fighter players have it in their head that you have to play a certain way. Otherwise, you're a bad player or you're a coward. Now, I don't know if Soapy Ball means this, but in Sparking Zero, the player called Sixword. You guys might know him. He's been on the
I've
channel
seen
a few times. Sixword got popular from using, I think it was Kale or Khalifa or one of them. And he would basically just shoot the key blast at you and peep you away, like just continuously shoot them. It would drive people ballistic. Like people would go mad at it. And people would get angry at him. And I'd say to him, don't stop. Boy, you're winning. Like, it's not a glitch what's happening. It's somewhat unbalanced. Like the key charges are way too powerful right now. But you're not breaking the rules of the game. And I get this on Bleach all the time. Why don't you get close to me and fight? Why would I? My sword extends across the screen. I'm gonna keep you over there.
Zoners get this all the time. Yeah, zoners, grapplers in a 2D game, like no, 100%. I think people need to learn to tell the difference between strategy I don't like dealing with and strategy that is unfair / cheap. I think there's nothing wrong with bitching about strategies you don't like. That's fine. But like, again, skill issue. That's on you. You gotta get better at it. Like, I think the best piece of advice I ever heard was actually on an episode of like Excellent Adventures, where he's like, you gotta make your worst matchups your best matchups. I'm like, that's bars, right? The more you hate zoners, the better you gotta get at killing zoners. You gotta put in the time to kill zoners. Oh, you hate this character? You gotta become a master at ruining the day of everyone who plays that character. So yeah, it's I know what you mean. It's a complaining like that, calling coward strategies is bitch man, unless you're actually cheating. Because there is a magic, every game, not just video games, has a magic circle. You can do this, you can do this. And so long as you can do whatever you can within that magic circle, which is why lag switching is different, because it's outside the magic circle of a fighting game. Whereas like shooting out key blasts to keep someone away is within the magic circle of the fighting.
But
I mean, to
you have
quote Billy,
understand
like, you should be... Sorry.
I was about to say it's all arbitrary, because it's like there's characters like in Justice where they had infinite block strings with Cyborg's Fireball, and people would say, oh, well, you know what? The execution was so high, it was kind of okay. And people will hide really broken strategies because the execution's high. So to me, it's just all arbitrary. So the whole lag switching thing, if I can do it...
I hear it. I think my favorite example, my favorite example of this is in football, right? Or soccer for the Americans. There was, what was the game? It was a World Cup, like maybe a decade ago now, where it was I think it was in the South American team versus an African team. And I forget the player. Maybe it was Suarez, who a goal was about to happen and he handballed it, right, to stop the ball from going in.
Yeah.
Right. And then
it was
Suarez, right? And he got sent off, right? He got sent off, and then they took the penalty. They missed the penalty. Thus they won. Thus they went through. And people were like, what he played was dishonorable. And this is my favorite example of this debate. Because on one hand, I'm like, I get what you mean. He clearly intentionally did this. Fuck him. At the same time, though, he was punished within the rules, right? He got sent off. He traded in an immediate goal for a penalty and a chance to save it. And it's like, it's a very fascinating call. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of bitch made, but also it's within the rules, right? Within the rules. So yeah, it's a philosophical thing. People are right to be pissed at it. At the same time, he was right to make that call and it paid off. His team won. It is what it is. But I think if you're like, Suarez is a bitch for that, you're not wrong. And if you're like, no, he did the right thing, you're not wrong either. It is what it is.
I think there's a wrong and right.
On the one and done thing, like remember I was using Baki as an example. I don't know if it was like, I think it was Baki versus Muhammad Ali's son, but the expectation is to finish the fight. So this would be the same as the one and done. If you tried to walk away from Yujiro in the first round, he would follow you out the ring and kill you, right? So one and dunning, and using my analogy.
I walk out the ring if Mike Tyson punched me, and I'm like, bro.
I was going to say, Mike, I see the argument you're making, but it doesn't work that way, because if that was true, then they would force a set. I hate this argument, but they would force the set.
No, that's what I'm saying. You should have to force the set. That's what I'm saying. One and done my argument is against the developers allowing them to do it. They shouldn't be allowed to, but because they are.
Yeah, but my point is
because they can. I can't say anything to them directly because they can walk away.
That's
but
crazy.
They shouldn't be able to
directly. And we do. Fuck. Listen to me. If you're a one and doneer, you're a bitch. We're not cool. Don't at me. Don't be like, oh, but I love you. Fuck you. Respectful.
Even if they know they're going to lose, they shouldn't one and done. Isn't that like survival?
No, they shouldn't one and done. Give the superior player the points. Run the set. Like, run the set. Like, don't. You're bitch made if you do that. I understand that. Literally, I had a match the other day, right? When literally it was on stream. I hate Victor. I had a match against Victor, and I was literally there going, I pray this Victor one and done. Because I don't want to play him again, but I'm also not a bitch. So if he re-ups, I'm re-upping. Like, that's the thing. So I hit the rematch button and he didn't. He left. And I was like, oh, thank God, right? You run the set. I'm sorry. You run the set.
Boxers bitches when they throw in the towel.
Ooh,
That's
that's a
life or
good
death,
question,
though.
actually. That's a good question, actually. But yeah, it's a good question. I don't
No,
even know.
wait,
I don't even know.
it's not though, because that's an extremity. Like this, that's real life. Someone could literally be about to die. In a fighting game, you're not. You're sitting there playing a game. You can adapt and overcome.
Yes.
Okay, let's say someone hits you in the jaw. You're not gonna die, but you're like, I'm not ready for this.
No, but if you're
Like,
healthy,
you
Okay,
Yeah.
here's my pushback to that, C4. That would be the same as Pokemon. In Pokemon, there are fights that
More than
we
this.
know that you
Yeah.
can't win. And
Mhm.
if someone has literally dislocated your jaw, you know the next punch could possibly ruin
Done.
the rest of
Yeah.
your life.
That's
So
still a health condition.
that's
Yeah.
the thing where I'd see it as the same as Pokemon. The forfeit here is the right thing to do. But in fighting games, the forfeits that occur in Pokemon wouldn't translate because there's no situation in a fighting game where there's some way it's almost unwinnable. But most times in fighting games, there are ways out of things. But we know in Pokemon, if you got 1 HP, you've got a fighting mon, and someone's got a type that's super effective against it, and they're both sitting there and they've both got speed on you, you're fucked. There's no coming back here.
So you're saying because there's a 0.01% chance that you can make a comeback and you don't go for it, you're a bitch.
He called them a bitch. I didn't call them a bitch.
Okay.
Here's my question, because you're dodging skillfully, Mike, I might add. But here's the question to bring it back to what we talk about pride. The player won and done you, right? They won and done you. Should they be proud?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
A player played against you. They beat you, right? And then they won and done. You re-up, they didn't. Should they be proud?
No.
So it's not just about
you
winning.
are on our side.
You are on our side. So it's not just about winning. There's more at stake to that in warrants pride. There's more at stake that warrants pride. There are prideful ways to win. Wins worthy of glory and celebration. And there are wins that are cheap and nothing. So your judge is wrong.
No, okay, but there's two parts to that. You can be happy that you won that fight. That's fine.
Right.
But now you've gone outside of the code of conduct in Tekken because
The
the
code
developers
of
allowed
conduct.
you.
I thought there was nothing. Nah.
I'm trying to
It's all
explain
about
it.
the win. I heard it was
I'm
all
trying
about
to
the
explain
win.
it. I'm trying to explain it. There's the fight. There's the
Strawberry.
initial fight. There's the initial fight, and then there's the culture, right? So
Culture. He's appealing to the culture. Okay. I agree with you, by the way.
The streets. What are the streets saying? Tell me.
yeah, so you've won the initial fight. That's
But-
fine. You got your win. But
Mhm.
culture dictates you
You're
have
a
to
bitch.
re-up now. So we've stepped out of the realms of the fight. You can have your win. You got your win. That's fine. But it's not over. You won the battle, but the war's not over. What you've
I
done
love you.
is we're in the middle of a war. You
Mhm.
got one strike off. A couple of my men went down, and then you said, "See ya." No, like because the developers let you get away with it.
Mike,
Mike,
what you're appealing to, the streets, the code, the culture, these are all just modern words for honor, which does matter, contrary to white man, the kids today can give a different word for honor. Street
So we're
cred,
talking about.
right? But it's honor. It's a concept, and not to be sexist about it, but it's especially sensitive to us men. It's a concept that exists, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. And there is the real offense of people leaving at the one and done. It's like, where is your fucking honor?
Yeah, but you're talking about two different things.
I'm
we
saying
need
it
to
matters.
separate. No, we need to separate what happens in the match and then what follows because they're two separate things. You can play dishonorably. You can exploit things in the match that maybe the developers haven't coded properly. And it is, I don't agree with people doing that. Or you could play a very powerful character like Sagat in SF4 when he launched or whoever else.
Yeah.
But then after the match, when it comes to the rematch, that's a separate conversation because we've left the game now. Now we're in the section where we're waiting for the next game and you're walking away. There can be two stages of honor or two stages of dishonor.
Sure.
But why is one more important than the other? Why is the me not giving you the rematch worse than me hitting you with an infinite in the game because the devs let me do it?
That's
I'd say
completely
they're equally as bad.
Yeah, but that's subjective. Like the way if you say it's equally as bad, I can say it's not. This one's worse, and then we're
Yeah.
stalemate.
Yeah, explain to me why it's worse. That's what I'm saying. I want you to explain to me why the honor outside of the match is worse than the dishonor inside the match.
Like we said at the lag switching thing, as long as you're not doing things that are outside of the realms of the game, and you're just playing the game, and you use scumbag tactics to beat me. For example, like on Sparking Zero, when the game first came out, it was unfortunate, but characters like Broly and Jiren were running roughshod on people because you just couldn't get out of the way of their shit.
Right.
And it's like, okay, cool. That's just the meta right now. Like Jiren and Broly and Gogeta or whatever, they're the meta. But if I'm like, okay, cool, you beat me. Now we need to rematch. And you don't, now I've got a big problem because you've just gone outside of the game. And there's ways around it. It's difficult, but there's ways around it. If you give me a chance to deal with it, but you didn't give me that chance, now I've got a problem with you.
This has been so enlightening. I feel like I understand all three of you so much better, and I feel vindicated. I feel vindicated in a variety of ways. I am fascinated because we all agree on many things, we all disagree on many things, and it's like we all place different significance on different things. And
we should have made this a Royal Rumble. I think we all disagree and agree enough that it shouldn't have been teams.
Yeah.
It shouldn't. It hasn't been teams because there are times where 100% we're all over the place spectrum. But I find it so fascinating, and I'm like,
Just to address that, Survival's Taker says, Mike, your thoughts on one and dones are also subjective. I literally just said that. I said that mine and C4's takes are subjective. This is how I see it. I see it because I grew up in the arcade scene. That's how in the arcade scene, it wasn't like that. Like the only thing that you can really relate to the arcade scene is that you put your pound down, and if there's a long queue, you have to get up after one game because everybody needs to get their chance to play. But running the set was a norm.
Well, wait, there's a caveat because definitely in the hog, people would get into fights if you kept throwing in Alpha 2. That was a rule. Like if you picked the Kuma and you couldn't do cheese tactics, some very few times, but hands were offered. Maybe not. They weren't always thrown, but they were offered. And I know Mike must have seen that.
No, 100%. I've been in the arcade when someone's done throws over and over again, and then another guy said, "I'm going to curb stomp you." But this is in the infancy of fighting games, right? That was in their infancy when people were like, they were trying to make up rules to be like, okay, don't do this and don't do that, because people didn't know how to deal with stuff. Now that we've moved on from those times, we understand the internet. Someone's got a guide out there.
We didn't really move on.
Arena fighters.
We didn't really move on. It's funny, right? Because as you said, the infancy of fighting games, because the scrub mindset is human nature. It doesn't matter what the thing is, right? And this is why in fighting games, Tom Brady told this story, right? Where he said he was in an arcade and it was either Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter because it was so toxic and people were crashing out so hard. The arcade owners had to disable throws on the cabinet, which is mad. And today it's of course I want to show you. It's a dog shit knowledge check, a dishonest. It's a dishonest. We need to use moral terms. We need to use moral terms. It's a dishonest character or a coward strategy like Renji. What this Mike fellow does. You know, I'm Billy, and you should fucking box up close. Like, why are you not boxing, motherfucker? Like.
Do you know one thing they used to do in Mortal Kombat?
My favorite one is like the Chun-Li's being like, we should be fighting in grounded footsies. I'm like, doesn't your character have the best grounded footsies button? Like, it's convenient that that's the way you want to play. Fuck you. Hold this. Hold this Kimberly teleport, bitch. Hold this.
You know, one thing they used to do in MK back in the day is they actually made a joke out of it in the movie, in the 2021 MK movie. People would constantly spam low sweep over and over again, and they'd say like, "Is that the only move you know?" And they literally made a joke of it in the movie. Like Liu Kang kept on doing low sweep, and Kano went, "Is that all you know?" And he got hit by it, and people used to get fucking angry. And it was just like, you just have to block low, bro. And it's like, if you can't, and I used to say to people all the time when I used to go to the arcades and we were playing like Tekken 6 and stuff, if I can beat you with one move, then why would I use the other 99 moves? Yeah. Figure out how to beat me with this move, and then we can move on. And obviously, like, so I was much younger than some of the other guys that was going to the arcades. So every now and then it would be like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it home. These guys are really fucking pissed. It didn't help that I was playing martial law in Tekken 6.
You're dragon tailing everyone. Dragon tail. You gotta hold that. It's reactable.
They were so pissed because of the way I play. You imagine I was a kid back then. I was even more random. So they're thinking, why the fuck did he do that?
Oh shit! Frame data. It doesn't matter if you don't block it.
That's what C4 is gonna find out.
That's it. The risk reward ratio is only there if you enforce it. But if you ain't punishing it, this shit's free. I don't know what to tell you.
You can say that, but every player on this earth has to obey the frame data.
They do.
You can be ignorant to it, but you have to obey it.
Obey is too strong a word. I'm with you in spirit, but obey is too strong.
You can hit me with something that's -8 and pray that it's not. It's still going to be -8. You can pray to your favorite deity. If it's -8 on block, it's always going to be -8 on block.
I feel like the playing to frames is the intermediate track.
Oh no.
At least
So
in
yeah,
Tekken.
play into the frames. I agree with you.
That's my point. Sometimes you gotta be like, I'm doing this option.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You know
saying.
what I
You can be ignorant to the frames, but you have to obey it. You can do that risky thing, but you can regret it all you want once I've blocked it and I punish you.
Sure,
But I'm always gonna get punished.
But C4, like we do have to obey the frames, but a lot of people are victim to their emotions. And when it feels like somebody's not obeying the frames, certain man become victim to their emotions.
Some man just start holding forwards. I'd be like, fuck it, I'm skipping around.
You've not seen my emotions. You haven't seen my emotions in the money match. You see my emotions when there's nothing on the line.
Fair.
I'll happily be salty. I don't mind. That salt is my nitrous boost to go into team mode. I told you I'm a petty guy, bro. That's my motivation. If I didn't get salty, I wouldn't care.
It takes. This is what I mean. I find it so interesting. The things that get under your skin, because the thing is, for me, the only things that upset me in this life are like what things that I think to be like moral. Like if someone is like being morally bad or like morally vicious, if someone's like, so no one like. If I suspect that someone is intentionally trying to do harm to someone or something, then I get very animated. But like this sense of like, oh, this person beat me in a match and now I get upset. I don't think that ever happens to me in that sense. Whereas if you've seen my matches, a lot of times when I get upset would be like, I get one and done. I'm like, okay, well now I'm pissed. Because I'm like, okay, this is, you flouted the rule of honor, right? In this sense. Whereas like, if you're fucking doing salty shit and I'm not blocking, I'm like,
I think it's because, I don't know if it was on here when we was talking about when people say stuff about commentators, and commentators taking it personally, and I was like, I don't take it personal. But if we're playing a game and you treat me like a dickhead, I feel you're insulting my intelligence. So I do take it personally.
But what does that mean?
Stupid and you win.
So funny. Like you can't block this snake edge, and I do this snake edge and you block it, and I'm like, and it's like,
you're
but that makes me laugh. That makes me laugh. Maybe my emotions are. It makes me laugh. I'm like, you.
But not even the snake edge. Like, Chad, let's say you get a bear player, right?
Yeah.
The bear or Eddie, or like something like really unpopular, and you know, we don't really like. I don't practice. I don't have practice partners on like a niche character for like I'm not a tournament grinder, right? And that guy like rolls over you, right? And you know, it was the most unsafe, stupid ass dog shit string. You just didn't interrupt, like, and he feels himself, and he's like, bro, check the third. Who is this motherfucker? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, wouldn't you be like? Would you be like, nah, sir, like we are in the dojo, your win was worth like no, fuck no. You didn't fucking beat me with a katana. You beat me with sand in my eyes.
Anyone who's watched my stream will vouch for this. Anyone in the chat who's ever seen a chat live stream, you know, I'll get hit by the dumbest shit and I'll be like, I can't believe I got hit by that. I'll give it up. You bet your whole bussy on that. And it worked? All right, fair enough. You got me. Like I will laugh at that shit. I can't believe you. I will genuinely laugh. I'm like, damn,
okay, but you wouldn't.
That I was dumb. Like my actual response to that situation is laughing. Genuinely.
That's fine. But let's say I'm with you on that. But let's say said player is now like comes into your stream chat, right? And it's like, hey yo, Chad the third. How many hours do you have in Tekken? You're like, yeah, I'm playing like since at least Tekken 7. I have like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4,000, whatever, right? And he's like, wow. I wouldn't have expected to be a better player than a guy like you. And it's crazy that I am a better player than you, right?
I'd be like, wait a minute. You beat me in a first to 2. Or a first to 1 if they would have done. That doesn't make you a better player. Relax, guy. Like that would be our response. I'm like, whoa. Better player? Hold that shit. First to tell me right now. That's different. I'm responding to that, not the move. I'm responding to the weird ego play. Better player. Wait a minute.
It's the whole stage thing. It's a language. You're having a conversation when you're fighting. They're saying that by doing the dumb shit.
Yeah, but again, if you do the high risk, low reward thing and it pays off for you, I'm like, you son. I'm legit amused. I'm just like, I can't believe, because the thing is, maybe it's a weird egocentric thing. I'm laughing at myself. It's more like, I can't believe I got hit by that. I can't believe I got hit by that. So maybe it's just about, I'm too egocentric. I'm only looking at myself. I'll legit, not just saying this, don't check the tapes. I laugh. When people do the dumb shit and it works, I go, I cannot believe that worked. But if they came into chat and they're like, yo, how long have you been playing? You're a YouTuber? And you can't even handle this shit. You whack. That's different. Now you're insulting me. Now I'm going to be like, hey, hang on. Relax.
Yeah. In that story, I've already been insulted by the dumb thing. Like
you've been double insulted. For me, it's just insult afterwards.
To me, what you said is they came into your lobby or they played you in a match. They said, "Oi, wanker," and then you laughed. And then they came into your chat and said, "You heard me, right? I called you. You know, I called you a wanker, right?" Like that's how I see it. But I understand. Like sometimes it's very. I mean, this is why I don't stream you playing games. I stream you watching games, reviewing because I go inwards. I get really like silent.
Like I said, no one chooses their initial emotional reaction to an outside stimulus. That's why I don't judge people. Right? It is what it is. Some people it's anger, some people it's amusement, whatever. For me, when people do the dumb shit, and it works, I'm like, I can't believe I'm amused. Because again, you're right. It is a conversation, and that was a joke. Like that was a joke. That was a joke. Because what is humor? What is a joke? It's like when the unrespected, like you have all these ideas of how it works, and you're unexpected. I'm like, I can't believe that. Like I have a buddy in we call it the Shin Pete down forward 2. These random down forward 2s to just catch you, and he is just a master at throwing out these down forward 2s. And every time I get hit by that, I can't believe we knew it was coming, and I still go. I'm not salty about it. I'm like, I'm a scrub. I
would be salty at me being a scrub. I have the same words come out of my mouth when I get hit by your thing.
It's just the emotional.
I'm fucking shit, bro. What am I doing with my life? Like, I need to get on Pokemon. I need to go to the team mode. Like, I literally, if I get hit by something dumb, I want to leave the lobby instantly. I want to go out of the lobby and into team mode.
God. I have go on.
I don't know if I'm like, you know when you get hit by something or you missed. I've done this like twice. I remember I was like, I labbed this thing. I know I can punish. Why am I not hitting the punish? Is it because it's laggy? Is this motherfucking hitbox broken? I have to go to team mode right then and now and do it.
You want to know the best example? Mike can pull it up if he wants to, but there's no need to. But remember when I made a video about like Kazuya players are like up themselves, and I played Kazuya. And this is one specific moment that comes to mind where I played against this Lily player. And there's this moment of tension where we're both kind of going back and forth. And I go in and he's just a random hop kick. It's the most random hop kick. It hits me, it launches me, and I burst out laughing. I'm like, you know what, you got me. That's the dummy. That's my legit response. It's funny as fuck.
You're enabling people, bro. Don't do that. Don't enable these fucking random bots, bro.
Listen, it works. It's only bad if it doesn't work.
Guys, everyone in chat, take it from me. Okay, the best way to beat analytical players is to do something insane. Because one or two things gonna happen. They're going to lose their shit and lose composure, and you're gonna get them there, or they're gonna try to lock in, but an analytical player is gonna be thinking to themselves, okay, this guy throws out hot kicks, do something else random, throw them the fuck off completely. That's the best way to deal with them. I've been beating analytical players that sit in training mode for hours on end all my life, and it's there's also
a science. No,
if that's your strategy, you're gonna stay mid. You're gonna stay mid.
But I'm not mid though.
In the grand scheme of things, you are. Yeah, you are mid.
I mean, in the grand scheme
on our level across multiple games, like I'm not trying to be a tournament player.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, in this realm, you're not mid. But I'm saying if anyone wants to get out of this fishbowl, you'll be mid.
What about Punko though? Punko to be doing random though.
No, he's not random though.
He's not though. He makes choices that make you very scared to play out by the friends.
He does the thing that you're expecting.
Yeah,
he's not random.
Yeah, but this is my point though.
That's literally what I just said.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
No. So there's the difference between random. All right, sorry. This might be my commentary-tism.
Sure.
When I think of random, that is a case of half the time you're right, half the time you're wrong.
Sure.
That's how RNG works. What Punko does is the thing you're least expecting, like he will do wake up dash throw. Now, that's not random. That's the last thing you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think it's different. Punko does the thing you're least looking for, while bad players do RNG where they're good, they're right sometimes and wrong this equal amount of times.
That's not what I'm proposing.
What I think of Mike doesn't play random. What Mike will do is like, okay, the risk reward ratio in a hop kick here isn't the best. Actually, that's not true. Hop kick is always a high reward if they land, right? But the thing is, even if you block it and you punish Mike for the hop kick, the fact that he hop kicked there makes you very reticent to do a low going forward, or to like play outside of tight frames. So even going for that option and getting it fucked up can introduce elements to the Yomi that can pay off major down the line. And I think from what I've seen of Mike, that's how he plays. It's not truly random. It's like, no, here's the acceptable range of neat play, and then he'll take a giant step outside of it.
Yeah, he'll make you paranoid, and he will put you. Then you can't play neutral. Once you're paranoid, you can't play neutral. I don't play Tekken. I see how Mike plays. He makes confident people look like pansies. I get that.
That's how I wouldn't describe Mike as random. I think that's the play.
Yeah, but top level players will look at Mike and they won't say random, but they'll be like, oh, okay, this guy is willing to take risks that aren't necessary, which is good against like Mike getting top 8 at like an American tournament wouldn't surprise me. Winning the tournament, I'll be like, there's some conspiracy going on. I can see him getting out pools 100% because his strategy works against most players. Against most players, and that's not disrespectful. I'm probably lower than Mike because I am crippled by the frames. Because I will run into someone like Mike in top 8 and I'll let him get to top 4 because I'm like, how do you get to top 8 playing like that? So it does beat me, but in the grand scheme of things, if it comes down to me saying first to 10, people are gonna say, nah. With prep time, I'm not going to win.
Blissx is like, Blissx is so funny. Blissx is like, why is it going to be an American tournament? Why can't it be in the US? And I'm like, you know why? You know why, Blissx. I ain't going to say it, but you know why.
One of the best in
the UK. You know why. You know why it is.
Only Foxy can stop him, so...
my mindset on fighting games has always been to... like, I adapt very quickly if I'm enjoying it anyway. Like, there's certain games that I'll play, and I could probably get good at them, but if I'm not having a good time, I won't even bother. But I'm good at adapting to who I'm fighting. So if I'm fighting somebody that is hyper defensive, has all their bases covered, I stop being super random. I slow down completely. But if I'm playing against somebody that is all about frame data and very confident in their frames, then I'm like, okay, this guy is not going to expect me to wake up, run at him, and then throw out a hop kick after the run. That's not something I usually see in Tekken. He's probably thinking that I'm going to like run up and do a lot to try and close out or something like that. I'll try and adapt to who I'm playing. I see a lot of players play the same across the board of everyone, and I think that catches that. And that is actually detriment, and that is another side effect of 32 ranked. Because everyone just runs the same flowchart against everyone else because it's a conveyor belt of people. So if it works, if it doesn't work against this one, it doesn't matter. Try the next person. Whereas one of the great things I love about long sets is the fact that like even if it worked on the first two, by the third one I can't do that anymore. So then they adapt, and then I have to adapt. And there's a lot of people who play Tekken 8 who don't have a level 2. They don't have a level 2. They don't have a level 3, and they don't even. It's not even that they're bad at the game. They've just never had to develop a level 2 or level 3.
But that's the skill set, right? I get you saying that they don't really. You don't have an in-game choice to be good at long sets. You have to kind of like guard your way, organize that, right?
Yes.
Like in-game, there's not like a section that's like first to 10, a random opponent. Like that's not an option, right? It kind of forces you to be good at tournament format, which is how many quick wins can you get and then fuck off.
Yeah, and most games are like this. To be fair, this is not Tekken only thing. Most games are like this, but it's especially bad in. I think Tekken, which has so many moves and so many things that actually just running flowchart is very effective in our game more than maybe any other kind of game.
It's the same as Pokemon, bro. That's why I knew as soon as Mike got a base level understanding to do ranked, because it's one and done. It's like, okay, can you see the strategy coming? Oh, you wasn't ready? You lose. See you later.
Yeah. But Pokemon's a bit different because the matches are fucking long. Before we started the podcast, I was like, I'll get one more game in. No, but I'm sitting there sweating like, bro. It's 15 minutes.
But jokes aside, even before C4 came on, I made the same joke to Mike. I was like, oh, you like, look at your gimmicky ass build. This fucking, because they don't see that Alakazam, the fucking, like, what is this? Look at this fucking one. I said this, look at this gimmicky ass thing. But that's the nature of the game. It is what it is. Because I wouldn't have seen it coming. And I imagine many people wouldn't have seen it coming. Like, who's using Alakazam here? No one. Who's using this weird orangutan you never heard of? It is what it is. You just fucking, just spanners out.
It's funny because it's also like that in other games. Like, for example, I played a shit ton of ladder in Magic Arena. I got Mythic in ranked, in constructed and limited. And you have the best of one ladder.
That. And I was like, what? I lost the goblins in the first one. I was like, goblins?
Yeah, the best of one ranked format is entirely different from the first two because you don't even have a sideboard. You don't need to know how to sideboard in first to one.
It's a different ladder, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a different meta. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring on. I want to bring on Soapy Bowl just because he's an anime player, and I think he probably disagrees with some of our takes. I don't know. I'm gonna let him explain. But before, I'm not gonna be inviting loads of people on today because
I was gonna say I'm probably gonna step out in like maybe 20 minutes or so I can't stay for the meet and greet, so to speak. But
no, that's fine. Well, I'm probably not gonna have people on today because I've got an extremely early start tomorrow. But I'm gonna bring on Soapy Bowl because he's an anime player and maybe he'll be able to give some insight. But I just wanted to show C4 real quick. I got my Pokemon here, right?
Oh, this fucking derailment. Intermission. Now I'm gonna go get my water. Now's the time.
You still haven't got an item on the Caesar, bro. Everyone in the comments was getting at you for that.
Oh, was they?
Yeah, I can't remember who. It might have been fraud. Someone said that Caesar's got no item, bro.
But acrobatics gets stronger without the item.
Oh, you should have said that in the. Did you say? Maybe you did say that in the video. But yeah, that's a fair enough reason.
Well, if Fraud was a fucking Pokemon guy, I would have known that. He would have known. There's no item on there because that move gains like double the strength. So, and it's a pretty good move, acrobatics. It's been coming in clutch. But this team's doing bits for me right now. I actually put Halucha on my team. I took your advice. So
close combat's pretty nice.
Close combat's nice, especially with the magic herb and whatever. But anyway, I don't want to get into Pokemon now because I'm gonna be here all day. Probably play some after. I'll bring on Soapy Bowl. Soapy Bowl, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
All right, so I'm literally at work because this topic just it tilted me so bad. I had to say something. So I'm in the parking lot. Bro. I'm not gonna lie. But so the thing about so I agree to some extent with the whole do whatever it takes to win type thing is the whole Kazu thing. I get it. However, I also kind of agree with Chad in the sense but the one and doners though, they're doing whatever it takes to get that shiny PNG, What matters is my rank at the end of the day. And they're doing whatever they have to do that. So it's kind of I feel like you can't really go in one direction with that. You know what I mean? I feel like, because I play Sparking Zero, and I voiced my opinion on that game. The Broly and Beerus and Jiren spammers and Kefla spammers, it was so you could not play ranked without getting that experience. It was so cancerous. It was the most unfun thing ever. And everybody knew how to do it. It wasn't a thing that was specific to anybody. Here's the thing. When you say in something like Street Fighter, you're playing Guile and you're zoning and stuff, you can pick a character to beat him. I'm not too familiar with Street Fighter, but I know he's not you can't just sit there and hold fireballs against every player and win. Otherwise that's all it would be. Sure. So you can actually beat that. In Sparking Zero, there was nothing you could do against it. They've nerfed it now, but there was literally nothing you could do against it.
That sounds like a game problem almost.
No, but
yeah, exactly. Yes.
I played Sparking.
What was the counter?
It was not true. You could work around it. It was very irritating methods to get around it. But I literally went to a tournament here in the UK, and someone was doing that to me, and I worked around it and I beat them on stream, grand finals. So there were workarounds. It just was very annoying.
My thing is though, you didn't counter the strategy didn't have a counter. You just beat them as a better player because a truly good player never lost doing that ever. It was unbeatable. If they knew how to play. If they had as good neutral as you weren't beating them straight up. It was just not possible. The characters were too strong. They would get armor Broly and Jiren. They would get armor while they're doing it when they're in Spark. It was just the most ridiculous. It was completely uncounterable. So when it comes to fighting games like Tekken and Street Fighter, I agree with you. Do whatever it takes because every character is within some kind of design space that allows them to all be relative with each other. I mean, you guys all play Tekken more than me. Every character is competitive, right? Every character is viable. So that's not the case in Arena Fighters, which is why I'm bringing it up. You play Arena Fighters too, so you should know this. Not every character is competitive. What were we saying?
Can I just object? I don't know Arena Fighters. I don't know Sparking, right? But I'm going to take what you said, that it truly was broken, right? That it was it was a broken degenerate tragedy. Let's take that for a given.
Yeah.
Even if that's the case, for me personally, there are two valid moves. One, play the broken shit yourself. Two, don't play the game. What to me isn't But hear me out. To me, what isn't viable is I'm going to play the game and I know what the best stuff in the game is. What you're saying, the sort of voce at the bottom of your voice, is that like I'm going to decide what I think the strongest strategy in the game should be, and you don't get to do that in any game.
No. I'm not saying like one way or the other. I'm not saying. Here's my thing. Okay, I know they're just doing what it takes to win, and at the end of the day, if you want to get Z rank, which is what a lot of people, that's why they were doing it. They were trying to get Z rank. Then do it. Like whatever. But I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna sit here and act like, oh well, they just beat me. Oh, they're just better than me. No, they're not. They just use something broken that holds their hand and takes no execution. You can't say that in something like Street Fighter or Tekken because you have to know the character and you have to know their weaknesses and stuff like that, and you can actually do that.
Sophie, I want to ask you a question. Because what you're describing sounds like it reminds me of a Tekken 7 situation. When Launch Leroy Smith was released, this character was so broken. Like this is what you describing to me sounds like to me.
Yeah.
It was so broken. He was the best character on a fundamental level. On like had every move best in class, like to an absurd degree, right? And we knew it was broken. You knew it was broken. I know it was broken. My fucking mom knows it is broken. And people like really abuse this. And we had Frame Whisperer basically saying that he had a little bit of hope that the community would have had the honor to not play this character, actually.
Yeah. So he's based for that. He's based for that.
So because what you're describing to me sounds like, because you also said they changed that. So they nerfed it. So that sounds to me like something that was actually so broken that everyone knew, this is not going to stay like this. This is fucking
exactly. Yep.
Okay,
exactly. Everybody knew it was cheesy. Everyone knew it was cheesy.
There's a slight problem with this because I played Sparkers. I even played Soapy Bowl, right? I got 4 characters to Z rank. I had the experience. The difference between Leroy and this is that there was so many characters that could do this. So in order to play the game with these guys, you would have to sometimes use the strategy, but there were workarounds to it. Whereas Leroy, it was one character that was dominating the entire roster, and then Fuck Around came out and did the same thing. But loads of characters in Sparking Zero were doing this, so you could do it.
To me, I think so it's not like a character specific thing. Some characters were better than others at doing it, but it was just like this whole upper echelon of characters that could do it. So it's not like a character problem. It's a strategy. You're using a really cheesy, skill-less strategy. It takes no skill, and anybody can do it. That's why I can't respect it, and that's why I'm like, no. Now, okay, and here's the thing. Every time I bring up arguments like this on my channel as well, it's always, you can't tell people how to play the game. I'm not telling people how to play the game. I'm just going to call you trash. Because that's how it is.
Your respectfully doesn't matter. Like anybody.
No, and I know that.
Anybody in the anime space, or anybody sitting on this panel, anybody in chat that says that they don't respect me, you might as well say nothing.
No, 100%. I agree. I don't care. Like, I'm not like, you got the disrespect of Soapy Bowl, so you're cursed. Like, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, when we're having a conversation about the game and skill and all that stuff, none of what you're saying, if you are one of these players that abuses that stuff, matters, and you are completely irrelevant because you're just using something that carries you and takes no skill. The same thing can be translated to Xenoverse 2, where people just pick Broly, spam grab, and there's nothing you can do against that character because he has infinite range and infinite damage. It's the same concept. Like, people are just skillless.
I don't know you. I don't know the game, so there's a limit to how much you can talk. But what I will say is that you are picking all of the options on the scrub quote bingo card. It's skill.
Hey, if I'm a scrub, then I'm a scrub. I'll take that.
I've heard people say this about, this character has low skill, scrubby. This is the female character, the waifus, scrubby. This is a no execution.
No, I'm not saying that.
I know. Again, I know you're not talking about Tekken, so I know you're not accusing that. But everything you're saying, is words I've heard come out the mouth of other Tekken players about a variety of things.
But that's Tekken, though. That's Tekken. Like, arena. The reason I came on here was for arena fighters because Mike plays them, so that he knows.
What I'm saying is,
I disagree.
That's my point. You have players who arbitrarily decide this is a skillful way to play this game. Down backing his guile, throwing out sonic booms, and then every time I try and jump at you, you're fucking flash kicking. That's it. That's your game. Skillless.
But I think that is scrubby in Street Fighter, but not scrubby in Sparking Zero to say, because there's literally no counterplay in Sparking Zero. There isn't, because it was the meta.
I need to ask a question to Mike and Soapy, because you played the game. I need a comparison here in how scrubby this is, because or how skillless and powerful this is. Mike, you played the game, Soapy played the game, and there was an OS you remember at the start of Street Fighter 6, there was an accidental OS where you could I forgot the macro. You would press, I think, a drive impact macro, and you could spam it. You could spam the button, and in neutral, nothing would happen. You wouldn't get a button, but you couldn't be thrown. You could not be thrown. You would spam this, and you would block. And if anyone would throw you, you would automatically just break the throw. It was completely
option select.
It was completely overpowered.
Broken,
it was a completely broken OS that was in the game for a week, and they removed it. Like, was it that level of what happened in Sparking Zero? Was it like that level of dump?
100%, yes. Because let me tell you something. Because with the characters like Broly and Jiren, and characters that would get armor on their, and now that's a character specific thing. So we can exclude that. Just generally speaking, though, every character that would go into Sparking, all of the upper echelon of characters that people use, all of them got immunity to enemy key blast. So what would happen is it was just a battle of who could go into Spark first and spam key blast. Because if you're trying to zone them out while they're in Spark, you can't do it because you're literally not doing damage to them. Meanwhile, they have infinite key and can keep spamming you and zoning you for the entire game.
So hold on. This is a key question, and I want to hear this. I want to hear Mike's take on this. So, to hear what you just said, Sophie, if I get into Sparking first and I start spamming key blasts, there is nothing my opponent can do to beat me. Yes or no?
So, if both players are of equal skill and both have an equal, or not even equal, around the same level of skill, and have an even sense of the neutral, no, there's nothing you can do against it.
So basically,
because it doesn't have a counter. Like, there's no weakness.
So the Sparking, once a player has reached Sparking and immediately started doing key blasts, the only way that player could lose is if they made mistakes.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. That is exactly correct. Yes.
Is that true, Mike?
No, it was a very powerful tactic. Yeah, it was a very powerful tactic. And I got my Jiren to Z rank, but I played mostly Cell, Super Saiyan Blue, Vegeta, and I came up against these kinds of players all the time. And I came up with multiple workarounds for it. Like I said, I went to a tournament and some guy tried his damnedest to do it to me in the grand finals, and we nullified it. And this was when the game was unpatched. So yeah, it was a very powerful strategy. Yes, it was very annoying. Yes, it made the game unfun at times, but there were workarounds around it. I proved it multiple times. I played a lot of the top Sparking Zero players at the time, and I never had to. I mean, the problem occurred, of course, it was a powerful strategy, but you would know that this shit was coming and there were workarounds around it. And I already proved it. We've done it on stream before. I've played Soapy by myself. I know Soapy's a player that kind of boxes, but I did it with Cell. Yeah. Cell was my main character. I didn't play Jiren as a main. I didn't play Gogeta Blue as a main or any of these other like top characters. I played Cell and we nullified it.
Okay, well, it's he said, she said in my part because I've not played the games, but I hear it sounds like it wasn't fun, and the devs agreed, so they patched it out because it wasn't fun.
Well, my pushback on that would be, Mike, you were just a better player than him. Like you didn't count. Because let me explain something. You didn't find a weakness in the strategy because there was none. You just beat them at a fundamental level. That's all it was.
No, that's not true. I played a really, really high level player. And
what would you say was the weakness then, like, of the strategy?
It's not that the strategy was. I mean, first of all, in the first season, yeah, you could spam the key blast and go for an unblockable, but there was an opportunity for you to vanish. It was a tight one, but there was an opportunity there. The second thing is that understanding that this strategy exists and then working within the parameters of what Sparking Zero offers you to alleviate those things happening. So a lot of the time,
I think you're just explaining being better, though. You know?
Yeah, but that's what happens in fight. That's what happens in fighting games. As you get better, you figure out ways.
So, but it doesn't actually have a counter, though, does it? Sorry to cut you off.
But this is what I'm saying. If you're a lower level player, then you're going to lose to DS. If you're a higher level player, you figure out ways to deal with it. There were ways to deal with it. I'm not saying it shouldn't have been nerfed. It should have been, because it was really unfun to deal with when you got trapped in it. But there were ways to deal with it. There were multiple ways to deal with it. And that's the fun in fighting games, being skillful enough to figure out that, okay, everybody's getting caught by this shit. What can I do? And there were workarounds.
Interesting.
I don't agree. I think the quote unquote workaround is just you being a better platter. That's what I think.
Disagree on this one, because he said.
100%, because there's also like, what now?
No, go on, continue. It's your turn.
I was just gonna say there are things in, for example, Xenoverse 2, which is the game that I specialize in. It would have been Sparking Zero if that game wasn't a steaming pile of shit. But in Xenoverse 2, there are so many, like, I guess there are so many things in that game that you just have no excuse to lose with, that are so broken that it's just like, it's unreal. And for example, Hit is like arguably the most broken character in that game. I cannot tell you how many Hit players I've shit on using Jocko, dude, using Krillin, using all these horrible characters. But because I'm so much better than them, I beat them. I'm not going to turn around and say, well, actually, Hit has counterplay if you're just blah, 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 blah. Like, no, Hit doesn't have any counterplay. These players are just worse. That's my thing. That it was the same thing with Sparking. There's no counter.
I played Xenoverse casually with friends as an adventure game. I never played it like as a proper fighting game, so I never really saw it that way. So I can't really speak about Xenoverse. But what I can
I was just using it as an example. Yeah,
what I can tell you is that I've heard this stuff with like Bleach. I get this all the time on Bleach. Oh, like what you're doing has zero counterplay. There's no way around this, blah, blah, blah. And then I'll literally say to them, no, there is. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but there's like people compare me and say there's no counterplay. No, I'm not. If you're going to send me, someone's going to send me a silly message that there's no counterplay to this, I'm just going, okay, well, there's no counterplay. But they're actually,
I've heard you though. Like,
no, but there's actually, like Renji, for example, when you do his circle attacks, there's counterplay to each and every single part of that string on block. So you can literally.
He has gaps, right? Like gaps.
Yeah, he's got gaps, but the problem is
exactly
they don't sit there to think, okay, you can do this against that. With the key blast spam in Sparking Zero, it was not just a case of like someone does it and it's like, okay, I'm trapped. It was the mind game around it. It was about not allowing them to get into Sparking, or when they get into Sparking, making sure you've got enough resources to deal with it, or understanding where you are on the stage, understanding that your meter is going to save you here because you're going to have to fly up and down quite a bit avoiding this stuff. It was unfun and it wasn't a cool way to deal with it, but you could deal with it.
Go on.
I need this question answered, because that is where my judgment depends on. The Street Fighter option select was so dumb that if I were to play a first to 10 against Punk, right, in Street Fighter 6, he couldn't win against me. I would beat Punk 10.
It was that bad. I would argue it was that bad.
But the thing is, but the option select was also so bad, and this is where I want to know if that is your category. The thing was so bad that also, if I have two players of equal skill, and one decides to use this tactic, the other player of equal skill couldn't beat him. He couldn't fucking beat him. Yeah,
it was that bad. I had a friend, like my buddy Sauce. We played the game nonstop when it released. And one thing, we would 1v1, and Bardock has this explosive, evasive wave that he could do that would automatically put him into Spark. I would not use that, because when I was fighting him, he was actually a little bit better than me at the time. But when I was fighting him and I would use that and go into Spark, he would just instantly lose the game. And he was better than me. And he was playing Jiren. But he wasn't using it and I was. It was that bad.
Mike, do you agree with the assessment? Because then I would say this is honorless behavior, and I would really...
So there were ways to deal with it. I'm not going to name the person because I don't want to be like, oh, I beat this guy. But there was a very, very strong Sparking Zero player that was doing very, very well. And I played the first 10 against him and I beat him 10-6. And he was doing all manner of madness against me. He went for every single ridiculous tactic possible. And I did it as well when it called for it. But there were plenty of times where I was using Cell and he was using Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. And that's like the top character in the game. He's been like that for a long time, and I was like, okay, these are really irritating tactics, but there are workarounds around it. There was never a case where I was like, I can't win this. That I never experienced.
Politics kind of implies that like it's not really
I don't know.
Describing.
Look, I think we're just disagreeing on it having counterplay and you just being a better player. So that's where I'm just going to sit on that because my mind can't be changed on that. But my general point of bringing that up in the first place was that in arena fighters, and I just use Sparking Zero as an example, but I've played a lot that are like far worse. But I just use Sparking Zero as an example because you've played it. But typically in arena fighters, which is what I was talking about, not in like Tekken or Street Fighter or anything like it, I was using arena fighters as an example because there are things that you can do in those games that are so skillless, no brain. You could get on I could give my grandma the controller and tell her do this, this, and that, and she would beat anybody. It's that bad. And to me, that's whenever I'm like, no, then it calls for you don't deserve any of these wins. And I'm not saying, they have to care about my respect or whatever. But whenever they're trying to have conversations about the game, it's irrelevant. That's what I'm saying.
This might sound like I'm like disrespecting an entire genre, and I'm not, because I definitely spent a lot of time playing anime fighters. But like the reason why anime fighters aren't at Evo is because no one's under any illusion of balance.
No, yeah, exactly.
Arena fight, Kevin.
Right?
No, I agree. Arena. Well,
Blaze Blue, obviously, I'm talking about arena fight.
But I get his point. Yeah, I get it.
It's not even about respect. I enjoy them, but like I'm pretty sure that like just as a people, we've recognized that you don't go to those games for like.
See, now you do, but whenever you, for example, start playing My Hero Academia All's Justice, or you started playing a shit ton of Xenoverse, or you mute up, bro. But I think you play any of those games, and then you actually start to get into it, and you, as a person, are experiencing it, and and you've used it, how skillless and carried these players get by these mechanics. Then you start to like realize like, okay, but that skill is, and when you see the game's potential to be something truly, it doesn't have to be something at Evo or something to be considered like an esport, super competitive. But when you know what people are using, especially because like you said, we all kind of agree it's just kind of for fun. So if you're playing for fun, why are you going in there picking Z Broly, going Spark, spamming key blast, and just pressing one button?
Wait, I want to ask.
In certain fighting games, there are certain fighting games where I need Krillin to be balanced against Broly. And there are other fighting games where I don't give a fuck. And if I'm Universe, I do not need Broly to be balanced against Krillin. Like I actually don't like that's not what I'm playing the game for. Whereas if I'm playing Fighter Z and like Krillin can't do anything against Broly, I might have a word. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's just me. Let me know. Commenters.
Yeah, no, that's not my argument. That's not my argument, to be honest.
Expectations of balance based on the nature of the game.
Okay, let me ask something. I actually want to have C4's opinion on this because the gist I'm getting is, he says, okay, these arena fighters, they have shit that we would like probably we probably would have nightmares if some of that would be in Tekken, right?
You would.
But he's saying, hey, there's also like 80% of the game or 70 or whatever it is that is actually like this is a really good concept, like something I really enjoy, like something skillful, right? Something you need to learn, something you need to practice. So C4, do you think it's a problem if we have an actual really good game that people fell in love with that also has like mechanical depth, skill expression, you need to practice, there's a long journey, right? Is it a problem if we implement also things in the game that you and me could do and learn in 5 minutes that would be equally as strong as the guy who put in like 10 hours 100 hours, 200 hours on Broly or Goku? Is that a problem if we as game developers do that?
Probably, if I'm understanding what you're saying about you can put in less time and get to an equal footing.
And we talk about significantly less time. Like what he's describing, I think I have never played these games, but I think I know what he means. I think I know what kind of things he means in these games.
I would say that's a problem, but from the My Hero thing I was in, I just don't think. You know what I say about Tekken players that don't know fighting games? Arena fighters know even less. So I just don't take it seriously.
I agree. I agree.
If I ask your opinion on why My Hero is a bad game, they will tell you something so mundane you would roll your eyes like everyone else. So.
I agree. That's my point. I think
told me to mute up when I said that game. So I'm talking about you.
No, my problem with All's Justice isn't like I have a lot of experience with the first two games, more so the first game because that's the third installment. I fought like really high ranked players in the first game. Like I was literally like straight up boxing, going band for band, was like the #1 ranked Momo player on leaderboard on PlayStation. I didn't win, but I was pretty close. Like I was pretty comp in that game. So I had a lot of hours. I played that game a lot. And I feel like by the third game, I got so burnt out by the same type of bullshit, stupid, brainless character being meta, which is just a character that just flies in the air and spams projectiles the entire game. And there's little to no counterplay. Some characters you can counter it.
It's a tag game. It's totally different. It's a tag game.
Just gave yourself away.
Inherently.
Wait, what?
I'm tagging out. It's been a pleasure.
Whoa! Hold on now. I wasn't. No. Listen. I wasn't saying that's like I wasn't giving a full detailed breakdown of why All Justice was bad. Like, oh, I didn't hear you easily. My bad. But yeah. But I wasn't giving a full detailed breakdown as to why All Justice is bad or whatever, because I haven't played it enough to be honest, because I got burnt out like within like maybe like 20-30 hours of the game.
You said you got
I was just saying
the other games. And I didn't play the other games, but I know they weren't tag games.
Yeah, exactly. But my point is also my friend Sauce as well. He's played that. He's put a lot of hours into that game, and he has problems with it. I'm not going to sit here and like echo them because I'm going to form my own opinion. But he has problems with the tag system and stuff like that. So I'm not giving a detailed breakdown as to why that game is bad. I know it's a tag game, and I get it. I'm just saying it's a personal thing. I didn't like the fact that for the third game in a row, somebody can pick Inasa, the freaking wind guy, and just stay in the air and spam wind blasts that do half my health bar. It's just not fun.
Respectfully, you sure you was playing top level players? Because that character was considered trash.
In the first game?
Oh, I didn't know you were talking about the last game. Okay, yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, no,
okay,
yeah. Yeah, no, okay. In that sense, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the tier list in the third. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was just giving a random example. I don't even think I fought that character yet. So it's just me giving it exaggerated.
I know C4 played All's Justice, and one thing that I found hilarious is that a lot of Arena Fire players were complaining about key blast spam, and I was thinking to myself, there's very good ways to avoid key blast spam in All's Justice, and that wasn't the issue. And I remember C4 sent me a video and was like, "Look, this is the problem." And it was something that none of them were talking about. And it goes back to that. I don't want it to sound like an elitist thing, but I play both. I play the traditional fighting games and the arena fighters. And when it comes to understanding the ins and outs of a fighting game and what the actual problems are, in general, people that play arena fighters don't have a clue, don't have a monkey's what they're on about half the time.
I agree with that, because the thing is, I agree with in the sense that there are so many arena players that are scrubs. For example, in Xenoverse 2, people will say UI Goku's overpowered, which you would think because it's UI Goku, Ultra Instinct Goku. Like, let's just be honest. Like, what? However, in Xenoverse 2, he's actually insanely mid. Like, he's very mid. But the average casual is going to look, oh, he has auto dodge. He does crazy damage. Oh, he's broken. But whenever you start playing the game, you're like, oh, this character's really mid, and you can really counter him. So I agree. I'm not even speaking for the whole of like arena players. In fact, I would argue that most of the time, my arguments for these types of play styles and stuff, I get jumped a lot for, and I don't care. I'll die on the sill because this is the whole reason I brought this up, is just because my whole point is the concept of like, I guess, quote unquote, like honor. I don't like calling it that, but I guess Finn said it earlier, I believe. Or was it Chad? No, I think it was Chad. There's just different ways to call it, like it is honor at the end of the day. So I agree. But my thing is, I'm just disagreeing with your point that like it goes for every game, for Tekken and Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat or whatever the case may be, because those are competitively designed fighting games, however much you want to argue that. but they are like designed to be in somewhat a tournament competitive game. Meanwhile, arena fighters don't have that same design. So I think that the rules for quote unquote honor are a little different, in my opinion, because there are some tactics that you can use in those games that really don't have counterplay. I agree with those.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's just my general point.
I mean, he even said the developers kind of agreed with him, right? Because they nerfed that shit.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but there's loads of things that get nerfed in Tekken, but there's still like counterplay or ways to deal with it. We recognize maybe it's a bit too strong, and I've never said that it wasn't too strong. It was too strong. I'm saying that there was counterplay. It's just that it was not fun to do, and it was also incredibly difficult.
I don't agree. I don't think it's counterplay. I just think I mean that's just going to go back into that argument. So I just me disagreeing with that, but I don't know. I think the rules are different. I think what you were saying about honor and stuff, you're mostly correct about with fighting games. Other than the one and done thing, I think it should also apply to that. I hate one and done. I despise them. But by your rules, I can respect your rules. I think it should also apply to one and doneers because they're doing whatever it takes to get the rank. Like let's just say somebody put money on the line. Oh, I bet you're not going to get Tekken God or Tekken Kid, whatever the ranks are. I bet you're not going to get that by the end of this week. You bet you think they're not going to one and done every single character, every Feng Wei, every Xiao Yu, every character that they hate fighting against to get that bag? Come on now. Like,
yeah. Funny enough, I had that bet once in Tekken 7 with a guy in the Discord, and we had to obviously do what the ranked system didn't do. And make a format and say you are not allowed to dodge these characters.
You had to add the rule. Exactly. You see what I mean?
I disagree. Like I said to C4 and Chad earlier, I think those two honor systems are separate. What you do in the fight is separate from the system that governs Tekken. So how we fight.
I hear that.
No, but you don't though. What I'm saying is that the fight is different to what's happening outside of the fight. They're two separate things. You can disagree and say that no, it all goes into one, and that's fine because it's obviously this is a subjective argument. But that's how I see it.
Look, I hear that, and honestly, if I were in your position, I could see that being an argument that I would make that they're two separate things because one is in the game and one isn't. I hear that, but to me, it's about the philosophy of I am going to do whatever it takes to win, as long as I'm not cheating. Like in the game, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win, and that is something that you can do. And I know your point is that it shouldn't be a thing, and I 100% agree with that. But I don't agree that your philosophy applies to that, I think it does apply to them in the sense that they're just doing whatever it takes. It doesn't matter who's. All that matters is that who's left standing. Like I completely butchered that quote, but it's what you said with Kazi. So I think especially in a game, it's about chasing the rank. The goal is to get the rank. I know, like for some people, it's getting better and stuff, but the game is telling you get that rank. Climb. That's proof of your skill. So in that sense, I think it's a competition, and they're literally just doing what they have to. And I agree that it's bitch made. And yeah, sometimes I think you should just hold the L and know that you're going to get battered the next round because they're better than you, but you maybe cheese them out with like Hwarang or something. Like I 100% agree with your philosophy. I just don't agree in the fact that it applies to the game, but it doesn't apply to the one and doners in Tekken's case.
That's why I said it's subjective. Like I've seen survivors taken again as saying that I'm saying I'm drawing completely arbitrary lines. Yes, I literally just said that. Like it is completely subjective. That's why we're arguing it. We're trying to find.
I'm just disagreeing. We're trying to find the middle ground.
That's why this whole debate was started because me, C4, Finn, and Chad all had different outlooks on competitive integrity. So
I was just disagreeing.
Of course, it's going to be subjective. Like we've said that 100 times. But,
I was just giving my perspective on that. That's all it was. Yes, I'm still at work.
Okay.
Yes.
We might have to get you out here just because of the sound. I think it's a bit loud.
Yeah, my bad. I'm literally in the parking lot. Sorry about that. But yeah, I feel like I've said everything pretty much. So that's just my opinion on that. Thanks for having me on and stuff. I just wanted to give my pushback. You guys have a good stream. I'm probably still gonna be lurking, but hey, have some good conversations. Thanks for having me on.
I'll catch you in a bit.
Yep.
Bye, Soapy.
Yeah, I feel like we pretty much covered everything. I don't think we all completely agree or disagree on ranked integrity in a fighting game.
I mean, actually, quick fire, yeah? Do you both agree with me that a fixed format, in that case, first to two, first to three, is better than, it has more competitive integrity than infinite death matches that I can choose?
Yes, I would agree with you. For ranked integrity, I think a fixed format is a better course of action than death matches, because that leaves too many variables open. If we're really looking to see who's number one on this leaderboard, I think a format does need to be followed.
C4?
For me, you'd have to. I'm going to turn into after school C4. You're going to have to explain to me why that's better. Why the first to two locking into deathmatch is better than any other alternative for ranked.
Well,
If you can do that, then sure.
Well, because every player has to abide by it. If you a ranked should symbolize a certain thing, right? Now, obviously, it should symbolize how good are you in comparison to the rest of the player base. But you can't do that accurately if you have to kind of ask how the player who achieved rank X got to that rank. If we and you have like a player who has beat everyone who he came across, and you have a player who selected who he wanted to beat. Yep. And this to me is just super bad, and like one of the foundations a ranked system has to like abide by. You have to have a fixed format, so I can look at a ranked and I know what the player had to do to get it, and not speculate or ask the player what he did.
Yeah, see, to me, I understand what you're saying, but to convince me, which you don't have to do, I'm going to say something like, well, say I'm trying to level up in MK and I wait for Rips Arena to fucking start their tournaments before I go into ranked, because I know all the best players are going to be on your stream. Now, you might not know that from looking at the data that's provided to you, but I would say that is a gross way of playing the system to get a leg up. You're waiting for all the top players to be playing in Rip's tournament to climb ranked. But I don't know what your argument would be to say. Well,
these are
that's
the factors you are saying are valid, but these are factors the ranked system cannot reasonably control.
Yeah, true. The ranked system can't. And if you're talking about the rank integrity, it's like, yeah, sure, the rank integrity, only the devs can do so much. The devs can only put so much restraint in terms of making everyone play fairly and whatnot. But there's all the outside systems like that, like cheaters using fucking tool assistant and stuff. That is still, for example, to me, makes someone who's ranked up in Tekken not that impressive. But if you do it offline, then I know those barriers aren't there. So this is the me thing. I just don't care about ranked. You couldn't make me care about ranked.
Yeah, I think I hear what you're saying, but I think what me and C4 are talking about is like within reason. Like, what can we do within reason to make this as competitive as possible? Human beings are always going to find ways to skirt the system. So most things are going to lose their integrity when you give it to people, because they're going to try and find ways to exploit or find the easiest ways to level up. But the actual system itself, like if you were building a system to try and find who the best players are, who the most consistent are, doing death matches would be a bad way to do that, because in a death match you can farm a bad player and get a lot of points from them. So just that alone would make it so that a fixed format is gonna supersede it in terms of integrity, because you can't farm me. You can run into me and maybe the system will trip up and match us up again and match us up again. Those instances will happen, but those are going to be outliers rather than the general rule. So I'd probably say, you're never going to get a perfect rank system, but you can get it closer to something that actually has some integrity rather than just letting it be the Wild West.
Right. So what was I'm guessing the Tekken team said, what was the concept of the deathmatch? I know what you're saying, what people are doing, and it's kind of obvious that people would do that. They would just go like, oh, I smoked you. Now I'm going to lock you into a deathmatch and smoke you some more. But what was the reason they added the deathmatch? Wasn't it like to get your points back, like in the double or nothing situation? Or
I don't remember what the actual reasoning was, but I know the culture around it became, because Tekken is such a big fighting game and there's so much to learn. You could be down 5-0, but win that set 10-5 because you're like, okay, I've seen like 30 moves that this guy's used now. He's done it over and over again. This literally happened to me. I think I still have the recording somewhere. I might play it as an example. I came across a Jin player. It was like a Tekken Omega Jin. And I couldn't beat him. He was like 7-0 up on me. And every match, like I was learning a bit more and it was clicking. And I ended up beating him like 15 games to like 9. And in a ranked scenario, you'll never get that experience because it's 1st-2 and Tekken's too big to get a full scope of your opponent. But in death matches, you really got to see who was better. You actually got to find out. We've gone over all the scenarios now. We've adapted. You've overcome. You've used new moves. I'm trying out new ways of like sidestep and whatever. We've exhausted everything, and I've pulled a lead on you. I know I'm better than you. So that was the benefit of having death matches. But in doing that, it hurt ranked integrity because I beat that guy 15-9, and I would have ranked up just off that because he was a much higher rank than me.
Yeah.
And so there's pros and cons to it. The pros are you will get better at Tekken with death matches, 100%. The cons are ranked will suffer for it.
Yeah, I guess to answer Finn's question, yeah, I agree. But to even go on what Mike said about you see the better player when you have like a 1st-10, I agree with that. So again, to me, 1st-2 is meaningless. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a, to a degree, depending on the tournament, I don't really care about double elim because of seeding. The top players are given the easy route, so we get a good top 8. So I whatever you guys want, you should go for it. To me, none of it's going to matter unless it's like Swiss round robin when everyone has to play everyone else. I'm just not going to care. You can't convince me otherwise. I'm just going to let you know.
I mean, no. You are correct.
No, I can convince him. I can convince him.
Can't.
Would you say that people that do the 100-meter dash are not elite runners because they will be outrun by somebody that does like 500-meter?
No, because it's a different skill. It's a different skill.
But you said earlier that being able to win a quick set or getting one game over somebody requires a different set of skills. Because you cited a player like me would be trouble for a player like you in a 1st-2 format.
I agree. I stand by it. It's a different skill set. I put on the pedestal the long set. That's my preference. My preference is the long set.
I hear that. That's also my preference. I think the player that outlasts someone in the long set, that would be my preference. But you could acknowledge that being in a high pressure situation, in a situation that requires you to lock in a lot quicker and doesn't give you the opportunity to do a bit of experiments and exploring is also a skill set that you have to acknowledge. That's why we use it in tournaments.
Yeah, Oh, sorry. This is what I should have added. Yes, I acknowledge that's a skill set, but because of online ranked on fighting games, when you don't play the breadth of everyone who is in whoever plays that game, you can't play the same level of people. Like when you play Shin Blade, it's a bit laggy, and there's going to be other countries that you just fully can't play because of the connection. To me, it's you saying, "Oh, I'm the best on my street."
No, I agree with you, but that's not what the ranked system wants or can do, right? The ranked system doesn't say, I tell you who the best player on this planet is. The ranked system just tells you, hey, here I am a competitive format with integrity. That's what it should tell you. That's what it's supposed to tell you.
Okay, so if it's different for fighting games, sure. Because in Pokemon, I can play everyone around the world.
Yeah, in Magic, you can do in Magic also, right? Because we don't have latency, right? But at a certain point in the future, we will be able, because netcodes, I mean, fighting games have the unique capability of implementing rollbacks. So at a certain point, it will be good enough to actually have a global competitive experience. I mean, in Street Fighter 6, it's already good enough that they do World Warrior events online.
Yeah. Strive is close as well. Strive is close. I've played against Verix and Slash, and they're ones in Africa and Middle East. So,
just one quick thing. Crypto got in chat. You told me shit makes no sense and I shall keep crying, right? Why don't you make me cry and join this call right now? I'm gonna warn you. If you join the call, I will in excruciating detail explain to you why you are really dumb. You can have that experience with me right now. You want to do it?
I recognize the name.
It's
I
about
don't
the
know if
rank
it's
system,
been
by the way. It's on topic. It's
before.
on topic. It's on topic. It's on topic. You have 1 minute to respond in chat. Sorry, where were we?
I was kind of dancing around your question. It does sound like a cop out, but I'm like, whatever you think makes it more makes the rank more have more prestige, I will agree with you, but it's not going to change it for me. But I can agree with you, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, really clear, even though chat is absent, chat's point was never that deathmatch has more integrity or something. His point just was that he values what that format gave him socially higher than my and my point, my counterpoint to that would be you have those formats, right? I don't, that's the thing. I as someone who wants to play this game with a bit of a competitive standard, I don't have a single mode that provides that. I don't even have that in Strive or Street Fighter 6, even though they have the better ranked systems. I'm still allowed to fucking one and done you. And it's not okay. Sorry, I should specify because someone in chat, I'm not saying who, was also that insane that I can't believe that you have to actually underline this for some people who probably actually have a burnt peanut as a brain. I am not saying the developer should magically force people to play out a set with like sending numcops or capcops with a Desert Eagle in your house and forcing you to play out the set. Obviously not. Obviously fucking not. It's about you get a fucking penalty. Like Mortal Kombat 11 actually, and 1 to my knowledge, but 11 also did. You get a penalty. You get a quitality on your ass, which all games should do, by the way. All games should have quitalities, like some humiliation animation that I can watch. And then you lose the points for the remaining set. I mean, the fact that there are really people existing, that people exist that think, oh, so you can't make the developers force the other player physically to play out the set. I can't believe humans that fucking retarded exist. But then, again, Jason Montoya is a thing. So I don't know why I am even surprised at this point.
I just want to say that for anyone that says that ranked doesn't matter, I think that you're looking at this on like an Evo stage or a Tekken World Tour stage, which I think is extremely reductive. Ranked matters for loads of different reasons. The same way like I'm learning Pokemon right now through ranked. I'm probably never going to be able to go to a big tournament and do well. But I might be able to go to a local with the information that C4 is giving me, and I might be able to win a little something small through playing ranked. Or I might be able to take my skills on Tekken and go down to a local and win that tournament and win some money there. Like it doesn't mean like when people say ranked don't matter, they're immediately jumping to Arslan Ash or Leffen or some top player. When that's ridiculous. There's tournaments that happen all over the world. There's people that have money matches. I could play ranked exclusively on Soul Calibur 5, challenge somebody to a money match for £1,000 and win. You can't tell me ranked doesn't matter. Of course it does. It helped me get there. So they all serve their purpose. It might not matter to somebody and to an individual, but to tell people as a blanket statement, ranked doesn't matter, that doesn't make any sense. I'm living proof that ranked matters.
Can I defend it? Because it was aimed at me. That's fair enough.
No, it wasn't. It was aimed at Crypto God. He kept on saying that Arslan Ash doesn't play ranked. Why does Arslan Ash is the extreme? I'm not worried about Arslan Ash. Maybe I'm worried about King J. Maybe King J's the best in London, and this London tournament's prize money is £1,000. And through my playtime on ranked, I've gained enough experience to win here in London. That matters.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was going to clarify because I don't think I said this. When I say rank doesn't matter, I mean in terms of prestige. That's what I mean. Like when Chad was making the argument about he uses rank to improve, I was like, yeah, sure. Like I'm not saying that you shouldn't use ranked. I think when you use rank and you use ranked and you garner someone's skill from the fucking words that are above their like name, to me, the bigger picture is, okay, cool. You might think that means something to you, or that might be a marker for your progress. But to everyone else, it really shouldn't matter. Because at the end of the day, yes, Arslan does exist. We know he exists. It might suck that you can't go to certain places to fight against him. Like, I understand that not everyone can just go to Vegas. I'm fully aware of that. And it sucks. Because to me, even on that level, we will never truly know. And I'm sure this happened with all the Pakistan players. and Austin says, "Oh, there's people from my local that are really sick," but we will never see them.
Yeah, but you're talking about a global stage. You can be regional. You can have regional prestige, like, or you can have prestige within like your hometown. Let's say that you live in like in Essex, right? You could be the best player in Essex. That's still a level of prestige.
It is. I just think it's corny. But you're right. It is.
But all I'm saying is that big or small, it does matter on some level. Like even being the number one ranked player, and let's say you're the number one ranked player and you've never won and done. You've got a very clean record. You've rematched every single person, and in a sea of people that won and done. That matters. Like it might not matter on the Evo stage, but it doesn't matter. That it matters to me anyway. My top ranks matter to me. Being number one on Bleach, Soul Calibur, and Mortal Kombat 10, that mattered to me, and no one can tell me otherwise.
Yeah, no, it's a bit. I'm happy for you.
I mean, you're an elitist, right? It's like saying the Bundesliga doesn't matter because Champions League exists, right?
Yeah, I'd say everyone watches Premier League. No one watches division.
And I get it. I get it, but like. Still, right? Like, still, I know I can't make you care, but you should be in support of a good rank mode.
Why? Why should I?
Well, because first of all, your pro players, so the scene would have a better environment that's more cutthroat. Sorry. I know that's already scary. More accurate. Sorry, I didn't want to. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to make the casuals afraid. I didn't want to make the casual-minded people afraid. So your scene would profit from that. If you have a more accurate cutthroat rank mode, your average level of play, especially the higher we go, would be more precise and probably better. Meaning your pro players also could reasonably, I'm not saying preferably, but reasonably. Use ranked even as soft practice, which is like the golden environment, right? And now even latency is not even that much of an issue. Before, right? In Tekken 6, in Tekken 6 you could have had the best ranked system ever. It was worthless because online is worthless, like literally worthless. But now things have changed a little bit. So I think you should also be in support of that because I think it makes your scene better. The better and more cutthroat your rank mode is.
So I remember I used to watch skirmishes on Rivals, and I never understood what the difference between skirmishes and like just casual, just like lobbying up. But it's more of it's like a mock test for like playing really good, right? Because I'm sure they've got mock skirmishes in like CS and all that sort of stuff in FPS, team FPSs. Yeah. So I didn't understand the concept, but it's kind of like an unwritten rule. When you're doing skirmishes, we're all tryharding. We might test strategies, but we're trying to make it fucking work, right?
Yeah, face it, Pro League packs were taken reasonably serious, yeah.
Yeah. When I think of fighting games, rank points, and I think when you're a streamer, it might mean a bit more. But because there's nothing important on the line, I feel most players don't care, especially ranked, because ranked for me, and again, this might go to your argument where it's the system that is broken that makes me not care about it. But to me, ranked is just how much time can you put into the game. You don't necessarily need to be good. If you're good, you get there quicker. But a bad player can get to the same spot. It just takes them longer because of how they distribute points.
That's also true. That is something that happens.
I wouldn't necessarily say that because like you can't. It's not just about time. No. It's not just It's not just about time investment. There's a story I always tell. When people tell me rank doesn't matter and it's only about time investment, I always tell the story of the Tekken 7 Genbu 20,000 wins Yoshimitsu from Tekken 7. There was a Yoshimitsu I encountered on Genbu, which is like on the lower end, and he had 20,000 wins. These are only the wins that were displayed, meaning he had more than double that in losses. So he had more games in Tekken 7 than most people that I ever knew in Tekken 7. And he was stuck there. It's not, I guess there's if you are really fucking, maybe he didn't want to improve, right? So
that sounds like someone who needs a new hobby, but true, that I grant that someone could be that bad.
Okay, wait, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
Go.
I mean, Mike knew what he did. Mike knew why he does it. So, CryptoGod, I can't believe that we once again, and you're even in Mike's chat. Mike's chat mostly consists of not pussies, and you're a regular, so I'm a little bit. I am ashamed I'm ashamed that you write this to me and you're not even willing to back it up. But then again, Mike is also used to it. Well, if you ever grow a pair, you know where to find me. People even know my Discord. They can give it to you. I'm happy to do this with you any day of the week. And you will not necessarily leave as a smarter person, but as a more educated one. So that is what I can offer you.
Cards on the table.
Bro, even if I was anonymous with no picture, I would still feel so much shame that I would find a fucking headset right now. I would find a headset right fucking now. Like, yeah, it couldn't be me. Respectfully, that could not be me. I couldn't have someone talk about me like that while I'm typing in chat.
No, but I mean, I'm not making a defense of it because it winds me up when people talk shit as well. But in Crypto's defense, no bias because he's a regular, but sometimes people are nervous to speak in front of hundreds of people. So I don't necessarily want to. It's not a serious thing like what we were talking about yesterday. It's just Tekken.
It is just Tekken, but it's not about... These people are not nervous, Mike. They are prey in front of a predator, and the instinct kicks in, and they know they are done. You know what I mean? We Germans have that aura. Yeah, it makes a prey suddenly realize, wait a minute, I don't know what I did. I don't know exactly. But what I must have done for this guy to talk to me like that, I have to be stupid. So, and they just instinctively realize it. I had this happen so often, Mike. You as well. On Twitter, I know it. Like you had this happen so often.
Mm. Yeah, bro, it literally happened yesterday. After we finished the stream, some guy started talking mad shit to me, and he was like, "Yeah, I watch your stuff," and I was like, "Why didn't you just come on the stream?" Like he was talking mad shit to me on Twitter, and he was like, "No, I want to set up a whole." I was like, oh, "This fucking guy, man, this is what they do. That's what happens." Yeah. So I'm okay with it now.
And specifically, people in your chat, because of what we did at that time. Not we, you didn't set anything up or like laid a trap like I did, but of what we did with Jason Montoya, people also know how that looks like when someone doesn't follow his instincts and thinks yeah. That's how it looks like. Let's be honest. He gets fucking slaughtered. Yeah. Until now, Mike, you are witness. Mike is witness. I think I have a clean track record.
Have you heard about that thing? What was it? First and second level. How was it like thinking where there's a rustling in the bush, and the people that go to the bush thinking it's safe get eaten by the tiger, and the people that run away from the bush survive even if it was just the wind.
Yeah,
Finn is the bush, and people don't know if there's a tiger there if it's just the wind. It's always a tiger, bro.
Well, exactly, and because there was always a tiger there, they know. Okay, there has to be something fucking wrong with this bush. There has to be something fucking wrong. That's the instinct.
And they run away, and now they survive to live another day. To type in chat another day.
But really,
they don't go near the bush.
What a lot of people should take away from this day, from this discussion as well, is actually the fun fact that, many Mortal Kombat gets looked down upon by certain fighting game player communities. For example, Eris, it's not that Eris actually likes Mortal Kombat, but he calls it Moron Combat. And it's funny that Moron Combat is the one who actually, when it comes to the set format, has the most fucking competitive integrity out of all of them.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it actually does. Of all the fighting games that have come out in the modern era, Mortal Kombat 1 got the ranks. They actually got it right. And when it launched, it was even better. Not the connectivity and the network issues, but it was first to 3, you were locked in. They changed it to first to 2, but they had it perfect when the game launched in terms of like how it's governed. They nerfed it a bit, but it still was you're locked in. If you leave, you leave your points behind as well. Like you were just
and even in MK11, it's first to 2, right? And if you quit, you get quitality and you lose.
Yeah, they shame you if you quit mid game. A fucking spike appears through your chest.
I don't understand why people have not adopted some form of quitality animation. They don't need to be brutal, right? They don't need to be fucking brutal. They could just be hilarious, or like obviously they have something to do with like humiliation, right? But they could be hilarious. They don't need to be brutal. I don't know why not every single fighting game has copied that.
I think that we are on the precipice of this actually changing because Invincible has just updated apparently to punish rage quitters, and this punishing rage quitters since like the Tekken 6 days has pretty much been unheard of. Like people have been getting away with shit ever since then. I think Tekken 6 was the last time you'd get a loss on your record. After that, it was like do whatever you want. But now we're starting to see more fighting game developers and more players speaking out about it. So I think maybe the next generation of fighting games will be like, no, fuck these guys. Because Harada started this whole nonsense where it's like, no, they could sue us. They could take us to court. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Or what?
It was just some dumb.
It was so, and people ran with it. People like, well, Harada said they'll get sued. And I was like, no one's fucking suing over rage quits, man. Like, all respect to Harada, all respect to him, but that I feel like that set the discourse back like 20 years.
I saw James Chen. He even replied to me on Twitter back then, even in the YouTube video where he first said it, and he repeated it on Twitter. I was like, James, you need to explain this to me how this works, because James Chen was like, they don't know who disconnected. And I'm like, James, that can't be. So get this, yeah. So he says they can't know who disconnected from the peer-to-peer connection, and therefore they can't punish someone. But now get this, guys. Mike will know this. Everyone who played Tekken 7 or 8 knows this. We have a disconnection rate display in the game. Yours doesn't go up when you don't disconnect, but if you disconnect, your disconnection rate goes up. And I'm still trying to this day to figure out why James Chen is saying that, because he was like, I told him like they have a disconnection rate, my guy, and he's like,
my guess with James Chen, and I mean this respectfully because he seems like a really, really nice guy, is that he's probably friends with people in places that know what the truth is, and he just doesn't want to start. Because the thing is, James Chen's popular enough where if he says something, you can screenshot it, put it on Twitter, and be like, James Chen said that, and it's going to start a whole discourse. I mean, we've seen him get dragged into controversies before, and everybody jumps into it. So he probably knows that it's obviously it's a lie. That is obviously a lie. Right? We all know. No, you don't even need to know coding to know that these people are lying about it, because all fighting games are not a special snowflake where you can't punish rage quitters. All other games punish rage quitters. You even get punished in Helldivers for leaving your teammates behind. So if you can do it in all these other games and fighting games, you can't. It's a load of baloney. They just didn't want to do it because fighting games are a niche and they want to keep as many people as possible so they can funnel them into their stores. If you punish people for rage quitting and they can't climb the ladder, they're less incentivized to play your game to get the shiny PNG, which means if they're not playing the game, it's less likely to spend money in the store because it's on the game. You just got to connect a couple dots. I don't need to talk to James Chen or Harada to know why they did what they did.
I mean, it could be for James Chen, for the James Chen statement in particular, it could be that he's just a tech boomer, because the immediate assumption, it's a peer-to-peer connection, there is no matchmaking server or anything to check who disconnected. That seems on surface like plausible. But then again, they have figured it out already in Tekken 7, because otherwise you wouldn't have a disconnection rate display. They figured it out. Probably if the disconnection between the peer-to-peer gets cut off, the matchmaking server sends a ping to both parties. And if one doesn't answer, that's the rage quitter. Simple as that. And that's why your disconnection rate goes up. So, I mean, maybe that was his assumption. Yeah. Maybe.
It's just it's the same thing they've done with Bleach. Instead of fixing the problem, they were like, we don't have a big.
Can you explain that one again to me? Because I couldn't really believe. Can you explain that again?
Bleach took away the ability. So if I beat you on Bleach now, you don't lose any points. There is a win-loss ratio on your card, but on the leaderboard, it's just points. So you don't lose anything. So I can beat the top-ranked player 1,000 times. He's not going to lose any points. It's going to be as if the match has never happened. For me, I'll get points. I'll go up, but he won't get punished. So I ran into the top player on the leaderboards right now is called Yami the Goat. I ran into him on Bleach the other day. I beat him 2-1. His points don't change. My points do because I won the set, but his points don't. So there's no integrity on Bleach whatsoever, which is why I stopped playing ranked. You guys know I used to spam ranked on Bleach. I got to number 1 and I stayed there for a while. But now that they've taken it away, I'm like, what's the point? I might as well just play the guys in the Discord. That is zero ranked integrity. Tekken's got it pretty bad right now. It's nowhere near as bad as Bleach.
Yeah, that is bad.
I mean, that's mad. I know Bleach doesn't have an insane amount of players, but did the developers did they give a reasoning?
No, they didn't get a reasoning. The thing is, with the Bleach player base, they're very dedicated. They're like what C4 was saying with Marvel Infinite. They're there. These guys play Bleach every day. When I sign on to Bleach, I get the same same 100 names will cycle. I'll see them throughout the week. They're very dedicated to their game, but I don't. 100 players is 100 players. It's not a lot of people. There's not a lot of people that are buying the stuff you're putting out. So to them, they're like, because Bleach is not an easy game to play once you come up against somebody that knows what they're doing. A lot of arena fighters, they have things in them where like you can do stupid shit and get away with it. Bleach is in that game. There's like maybe Dangai Ichigo is the only character where he's a bit too strong. And so I think a lot of arena fighters jumped onto Bleach and they were like, I can't just like spam square circle like they're doing Demon Slayer, doing jumps all over the place. This is a more like slow, methodical game. I've got to think out what I'm doing. Everybody plays different. There's multiple options. There's meter management. It's got a lot of traditional fighting game elements in it. And I think a lot of people saw that, and then coupled with the disastrous launch, because the launch was awful, they were just like, I ain't dealing with this. The amount of people I've come up against and I've played them and they just quit. They cannot deal with like the mind games in that game. Whereas you go over to like All's Justice, you've got people flying all over the place, people are throwing projectiles, people are hiding behind rocks. It's a bit of a mess. So the arena fights tend to be messy. Bleach isn't. And that's why I think people got a bit turned off by it. In terms of like the modern anime fighters and even the classic ones, you'd put Bleach right up there with having the most integrity in its gameplay. It's just unfortunately the ranked mode has no integrity.
The Mike, the one and done and like also rage quit epidemic. I mean, you once showed a clip from Bleach where the guy was like, I don't remember what he was doing. He was like putting you in a lock. Like he was manipulating the connection, and it was like an infinite, like 900 ping or something, and the game just wouldn't progress. Yeah. This mentality, right, where people like just crash out about game mechanics and rage quit. For example, the Invincible versus beta. In that case, I don't think it was a problem with the game's player base, because we had the same thing kind of happen. You remember Season 1 Tekken 8 launch. We had so many pluggers. It was insane. And I think that has more to do with the initial casual wave of people that visit your game at launch. But in Bleach, that's different, because this was you showed players that were the established player base who did shit like this on the regular. Like, why?
It's a different mentality. Anime players have this really, really bad mentality where if you're using a low in the canon, for example, like in Bleach, Ichigo, Aizen, those kinds of characters are like the peak of strength, but Renji's not. I'll just use my character as an example. Renji can't beat Byakuya. Renji can't beat Aizen. Renji can't beat Ichigo. So to these players, your character shouldn't be winning, because in the canon, Renji can't lay a finger on Aizen. So in their mind, they're like, I'm not dealing with this bullshit. And they turn it off. That's how they look at it. Now, if that was like fighting games and that happened in Tekken, that would be like Kazuya players and Jin and Heihachi all being like, Lily can't touch Jin. I'm rage quitting. That's the mentality. It's beyond childish. And they also have this mentality in the anime arena space that the only way to play and the correct way to play is up close in person. So zoning in anime arena fighters is like, you might as well have committed an actual crime, like a real serious crime in real life. To them, it's unacceptable. If you don't get up close and personal, you don't deserve respect, which I've told them 100 times, nobody cares about your respect points. And two, you're not really playing the game. That's the mentality they have. It's a very childish one, and I don't really understand why they haven't grown out of it.
Because let me ask you both, what is your most disliked or pet peeve type of scrub? I give you an example. There's one example that I seen a lot when I watched Mike's video for my scrub video, the video where he displays these people in Bleach and he shows chat messages. One archetype of scrub is the guy who makes you responsible for his fun, where Mike's chat is full of people who are saying like, oh, well, I hope you have fun playing this character, because I surely don't. And like they make you responsible for their fun. Like that's one archetype of scrub. Like, do you have like one that is like really high on your personal tier list that you really have a problem with?
My one is I bet you couldn't beat me with any other character. I'm just like, oh my god. That what you just said is like probably second. Firstly, I mean, if anyone's listening and you say that stuff, I didn't buy the game so you could have fun. And specifically, the way I decide to play fighting games, I enjoy playing fighting games, annoying other people. A lot of the fight for me is on the character select screen and in my playstyle. Like I specifically play in a way to drive you up the wall because I think half of the fight is the mental. And once you've broken mentally, it's going to be very easy for me to just continuously spam the same shit over and over again. Because in your mind, you're thinking, why is he spamming the same shit? You're not thinking to yourself, why can't I beat one move? Why am I can't even worry about other moves right now. I can't even beat one. But I already know that you like with Marduk in Tekken 7. As soon as you see Marduk on the screen where it says get ready for the next battle, you see Marduk, most people are like, oh, the 50% of the fight is now won. The first thing I used to do with Marduk was tackle them. And if they broke it, I'll tackle them again. And I'll keep doing it because I know in my mind, even if you get me down to 30%, Marduk is so strong. If you fuck up once, I'm going to kill you. So now the first round is conditioning you for that tackle. And you're going to keep going like to break the tackle. And I'm going to go into tackle stance and press X, which is the launcher kick. Yep. And now you're going to be at the wall and it's going to be long for you. So my play style is to wind you up as much as possible. So it makes it easier for me to beat you in the fight. If you're not skillful enough to deal with that, and your only response is pick another character or that wasn't fun, fighting games ain't for you. Go play Fortnite.
It's like telling the karate champ that he wouldn't beat you in Taekwondo. Like, yeah, bro, he is the karate champ. Like, we are practicing karate here. Like, what's your argument? What's yours, C4?
I'm almost at the point of just don't listen to these people. Don't give them the time of day. It's a bit toxic, isn't it?
Not really. No, that's probably the right way to go about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I always try because my number one over every other type of scrub, I think, I maybe need to make a tier list at some point, but the scrub tier list. But my number one is the guy who thinks he is mega sick, but is not yet good enough at the game to know that he isn't. Because that is the ultimate frustration. Because I am good enough at fighting games to know how bad I am in the grand scheme of things, right? But they don't, and you can't make them understand because they lack the knowledge to understand. It's like explaining to a dumb person that they are dumb. They have no concept of it. You can't make them understand that they are stupid because they don't know what that is. And that's the most frustrating scrub in my tier list.
I don't mind those ones because I'm just like, the conversation doesn't need to be had.
I get fucking tilted.
They'll just learn over time. Like that's a because all of us have probably played a game that thought we were good at, but we don't even understand why we're bad. Like I liked Gears of War a lot. I know that I wasn't good at it, but I didn't really understand why I wasn't good at it. That's just like a learning curve. The best remedy for that is to just continuously keep on pounding on them, and eventually they will get it. They'll get it.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit difficult in real life as well. Every time I played poker with new people, it's not that they wanted to be the scrub, right? But when you play poker with new people and you have the guys going in with 7-2 immediately, but now two things can happen. They can immediately lose everything because they're also dumb enough to go like all in and shit. Or the absolute worst case happens and they get lucky on the flop and they win with 7-2. They flop a full house and they win. And then they show 7-2 and you're like, are you a fucking idiot? You didn't even play position. And then you need to, and then they look at you with a smiling face you want to punch, right? They are looking at you with this, they're looking at you with this smiling face and they're like, well, yeah. And no, they don't even, not even like this, not even shameful because they're like, yeah, it was a good play, right? And you then like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, it's a game based on luck, right? I don't know what cards come. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I'm flipping tables. I'm actually flipping tables. Yeah, I fucking hate
exactly. That. And then you need to explain to them, it's not a good play. It's not a good play. You didn't outplay me. And this is where I'm like, leave the table, bro.
You know what that is? I can't. When I used to play Among Us, a guy called Legendary Pred used to stream it, and I had this problem where I could only play well if everyone else playing was good. If you got bad people as crew, you can't get information out. And I literally said, I think I heard someone else say it, but it's what Finn described is it's like playing chess with pigeons. You just can't play chess with a pigeon. Like they're not engaging properly. Like so they win because they're not playing the game like you are.
Yeah, I'm literally doing someone in chat. Yeah, I'm literally doing Phil Hellmuth. Like, I'm literally standing up and like talking to my wife. Like, Marie, can you believe this shit? They're like, did you believe this guy? Like, I'm literally doing that. It's insane.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, it'll drive you insane. Don't do it,
guys. I gotta wrap this up, but before we wrap up, because I gotta go walk the dog. I do want to say that there's not gonna be a stream tomorrow because I'm gonna go watch Mortal Kombat 2. But on Friday, we're gonna be doing a Shambolic Showdown, but it's gonna be a different Shambolic Showdown. You guys are welcome to come by and play. I've received messages, demands, pleas, cries, death threats to stream this game for years. You better stream this game, Mike. If you don't stream it and I catch you,
wait, let me take this. Fuck. No, you have to go on. I don't have a guess.
MK11?
Nope. We're gonna stream For Honor.
Oh, you're actually gonna do that? Okay.
We're actually gonna do it. I've received messages for a year now to stream, and I keep on saying I'll do it, and I don't do it. On Friday, we will stream For Honor. So if you've got For Honor and you want to suit up, but I just want you to know that For Honor, even though it says in the name For Honor, that is one of the least honorable fighting games ever created. It is, and I'm just gonna warn you now. I play the shogi or whatever that big Japanese character's called with the whatever that weapon is, just a big steel thing. He's a scrub character, 100%, and he's got Marduk's tackle. It works in the same way, and I am going to spam it. So if you're coming by to play, Shigoki, that's it. If you're coming by to play, just be ready for that. But what we want to do, if you guys have got For Honor, it's a lot of fun. If you haven't played it, it's so much fun.
Honestly, I
it's
don't know
cheap
if
right now as well.
I mean, fun is Obelion played it, and he showed me literally what people. He was like, "Yeah, look at this. So if you play this character, you just do this." And I'm like, "That seems unbelievable. That seems more toxic than anything I have ever seen in a traditional fighting game." And he's like, "Yeah."
But that's why you work as a team, and you have to work as a team in For Honor. There are times where you come up against bad players, and you can just wipe all of them. But if you come up against a team that knows what they're doing, you can't stray. You have to communicate. So what I want to do on Friday is get people on the mic. Like, hopefully, if you two have the game and you want to play, then let me know. But I want to get a team together and then have guys from the stream or the chat or whatever on the opposite team so we can communicate and talk about what we're going to be doing. Our disadvantage is it's going to be on stream, so people are going to be able to see what at least I'm doing. But I think it could be fun.
I'll give it a try. Probably.
Yeah. It's crossplay.
I haven't got the game, but I'll try and get it.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's crossplay. There's so many characters to choose from. But we'll do that on Friday. But I need to wrap it up now. I need to go walk this dog.
Yeah. Let me say the last thing to a crypto god. I want to have it written in holy fucking scripture that you didn't show up after writing me. Doesn't make sense. Keep crying. Blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. You are weak. Hold that shit. Yeah, that's it.
Crypto God, if you want to show up on Friday, you're more than welcome. Maybe you guys can duke it out on For Honor. That would be funny.
That would be funny.
If he has voice chat on while I can insult him, then yes.
All right, guys. Well, I will see you on Friday then.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'll speak to you two tomorrow anyway, because I need to get some more Pokemon content up. The video I'm uploading of my plays, you're going to be proud.
Oh, yeah, and Mike, are you going to do a video about, are you going to do a review? Mortal Kombat 2?
Yeah, I'll do a full review of Mortal Kombat 2.
Okay, that's good.
All right, guys, I'll catch you in a bit.
See you next time. Chat,
Peace.
Goodbye. Soapy, good to see you still. Goodbye. I'm with you, by the way, Soapy. I think, I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
All right, guys. Flames, thank you for the 199. For Honor before Strive, maybe I'll try. Yeah, no, you need to come by and try, bro. For Honor's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be a lot of fun. I'll stream it 8 o'clock UK time. It's cross-play, so no excuses. No matter what platform you're on, you can play it. It's cheap now. So it'll be a lot of fun. We'll do a nice long stream on Friday because Saturday is going to be another one of those hard-to-watch streams, just pre-warning you. And then Sunday, we've got the D&D stream. So thank you for all the super chats as always. Always appreciate you guys supporting the streams. It goes a really, really long way. And I'll see you on Friday for some For Honor. Peace out.